this.
A super small teacher with 11 cameos.
Look at all this.
80 fucking episodes, oh my god.
Kiss.
With Watto in his basement and 31 flavors.
Arliss.
But the S's are dollar signs, oh my god. With the super duper pants. This is our does, oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, man, what you need? Police, open now. Oh, shit! We have a warrant for Watto's arrest. Get down and put your hands up where I can see them. What the fuck did I do, man? What did I do? Just shut the fuck up. And get your motherfucking Toydarian ass on the floor. But I didn't do shit, man! Just shut the fuck up. Watto, won't you step up to the stand and tell the jury how you feel about this bullshit? Well, I'm tired of the motherfucking jacking, sweating my gang while I'm chilling in the shack and shining the light on my face. But for what? Maybe it's because I kick so much butt, I kick ass, or maybe because I blast on a stupid ass Jedi when I'm playing with the trigger of an Uzi or an AK. Because the police always got something stupid to say. They put out my picture with silence because my identity by itself causes violence. The W with the criminal behavior. Yeah, I'm a gangster, but I still got flavor. Without a gun and a badge, what do you got? A sucker in a uniform waiting to get shot by me or another Toydarian. And with a gat, it don't matter if he's smaller or bigger. Size ain't shit. Because he's from the old school, fool. And as you all know, W is here to rule. Wherever I'm rolling, keep looking in the mirror and ears on cue so I can hear a dumb motherfucker with a gun. And if I'm rolling off the 8, it'll be the one that I take out and then get away while I'm driving off laughing. This is what I'll say. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. The verdict! The jury has found you guilty of being a redneck, white bread, chicken shit motherfucker. But wait, that's a lie. That's a goddamn lie. Get him out of here. I want justice. Get him the fuck out of my face. I want justice out right now. Oh, fuck you. You Toydarian motherfuckers, and I repeat, fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Ladies and gentlemen, retired filmmaker George Lucas.
That was very good storytelling, Watto.
Thank you. We never finished the second half of the song from last week, which someone donated specifically so I could perform the entire song. And yes, the second half of the song has more act outs. It let me sort of stretch my range as an actor a little bit.
Right. And that's the best way to tell a story. And the person who donated should have understood. If you're going to tell a story, put some time in between the chapters of the story.
Split the parts.
Fuck the police, episode 1. Fuck the police, episode 2.
Correct.
Yeah.
George, I don't know if you feel this way, but the last week for me has felt like watching Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope at the exact same time. Like we are simultaneously at all moments watching a very sort of empowering, liberating rise of the people standing up against what's wrong, the promise of perhaps a better future ahead of us, and also simultaneously watching fascism rise. Democracy dying to thunderous applause. It's happening like in split screen, and it's a battle of which is going to have a greater impact first. You know?
Yeah.
I hate it, George. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
And speaking as you know, a man in his mid to late 70s,
Yes.
a white, gray-haired man
Yes.
in his mid to late 70s. The police even came for me this week in Buffalo, New York. They knocked down. They might as well have knocked down. They might as well have knocked down George Lucas when the Buffalo police decided to knock down that 75-year-old gray-haired man.
Oh, that is very true. That is very true. I hate it, George. It's been rough. I mean, you know, as I said, very many empowering things happening on a minute-by-minute basis, but it's still
but you heard the thunderous applause when the cops who pushed that George Lucas stand-in, let's call him, when they pushed him to the ground, when those cops were then applauded by other cops shortly after that. Thunderous applause.
Thunderous applause. It's you know, it's nice, George, to just once a week be able to sit here with you and talk about the real issues, just one normal, real person to another. No bits, you know?
No bits.
It would be very hard to do comedy during this.
That's why we're not. We're raising money for charity.
We're raising money for charity.
Normally we do lots of jokes and skits and things that are funny.
Not so this week.
We'll do things for money. We'll do things, but these are not fun times. And you know, this week we're raising money for a very special cause that already has raised a lot of. Already has raised. They've already met their goal, but there's no harm in shooting past it.
No.
Which is that Chris Redd from Saturday Night Live set up a GoFundMe to donate so people can donate for COVID-19 testing and treatment for protesters.
Relief for protesters.
Because a lot of people are, you know, they're taking a risk, but also some of the people who are being arrested are being put into situations where they have no choice, where they are crowded into buses, into small spaces, and kept there for extended periods of time. And you know, habeas corpus in New York has essentially been eliminated because the cops are arresting so many people that they don't have they can't deal with them fast enough, and so people are being held longer than they legally are allowed to be held under normal American circumstances.
Yeah, here's another element to that too. If you look at the photos and the video coming out to the protest, most of the protesters I see are wearing appropriate facial covering. Most of the cops I see are not.
Yeah.
By even going to these protests, the cops are endangering the lives of many, many peaceful protesters.
This is how bad it is. Even the stormtroopers, who were terrible people, except for the ones later on, obviously Finn, and we later found out that when I was making them, all of the stormtroopers were bad dudes.
Right.
Now it's different. But in the original vision, even those stormtroopers wore appropriate masks.
Yes.
You could not get COVID-19 from a stormtrooper.
Impossible.
But you can from an infected American police officer who's not wearing a mask.
George, I've noticed every week we've done this, and this is what now? This is our 5th week of doing this, if you include the first live stream. So the last 4 weeks since the first one, when I log on, when the stream starts, I look in the live comments and someone says, "Wow, Watto looks really rough this week." Every week someone says it as if, "Oh boy, I thought he looked bad before, but this week Watto looks like he's really out of it." And that's at the beginning of the stream. And I have to say, what you're seeing is the physical wear of the greater reality we are living through. And that's why we need to make a difference. We need to help those who are fighting for the just cause. We need to do everything we can because this sucks. This fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. It's awful.
Oh,
Right.
wakey.
Wait,
It's snack time.
Blue Milk and Bakey. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you guys? I mean, I heard how you were.
Terrible.
Yeah, not great.
It sucks.
I just wanted to pop in. It felt like it was getting a little grim, and I felt like it was probably my time to come in.
Right. When things are getting a little grim, there's always time for snack trick naps more.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this is what Patrick knows. He knows if things are feeling grim, pinch yourself, and then you'll wake up from a nightmare. That's the only course of action he knows. Every time something feels grim to him, it turns out he is catching some Z's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And sometimes when you're feeling the appetite for change, that means it's almost dinner time, right, Patrick?
That's right, George. You got it.
Okay.
Those are the two things that you like. For those of you who don't know, Patrick is our producer. He loves to nap, and he loves when it's dinner time.
Patrick, I want to put some stretch goals up on the board right away. I think we came up with some good ones last week that should be evergreen.
Okay.
Okay?
Ooh, I have one evergreen one. What amount are we? I believe we're starting with already a donation. Is that right, Patrick?
Yeah, we already have a donation, but you guys give me your stuff, and I'll tell you
what number are we at, and I'll set an evergreen. No, I need an amount.
I don't have the amount right now. We're at It's like 150-ish.
Okay, so it's the 150. Let's say 150.
All right. At 155, I'll give you an evergreen goal, stretch goal. $5 gets you to an evergreen stretch goal.
Okay, Patrick, here are some goals, and I want you to save them to a permanent file. They will be here every week, okay?
Yep.
Right now, BB-8 is inflated.
Yeah.
444, deflate. 888, reinflate.
Okay.
4,444, redeflate. 8,888, reinflate. Okay.
Okay.
6969. 6,969. Condom stays on Watto's nose for rest of show.
Okay.
666. Watto chugs an energy drink. I've been sipping on a Red Bull. I don't have Coke Energy this week. At 666, he chugs one.
Okay.
That's 2 in the system.
All right, that's good for now. We should get started, and I also have a guest that I want to bring in before we start. I believe, he should.
You tell me we haven't reached 155 yet?
I don't know. I'll check in a minute. We'll check in a minute.
Okay.
You know him from a lot of stuff. You know him from
him. Interesting context clue. Okay.
Him. You know him from Knives Out.
Knives Out.
You know him from Looper, Breaking Bad.
What?
Star Wars Jedi.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Patrick, can I say Blue Lives Matter is bullshit? But are we about to find out that there is an exception to the rule because Kid Blue matters?
There he is. Noah Segan, everybody.
Noah, hello.
Hey, guys.
Great
How are
coffee cup, Noah. Now, I want to say right off the bat, I've talked in the past about, among the many other offensive things that cops have been doing in recent years, one of the most offensive is that they co-opted Blue Lives Matter. Blue Lives Matter has become a pro-cop thing when originally it was created by Watto and it applied to Toydarians, the Na'vi from Avatar, and the Smurfs. I also want to extend that to you. I think Kid Blue matters.
I appreciate it. I think that, shooting people, murdering them, we're going to say that's, and then fucking with my, with my nickname.
Great.
Your look.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right there. Right there.
Right.
Definitely.
Let's start episode 1 so we don't get.
Right. Yes. Wait, we're watching Phantom Menace?
No.
George.
All right. Does everyone have it up?
Hold on.
I think I do.
Okay.
Hold on. Watto.
Noah, are you? No. What is your?
He
No,
was
are you watching on
Secret Life.
HBO or HBO Max? Have you made the jump to HBO Max?
Oh, I maxed out. I'm maxed
Oh,
out.
you took it to
Great.
the max. Okay, hold
Is
on.
that okay? Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Tell me when to go? When do I go?
I'm gonna wait for Watto, and then we should be good to go.
It's going to be 1 second here.
We could be waiting a while. Watto
No,
never
it
is
will
able
not-
to
It will
start
not
on
be
time.
a while. It was just that Watto was watching The Secret Life of Bees last night on a different app, and so he forgot to close out of that. Okay, ready? Let's see. Continue watching. Arliss, Season 4, Episode 1. I'm ready to start whenever
All right.
Nap Trick gives
Here we
me
go.
you.
1, 2, 3.
There we go. And now we're getting some Arliss.
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
There it is, the
All right.
classic HBO signal.
All right, now it's a new season. There's a chance that the opening titles could have changed. There could be some variety. I
Right.
must admit,
Now it looks the same.
I don't know. Some of this looks new. Some of these clips look new.
Oh, the
The
boxers
horses
going
I recognize, but I don't recognize that yellow car.
Yes.
Lots of things going fast. I like that. I'm always so excited to see things go fast.
Well, I mean, speaking of,
This is 90. This is 99. Are we going to see like a Y2K subplot coming in?
we hope so. And a Phantom Menace subplot. You know, I mean, these
Yeah.
are the two big events.
There-
If you're setting a story in 99, you have to address Y2K and the Phantom Menace.
Yeah. I was so honored when Prince wrote that song predicting the Phantom Menace.
Yes. Yes. Y2K.
I was very moved by we're going to party like it's the year that the Phantom Menace comes out.
I want to say two things quickly. One, I don't know if you noticed, George, this new intro now includes footage of Jimbo Turner and Sandra Oh, but Michael Bolton is still not in the opening credits. Also, Sammy Sosa. These are the things we live
Right.
for now, Noah, because we've been watching this every week. But these are what I want to say. George, you were
Right.
saying that you like things going fast. Do you realize?
I do, and so much goes fast.
Do you realize that we have an X-Wing pilot here on the stream with us right now?
It's very exciting. How
He's got a race
If
car
you-
in the background, and it's a man who has driven an X-Wing himself. This man loves going fast. Kid Blue, they should call him Kid Fast.
I can do it. I can do it. I can go fast. And they never recovered a body. So, you know, I could still be out there.
Your life. If people think that fucking Boba Fett rocketed out of that Sarlacc pit, you're so alive.
Right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, show me a body. Show me a body.
Robert Wool directed this episode.
He did. Yes. He's a
That's right.
Good for
multi-hyphenate.
him.
Yes.
Good for him.
And he's got a real steady hand behind the camera. I think you watched the Wool episodes, and they are sort of marked by a kind of a fluidity, a Maxo Fools-esque fluidity with the camera movement and storytelling.
But he's also not afraid to go guerrilla style. He's not afraid to have a little bit of shake in the camera whenever it requires it.
Absolutely not. He was kind of a
It's
pro.
the verite.
Yes.
The verite.
Yes. Now, Noah, you're drinking from the mug from the film Knives Out, the hit Academy Award nominated film Knives Out.
Yes, I am. It's like a One Ring type situation. Whoever has the mug owns the house. So
This is what I was
Wow.
going to ask you. Is that the screen use prop? Was that a wrap gift for the cast and crew, or is this a Redbubble purchase? Well, okay.
no, it's
Wait,
Fugazi.
does the back of
It
the
was
mug- In the movie, does the back of the mug that we never see, does it say Knives Out?
No, this is unfortunately not. They don't let me take anything home with me.
Right.
Let's ask you,
I don't get to keep anything.
have you
Did
ever
they-
kept anything? Have you kept anything from any of your past film roles?
Let me tell you, I still have the leather jacket that I wear in Brick, and it still kind of fits, guys. Like, you know, for like
Okay.
a father of two who's like 37, I'm like, hey, it kind of, yeah, I still got it. So, you know, I got that. I have some souvenirs here and there.
There you go.
Can I ask Noah, did Ryan film multiple endings where different people owned the house at the end? Like, was it like Clue?
Yes.
Was it like Clue where everybody got to stand on the balcony and there was an outcome for every possible
There's an ending where Li Ving from Fear
Yes.
shows up at the end,
Yeah.
and he's like, "It was me, Mr. Body, here," and then he owns it. Yeah, he owns it. Yeah.
They should re-release it every year with a different person owning the house.
It's a special edition. They're gonna 2,000
Yeah.
screens every other month.
That's right.
I got to say, someone here in the comments is saying Noah's rate my Skype room is 12 out of 10. I do think this is the best Skype background I have seen anyone put up since quarantine.
I got my kids radio flyer here.
Yeah.
I got an old car. Hey, that is a Miami Planet Hollywood varsity jacket.
Whoa!
Whoa.
And then you have
All right.
a Stack Spumoni poster in the style of the Solo posters.
I have that was made, but that was Ryan's uncle named Stark, and there is usually a Stark in every movie that he makes. Somebody named Stark. It's such a cool name. He likes to put the name in there. And so the guy who I played for a second in the movie was named Stomoroni Stark.
Yeah.
And so Stark, I think Stark's wife had those posters printed up, and they sent me one, which was very nice of them.
Rad.
I would like to say that my Skype room, like a Star Wars prequel at Con, is not in competition. So I have the year 2000 HBO banner that is hard to compete with. It's not fair to the other Skype rooms, so I was not competing with yours. The
You
banner,
got Dream
and you can
On
see
on there?
No, you know
no,
what?
Dream On. Dream On had already gone to the streaming service in the sky because it still has not turned up on HBO Go or HBO Max.
Noah, would you believe that you are maybe the 8th guest to ask that? A weird amount of Dream On love from people coming on this stream.
A lot of men of a certain age
Yes.
had access to Dream On when they had access to perhaps nothing else of that nature.
Right, like Andre
Yeah.
Brower, Scott Bakula, and Ray Romano. I think those three, that's a joke on a joke. That's a real hat on a hat there.
Watto.
Noah, there's a role I just personally want to ask you about because I only recently found out that you had essayed this character. The role of Henry on Kablam, landmark Nickelodeon animated series. Kablam, you were the voice of Henry, no?
I was the voice of Henry on Kablam.
Watto was a very big Kablam fan.
Oh, well, thank you.
Can you talk about that? Because you must have been actually very young at the time, right?
I was pretty young when I was I wasn't a very I was a kid actor like it was an after school job for me. Like it was like it wasn't something that we took very seriously, which is probably why I was not a very successful kid actor. But when I had the opportunity to go and do this, which they were like, I remember, I think I was 11 or 12 years old, and they were very like generous with like, oh yeah, just come after school, do it for an hour. Like it was like a very cool group of people. And Julia, who played the other main.
Hold on, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. I can't believe I don't remember. I will get it in a second.
Henry and June.
June, yes, of course. I was
Henry
telling
and
myself
June.
that was wrong because of the other movie with that title.
Yeah, and she was super cool. Anyway, it was like like, you know, like the way that kids who were probably, you know, in better shape than me would do like gymnastics after school.
Yeah.
I did that for like a couple years.
It was like your Little League, yes.
Yeah.
That was a great fucking show. That's a show that should be streaming somewhere.
Is it not?
I don't think so. I don't know.
I wonder if it's on YouTube or something.
Did you ever see
I mean,
these?
I don't get residuals or anything, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
I
That's
don't know.
what he tells me. Did you ever
A
see?
lot of it seems to be on YouTube, guys.
That's
just
not
so you know.
legal. We're not putting money in Noah's coffers by watching on YouTube.
Guys, I do want to just jump in. I feel like I don't want to interrupt the flow of this, but Arliss might have cancer.
Oh no!
Oh no.
And I didn't want to miss that. I don't think he does unless the next 4 seasons are a slow decline.
There's a chance.
It would be a bold move if the first 3 seasons are just the adventures of a superpower sports agent, and seasons 4 through 7 are a slow reckoning with a terrible disease.
I did say that Sandra Oh's role gets bigger every season, so maybe
it's not mutually exclusive, George.
Yeah. It also, this could be 6 Feet Under, another famous HBO show, had a main character die in the first episode, continue appearing in almost every episode after that.
What if Arliss goes straight Breaking Bad?
That's what I was going
to say. What if he goes, yeah.
And Robot Squid in the comments is saying seasons 4 through 7 are like Saw after Saw from Saw dies. I don't know if you know this, George. Saw dies in Saw 2?
I know that. I'm unfamiliar with the Saw.
Boxed ourselves into a corner on this one.
George, I feel like you would like the Saw movies because it seems like everyone that comes out is like, well, this is a prequel to the third one, but this one is
right. I do like that.
Yeah,
I do like that.
The Saw movies are like different parts of each film are sequels or prequels to different parts of other movies.
Yeah.
So it's looking like Kablam is at the Internet Archive.
Okay. Can I say something else that it's looking like? It's looking like Tanya Harding is currently playing herself in this episode of Arliss.
Oh no!
It's the real Tanya Harding. Is it not?
Yeah.
They are not. They're putting it all on the table in the season premiere. Cancer and Tanya Harding.
Everything.
How do you get Tanya in 1999? How do you get
1999?
I don't know. I mean, you think about how much her quote was to do interviews promoting I, Tanya. I can't even imagine.
Arliss just farted. Arliss just farted next to Tanya Harding in the season 4 premiere.
This episode is wild.
We need to tweet this out or something.
Yes.
This season is starting stronger than any previous season. Arliss might have cancer, and he just farted in front of Tanya Harding.
Patrick, tweet this out on the AskCat account.
And we are less than halfway through the premiere.
Yes, this is insane.
Fartless.
He's farting again, and Tanya Harding has been directed to give a disapproving glance in Arliss's direction, and then to look back down with a forlorn expression.
Here's the thing: this show used to be fartless, and now it's fartful. As of this scene, it's fartful.
Now, Noah, are you a sports guy?
I am I'm a Dodgers guy specifically.
Okay. Yeah.
Very big Dodgers guy. And as you can see right here, I've got this is my one of my Sandy Koufax cars.
Wow.
Watto, the third greatest Jew of all time. So it goes Moses. Listen, it goes Moses.
Yes.
You, Sandy.
This is my kind of guy here.
All right, and then Barack Obama and Joan Rivers.
Yes.
That's the top 5.
Of course.
Usually Drake is coming in there somewhere, but it's it's a fluid. We come and go.
Yeah.
Sure.
Great list. Yes.
But I love the Dodgers, and I have made it I grew up in New York in like the 80s and the 90s, and so there was. The Knicks were sort of a big deal as well, but so I really want to now. I feel like a Los Angelino. I really want to get into. I think I want to get into the Lakers. I think that's that's my thing. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think I got plenty of time, guys.
Yeah, you've got a few months before you have to make that decision.
Yes.
Sandra's outfit again. Look at the colors.
Every episode. Yeah. Yes. I also here's the thing I feel like we don't talk enough about with the character of Rita. She has so many pairs of glasses, right?
Right.
I feel like they're very often matching her glasses to her specific shade of lipstick and or outfit. And most of us maybe got one pair, a pair of backup on reserve, maybe prescription sunglasses.
Right.
Rita seemingly has like 20 or 30 pairs of similar glasses with subtle changes that can really shift the entire outfit.
They might be
And-
like, it might be like a Foster Grant type situation where she just runs down to the Dwayne Reed,
Yeah.
picks him up.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yes. I think that's
No.
good theory.
I
Noah,
also have yet. I also have yet to see a single Rita costume that couldn't blend seamlessly into the background of any scene in set on a non-desert planet in Star Wars.
Oh, and she would kill on Canto Bite. If Rita
She could have.
rolls
She
into
could
Canto Bite-
photobomb.
Oh,
She could photobomb any shot in Canto Bite, and you would not question it for a second.
absolutely.
Now, Noah, Watto, when Watto came back for his second movie, they gave him another piece of clothing. They gave him a little hat.
Yes.
If you were to come back, what kind of clothing changes would you want? Because you're in your X-Wing outfit in Last Jedi. Is there anything you'd want to add to that?
I'll expand on that. Do you have a nearby hat that you could put on for a stretch goal?
Because that is the rule of Star Wars sequels is like Han Solo, first Star Wars movie, vest, second movie, sleeves.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
That's how you know time has passed.
Noah's frozen, but he seemed excited, like he might have found
it's
something.
canon.
Yes! Yes, it is.
That's
Yes.
canon.
That's canon.
What do you guys say? Canon? Canon?
Cannon.
Cannon.
I'm lighting the wick on a cannon right now. Boom! It's canon.
Sorry, but I interrupted. You know, you were talking about hats or costumes that you might
I
have.
was just saying that I have some nice high quality Italian luxury items that I think would work.
Yeah. That would look good with the orange jumpsuit, I think. I think that's a good...
I think it'll,
It's a
yeah.
great look.
Yeah.
And as a pilot, something like this keeps the sun out of my eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll do that. It'll do that for me. This hat costs $1,400.
No,
Wow.
it didn't.
$1,400. Yeah.
Noah!
This is.
Wait, what's weird about that? How much is a hat? I'm serious. How much is a hat?
George, come on. Ask your buddy Steve. Ask your buddy Steve.
He won't know.
Yeah.
He won't know. He won't know. I guarantee. Steve and I have no idea how much a hat is. If someone said
Times.
a hat is $1,400, I would say, all right, can you break a 2,000? Special guest star Michael Boatman is joining the episode.
It's not a $1,400. This hat costs $9.
You don't have to lie. It's okay.
There's somebody in the comments. I clicked the comment button and somebody's like, it's instead of buying an I don't own any nice hats, guys. I'm sorry.
Also, you didn't just buy it.
Yes.
Let's be clear. You didn't buy that
though.
this week. You didn't buy that this week.
No, I did not make the choice to say, you know what, I am not going to donate to COVID-19 testing for protesters.
Yeah.
You weren't on your way to the donation booth with your money in hand, and you passed by a hat store and thought, "Oh my!"
Right. In one hand, they check $1,400 to the National Bailout Fund. In the other hand, a Gucci hat. And you rip that check up, baby. No, these are jokes. These are jokes. Donate the hat. People are saying donate the hat.
Donate the hat. Donate the hat. I don't know.
Is the car behind you? Is the car behind you a functioning car?
Yeah, you want me to turn it on?
Yeah, man, you're a cool.
You know what I
want.
Yeah.
Not with the garage door closed. At some point, at some point, what I wanna know is, would you be able to open that garage door and drive it back and forth? Is that a thing that could happen?
Here's the thing: is when I turn the car on, the carbon monoxide detectors go off. I'm serious. Throughout the whole house, I have to get my family out of the house before I can turn the car on.
Oh, so it's a bad time for that, huh? Right?
I mean, sometimes you just want your kids to just go to sleep.
Does it have a horn? Does it have a horn that honks? Is there a horn that honks?
There probably is. I don't want to wake up the baby, George.
No, I'm trying. Listen, I'm trying to be reasonable here. All I want to do is see you crash that door through the closed garage door as fast as you can. I'm trying to think, is there something we can do that won't disturb anybody? It won't cause anybody. Can you roll the window up? Will it gently roll up?
Yeah, I can roll the window up on the car.
Okay, let's set that as a stretch goal to raise some money.
Okay,
What do you want the stretch goal to be? And I'll tell you if we've already hit it.
No, because it has to be.
No, Patrick. Patrick this week has suddenly gotten very stingy about telling us how much money, and it's making me nervous.
Yes, Patrick, tell us what we're at right now, and
we're at $370 right now.
It's 400.
Okay.
Noah gently rolls up the window.
Yeah. I will roll the window up on my 1969 Barracuda Fastback.
There we go.
Can I ask you, because I want to make this as exciting as possible.
Yes.
Can you enter through the passenger side and then lean over and roll the window up from inside the car like that? Will that work?
Probably. It's kind of up against the wall, but I mean, listen, for a good
cause. It's for a good cause.
Really good cause.
And we have to redeem you after that
right,
$1,400 hat scandal.
We're there.
We're there. Noah, get that.
We're there. No, we did it.
We did it.
All right.
Yeah.
We cut. Watto, let's score this. Let's score this with some American Graffiti music.
Okay, which song? What? 1 o'clock.
1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rock. 9, 10, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, rock. We all rock.
I'm pouring. Watto sees he rolls the door. He's gonna roll the window up tonight. Noah Segan, he's all right. Yes, he rolled up his window. His baby still sleeps tonight.
Oh, we did it.
That was great. That was great. And for a good cause.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Oh, no.
Woo!
That was great. Thank you for doing that, Noah.
Back.
Yes.
That's why you should never do a practical effect. That was my fault. We should have just done that digitally.
Okay, in this scene of Arliss, it looks like Kirby and Rita are trying to sell some baseball paraphernalia, and they have a baseball they claim is signed by Ty Cobb, and then the memorabilia salesman holds it up and goes, "This is fake," and it says on it, Ty Cobb, but spelled Thai. Now, admittedly, I was a little checked out from the episode because of Noah's thrilling rolling of the window. I don't understand how we could get to that point within an episode.
They've been scammed. They've been scammed. And this is the B plot. This is the B plot.
This is the B plot. This old lady who pawned off her memorabilia on them.
I want to highlight a good joke that happened earlier.
Yes.
Which is that when Arliss was at the whatever it looked like a charity, some sort of benefit, he's up on the dais and he's giving a speech and he starts farting uncontrollably.
Yes, funny.
The character who's now sitting next to Tanya Harding says somebody should do something, and Tanya Harding says, "Don't look at me."
Right, and this is to imply that if Tanya tried to do something, she would pass it along to her husband, who would pass it along to his friends, and things would very quickly.
Jeff Gillooly was going to get involved in stopping Arliss.
Yes.
Hey, Watto.
Since we passed the evergreen goal that I set hundreds of dollars ago was that I'm going to start eating this baby spinach.
Oh, great, cool. Yes, Patrick.
Can you tell Noah? It's 3:39 right now. Can you?
Oh yes, Noah. Noah, you are on the TV show Kablam, a great show, which must have run for over 39 episodes, right?
I believe it was 45, maybe 45 episodes. 45, yeah.
Okay, so a perfect 45 episodes. And I'm sure your favorite part was casually after school, you record an episode, they send it off to the animators. Some months later, maybe a year later, you see that episode air on Nickelodeon, and you kick back, you know your work is being shared, broadcast around the country, if not the world, and you go, it was all worth it, right? That was a good feeling?
Bringing joy to other children, yes.
Like young Watto. Now imagine, Noah, that you recorded 39 episodes of Kablam. They were sent off to the animators. They were fully animated and then never released. Just left on a hard drive somewhere, completed, but never to see the light of day. This is the fate of Star Wars Detours, a real cartoon show that George Lucas self-financed and self-produced 39 episodes of before selling Lucasfilm to Disney. And Disney said, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. We're going to put it here on a shelf. They've been on a shelf for almost 10 years. They could release them all with the push of one button on Disney Plus. They won't do it. Now, there are a lot of important causes in the world today, a lot of great injustices we are trying to fight against. We are not pretending this is the most urgent cause, but it's in the top 10.
It also a lot of the things that are going on right now will require a lot of hard work.
Yes.
It will require people to really make a real effort to make things better.
Well, we're talking
this is something that could be solved with the press of a button.
No, that's the thing, is that I think what you're describing, Watto, is a systematic issue.
Yes.
It's something that is representative of really it's a much bigger, we need a holistic approach to this.
We need reform. We need reform. But this is an important step.
Yeah.
I have a legal question.
Yeah, sure.
The trailer for Star Wars Detours is on YouTube. Could we just show that right now? Is that possible?
It'll get pulled when we put it on YouTube, when we put our video on YouTube.
But it's on YouTube.
I know, but I'm telling
you're telling me that if we show something that's on YouTube and we put it on YouTube, YouTube will pull it because you can't be on YouTube.
We almost got pulled because we showed the pizza Hayden Christensen movie trailer a few weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah, I had to fight it.
How did we fight it? This is a story I didn't know the saga of.
Talk about it later. The whole thing. The whole thing. He's gonna live. Arliss does not have cancer.
The joke here is that he's cheering, I have an ulcer. And usually people would be very upset to find out they have an ulcer. But this is very much the lesser of two evils for Arliss Michaels.
Yeah.
Be great if you could do ulcer, but in the Arliss font.
Let's do it. We can.
Now, guys, I actually have something to tell you, and I hadn't told you about this. I got an email last night. Noah, we've been taking people's names and making them into Arliss names.
Along the lines of what you're suggesting.
Someone made a website.
What?
That does it automatically.
Oh, no.
So.
Wait, and you get to, there's a slider for how much sports you want versus how much money you want?
So I'm going to put Noah's name in there.
Wait, does this already exist?
Hang on.
No, this was created because of us.
This is because of us?
We're making meaningful change.
No, it's S-E-G-E-N, right?
S-E-G-A-N.
A-N.
Okay. And Noah, how much sports do you want versus business? Because
I want more. I know. I need more business than sports for me personally. You know, I mean.
So let's go 3/4 business, 1/4 sports.
Okay.
This is how it felt. We've been doing these practically.
Yes.
And now we are making Attack of the Clones. This is digital. We are going to make these names digitally.
Yes.
And no one gets hurt.
I want to say the guy who made its name is Mike Stubna, S-T-U-B-N-A, and he's an angel. Yeah.
Do you know what I think we have to do?
He's an angel, you said?
Yeah.
We have to.
What does that? What does that mean? What does that mean?
I mean, like, he's a good guy. This was really cool.
But I've just never heard you say that before. You said it as if he was actually an angel.
No, he's not an angel.
It didn't sound like hyperbole or like a turn of phrase.
Hang on.
What is more Arliss?
But let me show you what you can do. Yes. Here we go.
Okay, now let's go back. 3/4 business, 1/4 sports. This is unbelievable. I cannot believe this exists.
It's like having a stroke on screen with you guys.
But once again,
Yeah.
Noah, we've been spending like 20 minutes doing this by hand. Really,
Let
like
me know,
tearing our
Yeah,
hair out.
you wouldn't believe how we used to make our list names. There was no slider.
It was this.
We had to do it by hand.
We were like trying to eyeball it, like Sully.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's wild.
Unbelievable. Okay, wait. The next episode.
And the thing is,
auto playing. Everyone
Yeah.
should pause, or should we go straight to the
Yeah.
next one?
no. Should we let's just keep going?
Yeah.
Keep going. Okay, so everyone.
Yeah.
Press play now, or you're just going. Patrick.
Yeah.
I'm going.
Okay, so everyone should be at roughly the 12th second.
Yeah.
14.
There should be a website that does this for police behavior, and every cop has one. And if you slide it, and if you kill a person, then it's like, oh, you are no longer a cop.
Yes. Right. It invalidates their badge.
If you commit a murder, you should. Oh, that slid me off of being a cop. We should be able to solve all problems with this kind of slider technology. I'm convinced of it.
Yes. Here's the technology. If you're a cop and you murder someone, slide all the way. Your badge is taken from you.
You slide to prison. You slide to prison. You go on the slider. Like, oh, now I'm in prison.
But we also need prison reform, George. This is the problem. I'm saying the first meaningful step is, how about a one-strike policy? If you murder someone, you are not a cop anymore. Done.
Mm-hmm.
Done. Then we arrest you. Done.
Guys, we're up to $435, which means we are less than $10 away from George having to deflate BB-8.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to see this maybe.
Oh, is this Amanda Bynes?
What? I think it is.
Yeah.
Yep. This is Amanda Bynes.
Now, the last episode was called Cause and Effect. This one is called Our Past, Our Present, Our Future, which literally describes the Star Wars saga.
Yeah. Noah, here's a question for you.
Yes.
Have you ever had to simulate an intimate scene on camera? Have you ever had what they call a love scene?
I have.
It's very uncomfortable, right?
It's very technical.
Yes.
Usually in the best case scenario, it has a very specific purpose.
Yes.
So you treat it like you would a choreographed dance,
Yes.
if you will.
Yes.
As I said, hopefully it's there to accomplish something bigger.
Well,
And
Noah,
hey, Watto, while you're having this discussion, George, can you start deflating BB-8?
perfect.
Hey, we did it. Thanks, guys.
Noah, you could not have set that up more beautifully, because here's the deal. At different stretch goals, we ask for to inflate or deflate BB-8. The threat that inflating is it takes a lot of air and he becomes very red. The threat with deflating is George has found out the only way he can successfully deflate BB-8, and this is not a joke, is to wedge it in between his legs and put his full weight on it. He has tried a lot of other methods, and much like you said, it's a very technical process. It is hopefully serving a greater purpose, which is to get BB-8 deflated and raise money.
I have to hold this thing to get the air to come out. I gotta press my weight down.
And he's got to push his weight back and forth. It's an intimate, technical process. It's uncomfortable. It is a vulnerable thing to do on camera, but it is hopefully serving a greater purpose.
It is again, this is a holistic approach. This is about everyone coming together to do their part for the goal, the story here, which is revolution, which is equality, which is protecting the lives of Black people, and really fucking the police.
Yes, and Noah, this is not a joke. We have watched him try other ways. Nothing else deflates this BB-8.
That's true.
We are not crack people. We are not looking for excuses to mime sexual intercourse on this show. This is the only way.
This doesn't look, I gotta say, it doesn't look inappropriate to me.
No.
It's not looking appropriate at all.
And George, it feels like this is not deflating fast enough. You might need to pull your weight away and then
It's
reapply.
hurting my hand.
You need to remove and then
Outside.
reapply your weight. That feels like that's working. And I feel like if you can establish some sort of rhythm method.
I think you found purchase is really the term that I would use.
I couldn't put it better myself. The words of a poet, Noah.
Guys, I'm gonna go and go spend some time with my family.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you, Noah.
I am so happy to have been here and to have been a small part of this.
Huge part.
And I hope I'll see you guys all again really soon. And I hope that that we continue to do the right thing and to work towards revolution.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noah.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Have a good one.
Bye, Noah.
Bye. Thanks.
That is our first guest to have appeared in a live-action Star Wars movie, correct?
No, first guest, yeah.
Yes, on one of the live streams.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, live action because proofs.
Oh no, that counts. I'm saying voiceover role, but he's in a live action.
Yeah.
That counts. Okay, I'm just trying to keep a tally.
Yeah.
Nice work, George.
Now we
Patrick, tell me the money situation.
tell you the money. Oh wow, we just got a big one, guys. Now, guys, hang on. Also, Watto, do we want to do again what we did last week?
Which one?
The $100.
Oh yes, if you donate $100, Watto does a Watto, which is like Cameo, except I don't play by that game. So for $100, I will say anything you want into the camera, much like you saw me recite the lyric to NWA's "Fuck the Police."
Yes. So if you guys, I know a few people have donated $100, including someone who just donated $200. Email thegeorgelucastalkshow@gmail.com. And I will get Watto what you want him to say, and we'll do it. We have surpassed 666. So that means Watto needs to chug an energy drink.
Okay, I'll go
We're
get it.
currently at $735.
Oh,
All right. If we go to 800, I'll do a special surprise.
Oh, wow. Okay.
well,
George's special surprise.
I'm gonna go get my energy drink.
Yep. And then 888, and then 888, George, you
We reinflate the 8.
Yep.
It was so nice to see Noah. I'm so glad we got him to roll that window up.
So funny.
And during what I think might be one of the best episodes of the show. It was a strong season premiere.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot happening, but in a good way.
Yeah. Now, I can you, Patrick, I don't know if you can bring me up to speed a little bit. I missed a little bit of this episode's setup when I was deflating the 8. I got a little distracted.
I don't know if I'm the best person to be able to bring you up to speed.
Well, just give me the log line for the episode if you have that. For episode 2, season 4, our present,
episode 2, season 4. No, that's episode 2, season 3, George.
No?
This Wikipedia says it's called Taking One for the Team.
What episode 4?
Well, what are you seeing on the app though?
I don't know.
It could be that we have some bad information online.
I'm seeing our past, our present, our future.
Wow. Oh yeah, it's gotta be. So guys, someone's got to get on Wikipedia.
Guys, get on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And change the information for all of our lists to make sure it's reflecting the correct.
Unless it was a production code and they aired it differently. I'm not sure.
Look,
we're a different season. I doubt it. They have their season 4 look.
Okay, no, but what I'm saying is, our past, our present, our future is listed as season 4, episode 3.
We will ask Bobby
Next time we see him, if we ever see him again.
Who knows?
Never see him again.
Okay, episode 3. 14-year-old skating champion Crystal Dupree, that's Amanda,
Amanda
is
Bynes.
an AMM cash cow, but she learns the hard way with Stanley's assistance that mom and dad may not necessarily have her best interest at heart.
Yeah.
Also, Kirby resists shutting down the Kirby Carlisle wash.
Oh yes, the car wash.
Right.
We all know it's an important
And
part
and
of the
and
narrative.
and has Charles Barkley showed up yet? Because this says Charles Barkley and Billie Jean King are both in this
Oh, I
episode.
can't wait.
No, but we've got the great J.O. Sanders. Is that who
Great
that is?
General Sanders. Amanda Bynes crying. This is a dramatic role for young Amanda. No, this is Bobby's talked about this in the past, but this show is produced by Tolan Robbins, who outside of Arliss mostly produced Nickelodeon shows. So they are producing all that at the same time as they are producing Arliss. I wonder, I guess Amanda's already on all that at this point, right?
Yeah.
This isn't how she gets discovered.
Yeah, no. Because she's older than she was on all that here.
Yes, okay. Ready? I'm going to chug this. I apologize for it not being the far more heinous Coke energy drink. Next week I will replenish my supply of the Coke energy drink. Also, I just noticed I have to put my sign back up. Okay, ready? Wait a second, there's a little more left.
Now, Watto,
Yes.
I got our first cameo, or our first Watto.
Audio.
David Sky would like you to act out a scene from Fast and the Furious franchise with Baby Yoda.
Okay, ready? I know exactly which.
Okay, hang on one sec. Let me get you ready.
Okay. I gotta get the script. Give me a second. I know what I want to do. I need to find a full scene. The dialogue.
Okay, we'll come back when you're ready.
And to be quotes page, give me a second.
Yep. Now Sandra's smoking.
Sandra's always smoking, if you ask me. To paraphrase The Mask.
Somebody's got to stop you, Watto.
Hey! Wait, oh my god. I tried to do the Fast and Furious quotes page, and I auto-reflexively searched for Arliss instead. My brain is broken by...
I will say that my phone has started correcting the word R-A-R-E to Arliss.
The very act of existing is Arliss now.
Yeah.
You can't exist without is, and you can't spell Arliss without $.
Isn't that website amazing?
I can't believe it. I
It's
can't.
Arliss.me?
It's arliss.me, and anyone can do it. Anyone can go on there.
Wow.
Yeah, I want this to spread because these are these live streams. It's very ephemeral experience. It's something that people will maybe revisit these, but I think for most people, it's a thing where you really have to be here in the moment, experiencing this moment in time. But Arliss.me will maybe last forever.
Yeah, that's the hope.
People will be doing Arliss names
Forever.
Forever.
Does Bobby know about Arliss.me?
No one knows. I got it after midnight last night.
Wow.
I cannot wait for him to find out. If he's already found out because he's watching this, that's great. Otherwise, we will be able to tell him next time he comes by.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I feel like this is bigger than the George Lucas talk show. This is for Arliss. This is big.
I found this script. This is The Fast and the Furious, aka Redline, aka Racer X, with 4 different people credited on the script. I never knew those were alternate titles. Okay. Ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Here we go. And do we have... Wait, great. Watermark. Okay, the Watto mark. This fucking thing, I'm gonna duct tape it in a second. God damn it! Okay, here we go. Ready? Interior, pitch black. How apropos. Fluorescent lights flickered on, revealing a shrine to Doug Toretto. Racing pennants, pictures, trophies, flame suits, helmets, and in the middle, a covered car. Dominic pulls off the cover, revealing a 90 Buick Regal. Not what the final car would end up being, of course. I think a 1970 RT Dodge Charger. This is one bad car. Not the prettiest, the baddest. Dominic opens the hood, exposing the awesome engine. Me and my dad built her. 900 horses, a beast. No she ran in Palmdale. 9 seconds flat. Now my dad was driving. So much damn torque. Chassis twisted coming off the line. Old man barely kept her on the track. What's your best run? Never driven her. No, it scares the shit out of me. Guess I don't have my pop's balls. I'd doing what he loved. Quit pipe fitting at the Navy Yard, then hit the pro stock car circuit. Coming up last race of the season, I just turned 18. Ken Jorgensen, this old salt he was beating, came up from inside the final turn, clipped his bumper. Put him into the wall at 120. Push in on Dominic's pained eyes. I watched him burn to death. I could hear him screaming. Dominic is choked with emotion. They look at each other. A beat of connection. A week later, I ran into Jorgensen at the Pomona Raceway. I wailed on him with a wrench until I couldn't lift my arms. I almost killed him. I was wrong as hell. It was just an accident. I live my life a quarter mile at a time, Brian. For those few seconds, man, it's just me and my ride and a little road. Nothing else matters. Not the mortgage, that loser sandwich shop, my team, and all their bullshit. For those few seconds, I'm free. Thank you. That I will say that was from the original draft of the script. Very different in a lot of the wording from the final version.
Watto, there's breasts on the screen.
What?
Breasts in Barkley.
Okay, one. I'm seeing one titty. I'm seeing one. She's in profile. I can only see one.
And the great, what's his name, Watto?
Oh, this actor is a great character actor.
I believe he's in Wayne's World. Am I crazy?
Yes, no, he is. But this man is no boob. He is one of our finest. That was interesting, though. I'd never read the original draft. Kirby used to be a football player? Is that part of the backstory of this character?
Mike Haggerty.
The great Mike Haggerty. Wow.
That was more great storytelling from you, Watto.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Watto. Someone in the comments was asking if the Star Wars Marathon was available to watch.
Yes.
It is all on YouTube. So if you search, we have a page there, the George Lucas Talk Show. You can watch any of the Star Wars marathons, any of these marathons, our last 2 Comic-Con shows. Yeah, you can watch that all there. Tell your friends. Post about it, you know? It's great to get the word out.
I'm going to quickly grab some duct tape because this sign is driving me crazy.
Okay, goodbye, Watto.
I'll be back in a second.
It's cool that Barkley's an investor in Kirby Carlisle. George, if you could ever make a smaller company like this kind of thing, like you're like, oh, I own a car wash, or oh, I own a liquor store, what would you do?
I'd make it really good. Why? I don't understand the question. It would be so good. It'd be a great car wash.
No, but I'm saying, would you do a car wash, or what would be the kind of company?
I love cars. I love cars. It's just there's not enough time to do everything, but I would love to do a car wash.
What would you call that?
Attack of the Cleans. That's just the first one that popped in my head.
Yeah, what's the second one? What's the second one?
I don't know.
Think about it.
Revenge of the Soap. I call it car wash. The Phantom Cleanliness. Car wash. Attack of the Cleans. Car wash. Revenge of the Soap. Car wash. A new soap. A new soap.
No, a new hot wax.
No. That's too many syllables, man. A car wash. The Empire Hot Wax. Car wash. The Empire Hot Wax. Car wash. See, don't Patrick. Stick to napping. Stick to napping and snacking. Leave the Star Wars movie titles to George Lucas, the fucking guy who did them.
Watto?
Yes.
If you were George and you were to make your own car wash company, what would you call it?
If I were George and I were to make my own
like a Kirby Carlisle scenario.
Yes, I would call it American Car Washy.
That's good. That's good. But I wasn't done naming I'm doing 9 of them.
Keep going.
9. Okay. What did I miss? Give me the early ones.
Car wash, the Phantom Cleanliness. Car wash, Attack of the Cleans. Car wash, Revenge of the Soap. Car wash, a new soap. Car wash, the Empire Hot Wax. And then I'm up to Return of the Jedi. But Patrick completely broke my flow, and I'll never get back. I never get it back. The Return of the Jedi would be
break your flow by taking a nap.
The Return of the Jedi. What would that be? Return of the. What's a car washing term that sounds like Jedi?
This is tougher than you would think.
Oh, this is a good one. Tired Paul says car wash detail.
Oh, details.
Details.
That's the funny one. That's the comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Return of the Air Dry.
The Air Dry. That's great. Return of the Jet Dry. Ooh, Jet Dry. Return of the Jet Dry. Perfect. It was right there in plain view. That's what I would have said if Patrick hadn't stopped me.
Keep going, George. You got at least 3 more.
Well, now I got to do the Disney ones. Oh no. Car wash. Caravan of car washes.
There we go.
Car wash. The battle for the
car door. Car door.
Battle for car door. And I was trying to think of the battle for car door. Yeah. Then we'll do the Disney ones. Car wash. The Ford washes. Car wash. The Last Jet Dry. That's easy. Thank you for helping that. And then car wash. The Rise of Car Washer.
What about the stories?
Ooh. Rogue One.
Road One.
No.
Road
Worn.
Road.
You got a better one, Watto?
What?
You got a better one?
Road Worn.
Oh.
Road Worn, a car wash story.
Yes, Road Worn. It was Road Worn. It's a prequel about the damage that was done that forced it to go to the car wash.
Wait, someone is saying Nissan Rogue One.
Fuck.
Yeah. Nissan Rogue One, a car wash story.
And I like Andy T. Germ here is suggesting Soko.
Soko, a car wash story.
They had the salty thing. They did.
Ugh.
That was more fun than I thought it would be.
When this one stops, let's pause it and we'll catch at 4:15. I just don't want it to autoplay again.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that one we were autoplaying and we had already gone a little bit past the time. Was that a supersized season premiere? Have we reached? What was my goal for the special surprise?
Your goal for the special surprise was 800, and we are at. Hang on. Sorry, I do not think we have reached your goal.
Oh, wow. I guess people want protesters to get sick when they're arrested and put in prison.
I think we need to set some more goals as well.
We're at 7:35. We are at.
Well,
7:35. Okay. So 888 is inflate the BB-8.
but 800 is a special surprise.
800 is a special surprise. And then do we have goals for 900?
Well,
1,000?
maybe this will help, guys. I have another cameo for Watto.
Okay.
Put it in the private chat. It's from Tim Gray.
Okay. And this is the last cameo with the hat on because episode 2 is about to finish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone, whoever has their sound up, let's turn it down.
Me?
I know. I was just seeing, I saw the song lyrics. I was trying to see what that song was at the end.
Billie Jean King, Charles Barkley, Amanda Bynes, Chris Ellis. That wasn't J.O. Sanders. It's Chris Ellis. I always get them confused.
Oh.
Okay. Come on. What's this cameo?
It's in the private chat.
Well, you should have said that.
It did.
I think you did.
Okay, ready? Here we go. This is tough, but I'm going to do it because it's for
From Tim Gray.
Tim Gray has asked, I'd love to hear Mr. Watto doing an impression of Nick Nolte, doing an impression of Watto, recording a campaign ad for or against Chancellor Valora. I will do this, but I might warn you, Watto might be a little silent for the 10 minutes following this impression, because he might be sucking down multiple lozenges at once. Ready? Come on, you know I'm Watto, the flying space Jew. We gotta reform the Galactic Senate. This Valorum here is lining his pockets with the money from the unions of the royal guards, and we can't have that happen. We have to protect the rights of the individuals, the citizens on Tatooine, the Gorgmongers, not the elite, and not believe in this Blue Lives Matter bullshit unless it applies to Watto, who is me.
Wow.
It's good stuff.
That was good stuff, Watto.
I tried.
Thank you, Tim Gray. If anyone else, remember, over 100, you're getting a cameo.
A Watto.
You're getting a Watto.
You're getting a Watto.
You know what? I don't know whether or not this makes any difference, but instead of thinking them, because those are, we would agree those are really fun, right? When Watto does those?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody disagrees that those are fun.
Hey, George.
So instead of saying, yeah.
Special surprise, George.
Well,
we are at 860.
all right. Instead of saying that's for 100, let's start calling them fundreds. Because it's both fundraising and it's also very fun. Like hundreds just got fundred.
For one
And we'll make that a slogan. We'll make that a slogan too. That hundreds just got fundred.
Yes.
Ed.
So I'm confused what episode taking one for the team is, because this is not the episode 2 that's on Wikipedia.
We got to ask Bobby if we ever speak to him again.
Yeah.
I want to say I'm trying to.
Is there another episode called? Was there another episode called "Taking One for the Team"?
I don't know. We'll find it in a minute.
What happens when you just Google that?
Well,
and it's time for the special surprise, right? Should we start the episode?
Yeah. Let me have a guess, but I don't think his computer is connected yet.
Well, it's good time for the special surprise then if we're not going to start the episode yet.
Do your special surprise, and we can be able to.
Okay. All right. I'm going to need a score by Watto.
Yes. Any specific theme you'd like to request, or is it Watto's choice?
Let's make it one from Return of the Jedi. No, make it one from Revenge. Let's make Duel of the Fates.
Okay. Ready?
It's Darth Maul and his double-sided lightsaber. It's all three.
All three of his double-sided lightsabers.
No, God dang it. I dropped it. All right. It took too long an intro, and I've now really done bad damage.
What,
Hold on.
How many Jellos have we lost, George?
Okay, hang
We
on,
lost-
George.
okay.
George, let's do this in a second. I'm gonna bring in our guest, and
Nope. I actually have to clean this now. Okay,
well, I'm still
can
gonna
bring the
bring in our guest. Okay.
That was a nightmare. Yes.
No,
bring our guest.
anyways, guys, our guest, very cool guy.
Okay.
He's the PA announcer for the New York Mets.
What?
Please welcome Mr. Colin Cowherd.
Colin Cowherd!
Hi guys, I'm having internet issues, so I'm gonna just like go hook myself into something, and then I'll be right back.
No
Great.
rush. George is having Jello issues, so you're in the same boat.
I'm sure you did not know what that meant.
I barely know what that means. I swear to God, I had a disassociative moment as those words came out of my mouth. Nothing makes sense anymore. I'm trying to figure, did George lose all 3 Jellos in one go?
Don't know. We're gonna get really behind. I want to start this episode.
I thought the Norty thing would hurt my throat.
Yeah.
But really, it's like I've become lightheaded. It was I think I know how George feels when he has to inflate the BB-8. It was like a lack of oxygen to my brain. My throat feels okay.
Sure.
I feel very lightheaded.
Okay. Well, you only have like 6 more hours of this, so we'll see how it goes.
I will be great. Should we just,
we should start, right?
And tell George he has to catch up?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, ready?
All right.
Give me the count.
1, 2, 3.
There we go. Oh, someone's saying hydrate Watto. Thank you for reminding me. Does this episode not have an opening? Did it go straight to a cold open?
Straight to it, yeah.
Wow. Arli's playing with the form. I wonder if the theme song's coming later, or if this one is one of those where they just said, fuck it, we could use the extra 90 seconds.
Yeah. Guys, I'll also say this. We are a little over $10 away. We're at $8.75 from George having to blow back up BB-8.
Look at this, and now the theme song is starting. How interesting. Bobby.
Yeah. Cold open.
Cold open. I wonder.
Live from Arli.
Wow. I don't like that. I just don't find it funny.
Why?
I'm not offended by it. I just don't find it funny. You're saying anything with a cold open has to be Saturday Night Live?
I think that's the most famous thing with a cold open.
Almost every sitcom
Yeah,
has
but
a cold open before the theme song.
sure. But when you hear the words cold open, what do you think of?
I'm
right.
trying to come up with a Watto joke, but
Yeah.
I literally am too oxygen deprived. It's like cold open is something cold. And
Colin
hard.
Cowherd.
Colin Cowherd.
Hi guys,
Hello, Colin.
How are
How are
you
you,
doing,
Colin?
George, Watto, good to see you.
Nice to see you. Is that a Lego Voltron you have in the background?
No, that is a real Voltron. He's never
Ah.
been Arliss before, and I decided today was the day.
Great.
Gotcha. Very cool. Very cool.
So, guys, we started the episode just so we didn't get super behind, but we're still in the theme song. So this
Okay.
is where we are.
145. Okay.
146.
Yeah.
But this
There
is
was a cold open. There was a cold open.
I
before
heard.
the
I'm
theme
so
song.
sad I missed that.
Yeah.
How well versed in Arliss are you, Mr. Cowherd?
This will be episode number 1.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I was aware of it.
Yeah.
Now, Colin, I think you are our first sports adjacent guest that we had on the live stream.
Which and you'd think I should be very well versed in Arliss as a result.
No, but I think this will bring a different flavor than George Watto and myself, who are not necessarily the biggest sports boys.
It might surprise you to hear that the 3 of us combined have very few contacts in the sports world.
That's not the route I thought you were going with that. I'm very well versed in Star Wars though, so this is it's a real honor for me.
Hey.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, George. Thank you for everything.
Well, to make it up to you, I'll try to pay more attention to sports in the future.
I don't see that happening somehow.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Colin, this has been a strange time for you because sports are frozen. I mean, this would be sort of prime announcing time for you, would it not?
Yeah, no, I'd be about more than a third of the way through the baseball season right now. So that's not happening. So I've just been kind of, making other things happen in the meantime. I mean, it's, anyone who's worked in freelance or in a seasonal job knows that, knows the hustle, as they call it. So,
yes. Well, and I feel like I saw an article about this the other day, but it is a thing that is not being discussed much, the sort of ripple effect of all sports being shut down, because people think at first about the players and the teams as franchises, but they don't think about the staff surrounding the various jobs of the venues, the stadiums, the announcers, all these sorts of things.
Yeah, no, it's there's so many people and so many different facets that go into just one singular game in any ballpark, arena, or what have you. So from concession stands to custodial workers up to people that are working in the press commissary or the public address announcer, the directors, there's so many, there's hundreds and hundreds of people that go into a single game, not just the 50 players on the field and the owners and what have you. It's there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
It's a bummer, man. It is, but
big bummer.
I'm preaching, safety first kind of thing.
Yeah.
People are really taking this thing like far too lightly right now, and I understand why they are. They're kind of fed up with it, but I've seen way too many messed up things as a result of COVID, and I'm just like, hey, you know what? If the season's canceled, it's all right. At least I'm gonna live to see 2021 and like be back in the booth when it's safe again, and not have to like douse myself in Purell and like a hospital room. So
this is very much a time to zoom out and look at the big picture. We should remind people today that the thing we are raising money for is COVID-19 relief for protesters, because this is a thing. I mean, anyone out there protesting, you have our support, all the power in the world to you. But it is important that you still do what you can to remain safe and healthy throughout that. And unfortunately, all it takes is one bad actor, one selfish protester or cop in their behavior in a confined space, or in a large crowd to endanger the lives of many. Yeah,
no, exactly. And that's exactly what sports are.
Yeah.
Outside of protests, it's going to be a bunch of people packed together. And I do worry about these protesters. I love what they're doing. I love why they're doing it. But I'm seeing thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people packed like sardines.
I know.
Some of them not wearing masks. I'd love to be out there. I guess I don't have the chutzpah, as they'd say in the industry, to be out there because, this thing scares me. So I'll do what anyone else would do. I think they would call it a Monday morning quarterback in sports. I'm just going to protest via social media, and otherwise I still wear gloves and stuff when I go out there with my mask and everything. Like I get funny looks for wearing gloves, and I'm like, no, you know what? I'm going to live.
Yeah.
So, but
digital protesting can be effective protesting. But if you're going to do practical digits, you should wear gloves.
Yes.
Now, guys,
and the thing about sports, like if I was going to make a Star Wars movie, for instance, and let's say I said I was going to do a Star Wars movie about how there was a deadly disease and they'd have to cancel one season of pod racing.
Yes.
I think most people would say that doesn't sound exciting enough for a Star Wars movie because they should just cancel that season of pod racing. It's no big tragedy. That's not enough for that's maybe a Star Wars story.
Yes.
But it's not enough for a full episode of the saga.
Right. Well, I mean, you pitched Disney, I want to make 3 movies about microcosms in people's blood, and they said no thank you.
Yes. I basically said, Disney, I would like to make these movies in what would have been a cautionary tale that might have prepared everyone for COVID. Right. And they decided, no, we want big cameos from the old timers.
Yes.
Guys, we have raised $1,230. Came in very quickly in the last few minutes.
Jump.
Wow.
So George,
the co-sell bump.
The co-sell bump.
I still have to do my special surprise, but I'm going to save that for a little bit.
Okay.
I still owe that.
But that does mean you do have to reinflate.
I have to reinflate the 8.
The 8.
So, Colin,
Okay.
we're making some tiered goals. So when we hit certain amounts of
Yes.
money, George and Watto primarily have to do things.
Now, Colin, that having been said, is there anything you would like to offer up as a goal? Like, do you feel like there is anything around your home or any special skills you have that you could do on camera that might incentivize people to donate to a certain amount?
I talk into microphones for a living, so I can, if someone is going to donate a nice big hefty chunk of money, we'll say someone donates $100, I'll record a personalized ballpark call up for them like I do at Citi Field.
I love that.
And I'll say they are very cool.
I did one for Patrick.
Yes, Colin did one for me,
Yeah.
and they're very, very cool.
That's
So
good.
if you guys do $100 and email the GeorgeLucasTalkShow@gmail.com, I will get it to Colin, and we will make sure it happens.
Now,
I mean,
George
we
is
could
getting
do-
very red. What?
We could do. I'm gonna mute George for a second.
Cool. Yeah, because you really just need the visual there.
Yeah. Colin,
I'm kind of worried about George.
no, he'll be fine.
Very
We're
red.
worried every week. This happens every week. In fact, this is the palest he has remained during an inflation. I swear to you, the palest.
Colin, could we show people what that would sound like if you did one for like Watto?
Yeah, let's do a test one so people get a little sample of what it's going to sound like.
Watto, first of all, what kind of creature are you exactly?
I'm a Toydarian. Your mind tricks don't
That's
work.
Thank you. Sorry. How do you pronounce it again? A Doidarian?
Toydarian.
Like,
Toydarian?
yes, like the thing that George would make money selling in my likeness. A Toydarian.
A Toydarian. Got it. So we'd say now batting for the Mets, the Toydarian, Watto.
There we go.
There we go.
Look at that. I think Watto's actually swung a bat before. He had the knuckles lined up perfectly. That was...
I think that is the best Watto has ever done it, truly. And I think it's only because he is staring at the camera and could adjust based on that. I promise you, Watto's childhood of being forced to play baseball by his father did not look that good. You want a fun fact? And this is about Watto. Watto was very, very tiny and left-handed, and so no other children could pitch to Watto. This is a story about Watto.
Right.
So when they put Watto up to bat, kids would almost, without fail, hit Watto very hard with a ball. So he had the best on-base average of anyone in his Little League team. And so the team really liked him because they called him the walkout kid, because he would get injured in order to help them score points if the bases were loaded. And it was a real conflict of interest for Watto because he so badly wanted the approval of these kids who otherwise made fun of him for being small and bad at sports that he would literally submit himself to the pain of getting hit with a ball so that he could score points and limp onto first base.
And this explains the backstory of why he grew up to be a man who enslaved children for his own benefit. Revenge of the Toydarian, I should say.
Correct. What are you going to say, Colin?
I know that's quite the troubling childhood. I love the fact that you have the child.
Yes.
I will not call him by what other people call him. And George, it's nice to see your color has resumed. For a second there, you looked like Richard Dreyfuss in Close Encounters of the Third Kind when he gets hit by that blinding light.
My buddy Steve with my buddy Rich.
Yeah,
Making
It's
a
true.
movie.
you guys
Making movies.
Yeah.
Is that a Rob Schneider?
That was I said that. I remember when they were about to make Jaws together, and then they were making Close Encounters. I remember said, "Buddy Steve, buddy Rich, making movies."
And that was the inspiration for Rob Schneider. That's impressive.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Now,
Wow.
Colin, you said you're a big Star Wars fan. What is? I'm not even. I don't want to be as literal as to ask for your ranking, but tell us about sort of your favorite aspects of Star Wars. Maybe characters. Which stories are your favorite? What angles relate to you the most in the Star Wars mythos?
I mean, I love movies that have a dark feel to them, especially in sci-fi. So obviously Empire was my number one, as it is for many people. I thought Rogue One was phenomenal. I love the fact, and this is going to sound really messed up, but I love the fact that everyone died. Like, to carry on to the next, the next chapter.
I mean, that sounds like what the coronavirus would say.
Yeah.
I understand
That's
where
what-
you're coming from. It's fake, but the coronavirus would love Rogue One.
Yeah.
It'd be like, that's a happy ending.
Yeah. That's the be all end all for the corona. Although then the corona has nothing else to feed on. So
Coronavirus doesn't need a sequel. It's like, I'd rather be a one and done franchise.
I think what the coronavirus would do at the end of Rogue One is slip onto that little disc, get onto the data transfer, the FTP upload into space, and the coronavirus is on that little disk drive that they hand at the end. So the hope that Princess Leia is talking about is also hope for the virus.
Oh, wait, Colin, I'm sorry. I have to address this. Someone in the comments is asking, is it possible for us to burn the ask and get Mr. Met on the stream? I understand if it's not possible. You have an in with Mr. Met, do you not?
Is that possible?
we are friends. He's a man of very few words, but I believe he's currently at home. He's self-isolating with Mrs. Met, and no one's really seen him much since they shut everything down in New York on March 14th. So I'm sorry, Mr. Met, I cannot be seen, but I guarantee you one day I will send one of his masks that he used, an oversized mask, which could also double as a parachute for someone the size of Watto. And you can see that and see how he was self-distancing. And
that would be amazing. Now, way, Mr. Met was taking the necessary precautions to cover his face before everyone else.
Yeah, Mr. Met, because he's a man of the people, and he's got to make sure that he's playing it safe. I mean, the poor guy already has hydrocephalia. Like, you don't get that gigantic head from just like naturally, or from living next to some sort of nuclear power plant. Like, the man had a severe case of hydrocephalia, as did his wife by happenstance, and he just takes no chances.
Yes.
Didn't say by happenstance. You don't think that that's what brought them together?
I mean, yeah, there's only like so many swipe rights you can have when you're trying to find that perfect someone who has the same gigantic sized baseball shaped and colored head. So
I almost question, like, are we sure they're not cousins? I don't want to accuse them of anything, but like Mr. Met and Mrs. Met, it's like funny that you both have the same head.
Who would if it, because 50% of all marriages end in divorce, and that's just a fact.
Right.
Who would be a good match if Mrs. Metropolitan was ever found herself single again? Would be a famous pod racer, Ben Quadraneros.
Ben Quadraneros
got a big head.
Yeah. If people want to do fan art of a speculative romance between Mrs. Metropolitan and famed pod racing champion Ben Quadraneros.
Right.
I'll bring up a picture for everybody.
What?
Ben Quadraneros, for those who don't remember, is the pod racer who never starts the race. His engine blows up, and so his whole body is a head. It's just arms and legs coming out of a head.
Yeah.
It's basically Mr. and Mrs. Met.
Yeah.
I appreciate you calling them by their birth name, the Metropolitans, not by their stage names, Mr. and Mrs. Met. I think that's kind of neat.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe the man who's on screen right now was in the producers.
Oh, you think this is Gary Beach?
I think it is.
You think this is Tony Award winner Gary Beach, who
I believe it is
recently.
That is one hell of a tan.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like he actually stole George Lucas's hair.
I mean,
very.
Now I'm curious. Now I want to confirm. Is it?
Well, here's the thing. The IMDb is all over the place.
Yeah,
so
we got to fix this.
Yeah.
I might be a couple seconds behind. Are we walking on a tarmac right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But the guy who's sitting at the desk was the one we were talking about before.
Yes.
Gary Beach,
okay, good.
Marlis, yes.
Wow. Okay. There
and
we go.
I'll also say this, Watto, we had a conversation a few weeks ago about how I thought one of the guys was, I believe his name is Pintel in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Yes, it was.
It was.
Wow.
Good call.
How do you guys know all this?
Watto, George, and Patrick are almost unified by having a specific type of broken brain.
Yeah.
That retains all of this information without effort. and is somewhat incapable of doing very basic human tasks.
Colin, I don't remember how to do long division.
Yeah.
I don't either. Actually,
Okay.
that's a really good call. How does that happen?
I don't
This
know.
is truly the reason the three of us are friends, and maybe you should join the club as well, Colin.
Please, I would love some new friends, especially ones that are far more knowledgeable than me.
Should we give Colin our list name?
Yes, let's do it.
Yes,
Colin, we've
absolutely.
been having guests and high number donators, giving them an R-list name, which we used to do manually by hand, but now graciously a viewer has created a website that allows us to automatically make someone an R-list name.
Now it's not perfect because there's a
What do you
few,
mean?
like if I do this,
Yeah, let's see what it does.
it's not perfect.
Let's try it. Click.
I just
Well, it's in beta. It's in beta. This just
it's in
happened.
yeah. So we gotta figure it out. But
Okay, so let's do this. Let's say Colin works in sports, so maybe let's make him 3/4 sports, 1/4 business.
okay.
I mean, Colin.
That is
That's
pure
your
magic.
R-list name.
Right?
That's pretty good.
My wife and I do speak to each other a lot in emojis, so that's really fitting. I like that.
I just want to
Can
see
I-
what it looks like all the way
Yeah.
out.
Okay, let's.
All the way. Yeah. All the way business, all the way sports. That's your
Oh,
maximum
yeah.
R-list name.
That's
Yeah.
I think it is, because I think Colin he's all about sports, but he's also a pro. He's all about business. We got to take it all the way for him.
Yeah.
I just launched a business in the middle of this pandemic too, so that's kind of like crazy, which I've never done before. And I'm never a serious guy, so I'm generally not all about business. So that's kind of fun to be labeled something I'm not.
Well, feel free if you want to rename your business with this new name.
Yes,
for
scent
it.
symbol, basketball, field hockey stick, golf flag. I don't know what currency that is. The end with the two lines through it. Copyright symbol, volleyball, $, euro, field hockey stick, field hockey stick.
Yeah, it's a Naira.
It's a
But
naira.
it's still pronounced the exact same way. It doesn't affect the pronunciation at all.
Where's that the hockey stick? Is that hockey or field hockey?
Now it looks like ice hockey.
Okay, it's ice hockey.
Yeah.
Which was my sport, and I'm a baseball announcer.
Yes.
And I broadcasted volleyball before, so all that works. And I've never heard of it before.
It's a smart algorithm. It's a very smart algorithm.
I'm not surprised. It's a very smart panel.
Colin, what sports have you not broadcast that you would want to?
That's a great question.
I'm going to throw out pod racing. If
Yeah.
you know,
I
that's
mean,
not gonna be as fun.
I don't want to seem like I'm pandering. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I do want to be back on with you guys someday, but I don't want to pander too much. Especially, like I'm not as articulate as I normally am because I'm in the presence of greatness. I've got George Watto and Patrick Cotner, so I don't know what to do with myself. I would broadcast curling.
Okay.
Curling.
Curling.
A delicate sport.
A delicate.
Except for a lot of yelling. Like it's delicate, but screaming is involved.
Yeah.
Right. But now, would you, if you were announcing it, would you lean into the screaming aesthetic or the delicacy of the act itself?
I try to find a balance, because when for that final stone, if it knocks all the other stones out of the bullseye there, then I want to get into the screaming aspect. Or if the American team screws up, I'm just going to break that wall of professionalism as a broadcaster and just scream at them the way they scream at each other, and just kind of make myself part of the team.
Have you ever gotten excited or gotten angry and said something over the air that you shouldn't have, whether that was positive or negative?
Yeah, I made fun of a referee one time. By the way, can I just get this out of my system? I cannot stand Sandra Oh. Sorry, that was my R list. I'm sorry. I cannot stand her.
Okay.
I can't. My sister and brother were watching Grey's Anatomy the other night, and I was like, "Oh, you guys are watching," and there she was, and I was like, "See ya." Anyway, I did rip apart a referee. My director got in my ear and was just like, "Colin, back off a little bit." And this guy like made the game all about himself. And I knew he was going to be a schmo from the get-go. Like during warm-ups, he was standing like at center court, but off to the side, the center court line. And he was doing his stretches and he had perfectly coiffed hair. And his name, oh my God, it was Vinny Barada. Like it was the most stereotypical. Yeah. His name was
The
Vincent
schmo from the
Barada.
get-go. Hashtag schmo from the get-go.
Schmo from the get-go. And
That's how he'll be remembered.
Yes, and he was. And he was like, he'd run back the court. Like, I mean, he had a strut to him, and it was almost like he was dying to become a meme. And finally, the fourth quarter, I torched him. And my director was like, Colin, can you please not do that? It was a high school game I was covering too. And it's like, I'm leaving the kids out of it. If anything, they're going to be like, yeah, no, Vinny Barada was a schmo from the get-go, hashtag.
Wow.
From the get-go. So, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Professional.
Now, are we witnessing the actual building of the Staples Arena?
I don't know.
Is that something we'll have to ask that the next time we talk to Bobby, whether that was a digital effect or whether he was present for the actual construction of that, whether they took advantage of that opportunity.
Patrick, have we gotten any donations for the official Colin Cowherd baseball call-out?
Let's see. We've gotten some, but not to the $100 mark. So I will pop this back up.
What's
Got to get to the $100. The
I'll
$100.
also say, Colin, would you be down for any $100 ones even before this today?
Sure.
Okay, it's not that many.
Well, let's see here. For $25 to get a signed photo from Robert Wool. So,
That's true.
I don't know if I'm worth.
No,
I
you
don't
are.
think I'm worth that Wool money.
You
So,
are.
You are.
Wool is bargain basementing himself. We suggested a much higher number to Wool. He went, no, let's make it this. And then once he was on air, he announced an even lower number.
Yeah.
He's pricing himself wholesale
Yes.
to go for those big bulk purchases.
Yes.
good old
So
Costco.
this is a retail operation. We're trying to strive for some
This is
retail size donations.
Black label Cosell.
Oh, that's fantastic. We've moved on to the next episode.
Yes.
We got to pause so it
it's
doesn't
about
autoplay, right?
Yeah, we've been trying to start on the 15s and 45s just to stay on.
Oh,
Yes.
shoot.
No worries. No worries. Just
I was going to say, is that a gentle hint that I should go?
No.
no.
Okay.
No,
You stay as long as you want.
no.
But George,
You stay as long as you want. That's the gentle hint.
That was nice. All right, got it. George, give me a no, which means that you just made my day.
Yeah. It's George's least.
No.
Oh.
That's what I'd say.
Oh, wait a second. We forgot something. At 4:39 p.m., we forgot to talk about Star Wars Detours. Colin, you said you're a Star Wars fan. I'm sure that means you've watched every episode of Star Wars Detours, right?
I have not.
You haven't seen
Do you know
every
what it is?
episode.
Do you know what it is, Colin?
I don't.
Well, interesting. Maybe you haven't.
This is good because this is a good time to admit the things that you don't know and to listen.
Well, let's start
Let's
this episode, and then while we're going.
All right.
All right, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1.
Episode 4: The Stories You Don't Hear About.
A no hope.
Now, Watto, let us know about Detours.
Yeah, speaking of the stories you don't hear about.
Is that? Let me know when you've got Jesse the Body Ventura holding Robert Wool in an arm lock.
Okay, right now we're at the pole vaulter. Bucks are going down. A bunch of horses racing, blurred out car, referee, bicyclist.
Yeah.
Javelin throw, baseball catch, the return to pole vaulter, return to divers.
Fast baseballs, fast book, throwing
Sped
on a
up.
baseball stadium.
Book whirling.
We must have missed.
No, he's coming. I know. Right now it's like Mia Hamm.
It's going to be.
Barkley.
I think it's going to be about 15, 16 seconds for you.
Barkley, yes. Sandra Oh.
Billie Jean King.
Past this part.
Joe Torre.
The great
Yeah,
Joe.
there we are.
There he
Jesse.
is. There's Donnie.
Jesse the Body Ventura.
All right, I think you're in.
Okay.
All right, now Watto.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes. So
Yeah.
now, yes. Ice skater. We're on the same page.
Yes.
Great.
Okay, Watto, tell us about Detours.
Okay, it's 6 minutes late now, but here's the deal. Sammy Sosa with a jar of marinara sauce.
Sammy Marinara Sosa.
Colin, it is not a personal failing of your own that you have not seen Star Wars Detours. This does not mean that you are not a good fan. It means that the government is holding back Star Wars from you. The biggest form of government we have, the Walt Disney Corporation, after they seized Lucasfilm, unlawfully seized Lucasfilm and left behind only a couple $2 billion. One of the things they acquired was 39 completed episodes of an entirely self-financed by this man animated series called Star Wars Detours. We're talking multiple finished seasons of animation. It's a show that's like Star Wars, but very, very funny and filled with jokes. And Disney has never released it. It has never seen the light of day.
That's horrible.
It's just sitting on a hard drive somewhere. And so we ask people once an hour to tweet at Disney Plus, hashtag May Detours be with you, so they can presumably hit what will only be one button to release those 39 episodes on Disney Plus.
They love making money. Like,
yes.
And production is shut down. So while there are some shows, I believe that Star Wars The Mandalorian and just announced they're going to make their deadline for come out with season 2 this year because they can do it all in post-production.
Yes.
But they have 39 Star Wars episodes created, a series created by me, George Lucas, and they just put them on the shelf. They keep them on the shelf instead of releasing them, which would be an act of kindness to people who, you know, a lot of them can't leave their homes. You know, a lot of them go out and protest. They come back. They would love to have something nice to watch.
They've reached the end of Netflix, these people. Oh, George is doing a quick quippy. Colin, what I was going to say is, in past week, George has realized it is especially ironic considering that Disney has such a good track record for releasing animation. Arguably, fewer companies have been better at letting a public see animation than Disney, but in this case, they are oppressing the flow of animation.
Imagine if instead of 39 Star Wars episodes, I had given, instead of giving 39 animated Star Wars episodes to Disney, I had given 39 million gallons of crude oil to Chevron.
Right.
And they just decided, let's put that oil on the shelf and not release it.
Yeah,
Imagine,
we don't like selling oil.
Yes. That's not what we do. Imagine if I'd given 39 potatoes to McDonald's and they decided, we're not going to turn those into French fries. We're going to put those potatoes on the shelf, even though they were perfectly good potatoes.
Yes.
Hey, Watto?
Yes.
I have a cameo that just came, or a Watto that just came in.
Yes, I saw this.
Would you like to do it?
Yes. Can I also just say the man at the buffet who was just on screen is one of Watto's favorite character actors, the great John Schuck, a regular of Robert Altman's films. He played Painless, the suicidal dentist in MASH. That is all. I just always like to shout out a little Schuck.
Okay, I'm going to make Watto full screen, and he's going to do... Colin, we've also been doing, if someone donates $100, they will also get a personalized message from Watto. So it's sort of a similar thing. So I'm going to make...
Can I ask who submitted this message?
This is from Bryson Wallace of
I had a feeling. I had a feeling. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Planet Scum, the new home for live stream comedy that kicks you in your bored face. Fix your life by attending weekly sessions of Dyke Vice with McGill graduate Robbie Hoffman. Start your mornings off right with Riley Soliner's Googie Morning. Cause a little bit of online mischief with Chris Gethard and guests on Planet Scum Live. And join George, Patrick, and me, Watto, every week as we raise money for a good cause by doing whatever the hell this is on the George Lucas Talk Show. So just go to planetscum.live. That's PLANETS. Come.live for more info and keep your eyes peeled for new shows coming in the future. Special shout out to all of the trash people of Planet Scum over in our Discord server. Click join the Discord on planetscum.live to join the extremely, almost obscenely positive community today. Yippee.
Yep.
And see, that's a good way to use the Watto option. For $100, you get a free sort of ad read from Watto. I can advertise your business.
That's pretty good. Poker. I don't think we've done a lot of gambling.
I don't think we have either.
We've been covering a lot of sports, Colin. I don't think we've had.
No, this is the first Canto Bite episode.
Yes.
Yeah.
This season's really branching out.
I bet you there are a bunch of incels who hate this episode and think that it ruined Arliss.
Yeah.
Because Kirby Carlisle went to I bet there are people just like, why waste all this time with Kirby Carlisle at Canto Bite?
I know. Oh, it's a narrative dead end. I don't know. Maybe it's proving something thematic, you fucking fuckstick.
They're furious about it. They're absolutely furious about
I
it.
get real mad about this.
Yes.
Didn't realize swearing was permissible on this.
Oh, do you have a favorite swear word?
Not one that I care to say.
Fair.
But yeah, definitely.
But you do have one. So just right now, you don't have to say it, but just for a second, hold it inside. Hold it in your heart.
Think it. Don't even
think it.
Yeah, think it real hard.
Got it.
So you're not allowed to say
my
words publicly.
Yeah.
George knows it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
I know it.
Wow.
I saw the
it's not.
hit.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
It's the best one.
Yeah.
It gets the point across very, very well.
Yeah. You know what I said to my buddy Steve and Richard Dreyfuss whenever they were about to make Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
What did you say?
I said, you can do it.
What?
George, hang on.
You can do it.
George, do you love
can do
Rob
it.
Schneider?
Who's Rob Schneider?
Oh,
George. Oh, boy.
This was in the late 1970s. I said, you can do it.
I want to put
very appropriate. Yes.
I want to put this out here right now. I want to make this abundantly clear.
Okay.
We will not be doing any marathons of Rob Schneider shows. I don't care how much money we raise. It's
No,
not going to.
you could give us $1 million. I've never heard of this Rob Schneider person. I'm just telling you a story about when my buddy Steve-O was making movies with the Dreyfuss.
No, George.
I said, you can do it. You've already made Jaws. There's no reason to think that you can't make this one, even though it's different. It's a different kind of movie. I said, you can do it.
I'll say, I do think Schneider's probably played a Nemoidian or two in his career.
Oh, absolutely. Let's say I do believe Schneider is half Nemoidian.
Yes. Yes.
I like living in the world of George Lucas where there's Rob Schneider does not exist. I think that's kind of great. Watto, you're looking quite provocative.
I'm not saying this person doesn't exist. I've just never heard of him.
Yes.
He hasn't heard of a lot of people. That's to be fair.
I'm so happy with the amount of John Schuck we're getting in this episode. This guy rules. He played Herman Munster in the 90s reboot of The Munsters.
Oh, sure.
That's a great one.
He kind of has a mouth like King Hippo from Punch-Out on Nintendo.
He does. He's got a lot of face. That's the thing I like about him. He's got a tremendous amount of face.
Yeah.
Question for you guys: favorite Robert Wuhl movie?
Oh, for me, God, I mean, a lot of good options. Now, are we talking about? This is a key distinction, okay? Colin, are you asking us what is your favorite movie that happens to include Robert Wuhl? Or are you asking the movie that for you best uses Robert Wuhl?
Oof.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's a distinction.
I do.
Best movie with Robert Wuhl or best Robert Wuhl movie?
I'm going to say best use of the immense talent that is Robert Wuhl?
I think it's Bull Durham. I think that's his best film role. I think that's an incredible use of him, both comedically and dramatically. I think he's just sort of a sage voice of wisdom with real sort of pathos, but those killer comedy chops deployed perfectly.
That's fair.
We should talk about this now. Robert is in a movie that was just released called Arli with Elizabeth Moss. I believe it was released this week.
An entirely dramatic turn. He's been getting rave reviews.
Yeah, so check that out on VOD.
Yeah.
I have different picks than Watto has.
Okay.
Not only do I think the best use of Wuhl and the best movie that Wuhl is in, and they're both indisputably good movies.
Okay.
No one can say that either of these is not described as a good movie.
Okay.
The best use of Wuhl in a movie is Good Morning Vietnam.
Ooh.
And the best movie that Wuhl is in is Good Burger.
Sure.
There's Lena or someone 316 in the comment. I'm going with her. I'm going to say Batman.
Batman, baby.
Yeah,
It's that Batman. It was my third place. It might have gotten in there if they'd called it Good Batman.
Yes.
I just put something together. Do you think Wuhl was in Good Burger because Tolan produced all that?
Absolutely. It has to be. Yes, Arli shares producers with all that. I guarantee you that is why he is in the film Good Burger.
Also, it's just a good idea to put the word good into your movies if you can. I wish that I'd done it now. That's my one filmmaking regret. That imagine how well, I mean, Bull Durham is a successful movie, but imagine if it was called Good Bull Durham.
That's very true. Patrick, fact check this.
Might have that kind of title gets you a screenplay Oscar, you know?
I believe Good Burger is directed by Arliss producer Brian Robbins, right?
Yes, and it is produced by Mike Tolan.
Yes, so 100% his buddy Brian on the set of Arliss said, hey, would you mind stopping by the Good Burger tomorrow?
Yeah, you're right.
Has to be.
Yeah.
Good one, a Star Wars story.
Good one, a Star Wars story.
Yeah, the Good Jedi.
Yeah. The Good Jedi.
A Good Hope.
Yes.
The Empire Strikes good.
I would say you could pitch any of these to ABC and they would give you a full season right now.
The Good Menace, Attack of the Goods.
This is right in the ABC primetime drama wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Solo, a Good Wars story.
A Good Wars.
Good Willow. Howard the Good Duck. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of money that I left on the table. You know what I mean?
American Good Feedy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Radio
Sometimes
Man
it doesn't always have to be. Yeah.
The Good Shank Redemption. I mean, classic.
Yeah, it could extend to other movies.
Yeah.
Gone with the Good.
Yeah, Good with the
Yeah.
Wind.
Frank Darabont is a good guy. He tried to write an Indiana Jones movie.
His
Almost
name
did
should
it.
be Frank
Looks
Goodabont.
close. Good job.
Good Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah.
Good
Or
Encounters of the Great Kind.
Good Kind. Oh.
Oh,
Or Good Encounters of the Great Kind. Really go for it.
Good
You want to tell people
Raiders of
why
the
wait?
Ark.
Indiana Jones and the Temple of Good, Indiana Jones and the Good Crusade. Why wait for the critics to tell people that the movie is good? Put the word good in the movie title and cut the critics off at the knees.
Kingdom
They
of
don't
the
get to decide.
Force them into it.
Kingdom of the Good
Yeah.
Still Skull.
No, not far
Yeah.
enough. Call it Indiana Jones and the Good of the Crystal Good.
Good Tales.
Good Terror.
Nice. The Good, the Good, and the Good.
It's good. You're fixing two problems that movie had. I don't have any need for the bad and the ugly.
Yeah. Why give yourself a 1/3 positive review in your own title?
Right. Don't give the critics those outs. Call it the good, and the good. And now there's a French boxer wearing a beret on screen.
Can you imagine how it would have ended if it was good Tannic?
I cannot imagine.
My heart will go on.
No,
Yeah, that was.
Colin, this is a question that just came to me.
Yes.
We're watching a show that is a heightened comedic version of the life of a sports agent. Now, I'm sure you deal with sports agents and managers on a daily basis, but that is not the road you walk. Have you ever watched the show Brockmire, which is kind of the Arliss of announcers?
I have. I'm a big Hank Azaria fan, and he's just such a tremendous talent. So yeah, I've watched it.
Now, obviously, it's a heightened show. It's an exaggerated show. Do you feel like Brockmire gets at some fundamental truths? Do you see some accuracy in Brockmire?
Sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. I can relate to him. I mean, who hasn't had a few drinks in the booth?
I mean, that's me saying I can relate to that. Not that I haven't done it. I've done that. I've never even announced the game, but anytime I'm at a stadium, I break into the booth and have some drinks.
I mean, that's the best place to do it. We actually have a kegerator.
Yes.
We have a kegerator in the RPA booth just for that. It has been dubbed the frat house of Radio Row. It actually has been nicknamed that because we just hang out and BS a lot. But we've asked for a kegerator. It has not been delivered yet. Shame.
Wow.
That is true, though. Someone came in. They were going to do some renovations and upgrades in our booth, and I was like, "Oh, this would be a perfect spot for a kegerator." And they're like, "We'll look into that."
Yeah. Here we go. The Fast and the Good, Too Fast, Too Good. The Fast and the Good, Good Drift. Fast and Good, Fast 5. Wait, Fast 5? We're leaving it at Fast 5? Good 6, Good 7. The Fate of the Good. Fast and Good presents Good and Good.
What about Good Drift? Was that in there?
Yeah, Good Drift was in there.
Drift,
Oh,
yeah.
was?
Okay. George, we should come up with some more stretch goals because we don't have any between 888 and 4,444.
Yes, we need one.
Somebody in the comments just asked if there'd be a stretch goal for me to sing the Cantina song.
Okay.
$1,000.
Well,
What are we at?
We're past that. We're at hang on 1 second. 130.
About 1,500. We also
we can do 1,500. We're at 1,270.
Yeah, okay. So 1,500, we will all sing the Cantina
No.
song.
No, at 1,500, I will sing the Cantina song because there are lyrics to that song that have never been released.
Wow.
Really?
I'll sing the lyrics. Yeah.
You will debut the lyrics to the Cantina song.
Yeah, we were never going to do it, but we need to raise some money.
So why did you write lyrics if you were never going to do it? What's the point?
Because their lyrics existed in world. They were doing an instrumental. They were doing an instrumental cover in the Creature Cantina.
Right. It was just painting the underside of the drawers.
Yeah.
The cabinet.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are lyrics to Take 5 by Dave Brubeck bands, and the song is far better without the lyrics. So sometimes it's just better without the lyrics.
You can now take 5 now. You can now you take 5, and you can now you take 5 now. Everybody take 5. We've got 5 now. No, we don't. Everybody took 5. We owe everybody money now because everybody took 5. Right?
Those were the lyrics, actually. I thought I stumped everyone, but no, George knew every lyric.
Doesn't George have a surprise he owes us?
I do. Should I do that now?
Yes,
yeah, why don't you do it now?
I gotta go get him. Hold on.
Eat another beignet.
All right, and just to explain, it's Duel of the Fates. Darth Maul is the middle one, and his dual-sided lightsaber is the other two sides.
Okay.
And I always thought that, and we were going to shoot this, and then we didn't have the technology to do it. Instead of having Darth Maul get cut in half, which that was the compromise version. You know the hole that he falls down into?
Yeah.
That hole there? There was going to be a creature that lives down in there who is going to pop up behind Darth Maul right when he's about to kill Obi-Wan. And the creature pops up behind Darth Maul and eats him and his double-sided lightsaber.
Okay. Go get it.
Is it poor form to ask George about the theory of the one that I firmly believe in about Jar Jar Binks being a Sith Lord?
I think you can ask him if you want to ask him.
I think you can.
I want to be invited back, Patrick. I don't
Not
want to. It's George Lucas, for Christ's sakes. Like,
yeah, and it is ultimately up to him if you come back. So it really, you know, I would say ask him.
Yeah.
He'll probably have an answer.
I think you might be surprised by his answer.
Yeah.
What are you notching on, Watto?
A beignet.
What's a beignet? Oh, like you sit
down in at the Cafe Du Monde down in
New Orleans.
The sugar dusted pastry made famous in New Orleans.
Wow. Watto's going out of the apartment. Watto's going to do a lot.
Delivery.
Okay.
Watto's eating beignets, and yet his figure, which we saw before when he was in Paint Me Like One of Your French Girls, but his legs do not show it at all.
No.
Like, look at those are great legs. Watto,
Yeah.
you've got
Watto always had great legs. Watto always had great legs. Go back and watch the films.
I will.
Here's the thing, and the fans can do this. Zoom in on Watto's legs and freeze frame and post things about his legs, like check out those gams, or no one's got better legs than Watto.
Can I take a screen grab? Is that allowed, Watto? Can you show me your legs?
Take it.
Well, hang on.
Oh,
Mr. Brett is upset.
Oh no!
Oh, that is relatable. That drawing is relatable.
Oh, that's so funny.
Why does it look like Mrs. Med had botched like a facelift?
All right. Now, the important thing, I hope I can stage this correctly. We had a bit of a disaster before trying to stage this because it turns out if you leave sugar-free Jell-O out in the Marin County heat for more than an hour, it becomes pure liquid.
So, George,
and it falls all over chair cushions on a screen porch that if you don't get that stain out and then off the rug that's on the ground, you're going to be one upset billionaire.
So, George, this is what I'm going to say, okay? George, I am going to start singing Duel of the Fates, and you do the Jell-O whenever it feels fit. So I don't want you to have to be waiting.
And the way it's gonna work, ideally, is that the creature pops up. So you see Darth Maul. You see Darth Maul there.
Don't do this. Don't hold them up again. We don't want them to fall again. Don't hold them up until you're ready.
Okay, you'll see Darth Maul, and he'll be kind of looking cocky because he just killed. Spoiler: if you haven't seen Phantom Menace, shame on you. Qui-Gon Jinn has just been murdered.
Yes.
By Darth Maul, who is a bad guy.
Right. But we want to lay all this runway before they're even in a position where they can fall.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's feeling like he can do no wrong. He's so confident. And the creature eats his lightsabers. He eats the light out of the lightsabers before he eats Darth Maul. So Darth Maul's kind of like, picture him just like, what the heck?
Wow. Okay.
Like he doesn't realize what's happening. Okay. So you start with the music. It's Duel of the Fates.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun,
I don't know why these reds are so much harder than the greens and the oranges.
So the first time out, they were so much easier to get out of the tubes that they fell out before you started eating them. And the second time, you can barely make a dent.
There's something about
The red ones seem to.
There's something that the red ones do not want to go. Like they don't want to break apart.
Or they only want to go.
Were those Jello shots?
No, they're just regular.
They're just Jello.
Oh, George.
Georgie.
Oh, why am I going to be associated with the episode where George Lucas got diabetes?
You don't understand. He's been doing this for 2 weeks in a row now. It just
Exactly.
usually goes a lot more smoothly. Jello.
Wow.
For free.
No diabetes for me.
No diabetes.
Only me. Wow, George.
Wow.
And they're
Not
sugar
done.
free.
So those were the lyrics?
No, that's a different challenge.
No diabetes just for me. These shots are sugar free. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
This has been magical.
Yeah.
Please, the pleasure was all ours. It's been fun. And once again, you're breaking the seal of people in the sports world. It has been so difficult to find anyone in the sports world who can even make sense of what we're doing here.
I get it now. I get all of it.
Yeah.
And I now have plans for weeks to come on Sunday. So thank you. This is amazing.
Please.
I get to chat with the great George Lucas. George, now
Yeah.
I know my time is limited now, and I'm going to ask you this question. I hope you take it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any truth to the Jar Jar Binks was a Sith Lord?
No, he's a good guy.
What?
Jar Jar was always exactly what he seemed like, a future senator.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Colin, I think you blew it.
Why
I'm
would
so
he's
by that.
there's look, you can tell who the like when I want to surprise you with a secret bad guy, here's how I do it. Like when I wanted to show that the Emperor was actually Senator Palpatine, I had him in a robe so you could only see most of his face, which looked like the Emperor's face.
Mm-hmm.
And his face. When I plan a surprise, you'll know it because it's right there. You know?
Right.
Wow.
I'm not surprised. That's amazing, George. That's
how you. Yeah.
That's why you're a genius. That's why you're a retired filmmaker billionaire with an endless supply of sugar-free Jello.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, it didn't suck out as quick as I thought it would.
The good suck.
It's good
The
stuff, George.
good suck.
The good
Good
suck.
Wow.
Well, listen, guys, I've now officially seen 2 episodes of Arli, something I could not have said going into the pandemic previously, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Do we have anyone that I'm going to be doing a call up for, or am I going to wait for that email from Patrick?
I will send you the email because then we'll get it nice and officially recorded and stuff. We can get it sent over to them. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming, Colin. That was great.
Thank you so much, Colin.
Thank you. I mean, I got to enter the Star Wars universe. I have the Defender of the Universe behind me, so it's just this universal universe.
Yes.
I never knew Watto had such tremendous, gorgeous legs and phenomenal calves. I'm taking a screenshot of that right now. There we go. Perfect. I'm going to get this printed. I'm going to send it to each of you. I expect it to be autographed and sent back to me. I'll take care of postage.
Of course.
And I can't wait to get all 3 of you to a Mets game whenever it's safe.
Oh,
I can't wait.
Hope to see you again. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Talk to
Thank
you
you
soon.
so much.
Okay,
Talk
bye.
to you soon.
See you, buddy.
I will say, I don't know if this is going to sound narcissistic, but when people were posting videos of Watto's one-man show, the show that closed the UCB Theater in New York City,
Yeah.
Watto just like kept on every time those videos or photos went up, going like, "Wow, Watto does have weirdly defined legs for someone who does not really use them at all.
Yeah.
Like I have tiny wings, I fly around, my legs are usually floating in the air. Weird amount of definition for someone who has a big belly and doesn't use his legs ever.
Even far away right now, like seeing the.
I know, right? It's like
under your skin, it looks good.
Right. There's like that. I'm like, where does that come from? This is, I'm not bragging. It genuinely just defies logic because I know how little I used my legs.
Yeah. Guys, let's start this next episode, but I want to bring in a guest
Yes. Great.
who's been here. You know her from a ton of things. You've probably seen her on Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Bring in Aaron Dark.
Aaron Dark!
Hi guys.
Hi,
Hello,
Aaron.
Aaron.
Now,
How are you?
Aaron, I don't want to front load our conversation, but you and I have quite a history.
We
Let's start-
we do.
Let's start the episode and then we can
Let's
talk
start
about
the
it.
episode.
All right,
Okay.
let's start the episode.
All right, here we go. Everyone good?
Yeah, ready to start.
I think so. Yes.
Okay. One.
Episode 5, taking one for the team.
Yes.
One,
Yes.
2, 3.
All right.
There we go. Okay, HBO static. Okay.
And that was one of the titles I considered for Star Wars Episode 5. I was thinking it could be Empire Strikes Back or it could be taking one for the team, which is basically what Luke does when he loses his hand.
And this is another episode with a cold open before the theme song
Mhm.
starts.
Yeah.
Now, Aaron, you and I have communicated a little bit online,
We have. Yes.
and you told me in a way that I thought was some kind of a comment in jest, goofing on Watto, that you come from a very pro Watto family. And I said, what kind of fucking burn is this? And you sent photographic evidence. Can you please share this story with our listeners? And I will
Yeah.
send the photo along to Patrick so he can post this.
I believe I have the photo.
I was gonna say. I think I sent you the photo, right, Patrick?
Yep, I have it.
You have the photo,
So-
so share the story.
My dad, real big Star Wars fan. We were all very excited about Episode 1. We waited in line for tickets at a movie theater in Michigan where there was no line. It
Here,
was
Aaron, turn down your sound a little bit.
As
Turn
much as
down.
we all love to listen to Arliss.
I was gonna say
Yes.
I'm turning on my Arli sound. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I've never.
That's okay.
No,
The audience is listening.
There we go. There we go.
We want to hear what you have to say.
Is that better?
Yes, perfect.
It's great.
Yeah, my dad was. We're all real big Star Wars fans.
Yeah.
And my dad talked to one of the movie theaters in Flint, Michigan, into giving him their Watto lobby display. It's a large cardboard cutout. He has kept it, and this is an actual photograph from our Thanksgiving dinner this year.
Right, now this is where Watto thought you were fucking with me, but you made it very clear that this has survived several moves.
Yes, my dad moved out of the house I grew up in Michigan this past fall, and a lot of belongings got taken to the curb, but not Watto.
And Watto literally sits at the head of the table during family dinners on holidays.
Thanksgiving dinner. Actual Thanksgiving. And this is, I should mention, the only photo that I have from Thanksgiving dinner this past year.
I mean, you have
And I want to get in a plug here. If we can bring that photo back up, and maybe we'll wait to bring the photo back up. If we could get the famous Norman Rockwell depiction of Thanksgiving.
Yes.
That is a painting. The Lucas Museum is going to be opening hopefully in a year or two in Los Angeles. Going to have a lot of Norman Rockwell paintings. I don't want to say whether that is going to be one of them because we're still deciding which ones do we put up, which ones do I own. But there's the painting, the classic Thanksgiving painting.
Yes.
And let's see it side by side. Can we see it side by side? Is it possible to do side by side?
Yeah, we probably can. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. I know it must be possible. I made so many Star Wars movies. This seems so easy by comparison
There are
compared to making a Star Wars movie. Can we show 2 photographs at once?
Hang on, George. Hang on.
It might break Planet Scum. It is.
Um,
I would say though, the framing, the blocking of the 2 images is very similar.
Yes.
Yeah.
There they are. There, I mean, it is classic Rockwell right there.
Yes. Even
That is
down to
it.
the positioning of the arms, one carving a ham, one placing a turkey. And
Yeah. There is
the
is
patriarch.
that now there's a fly landed on the screen in that shot just now. Was that mac and cheese?
Yes.
I don't know if for people who go back and check the video of that there literally was a bug landing on the screen somehow there.
Mac and cheese. Our weird Thanksgiving dinner, because we all realized this year that none of us really like turkey that much.
Great. I love that. Mac and cheese is a prerequisite for Watto at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I think that's good. The thing is, I went back for Christmas Watto still taking up prominent space in the living room.
Yes.
Great. That's great.
I just feel like it's one of those things for me where very often when I, Watto, meet people, they're like, what are you from? Are you from like one of the comic books or the cartoons? And I'm like, no, like 2 of the movies. And you're like, are they the new ones from the last couple years? I'm like, no, one of the ones from like decades ago that everyone saw. People don't remember. It's very rare to meet someone who is not only like, I know exactly who you are, but we pay tribute to you in our family home year after year.
We moved you across half the country, and you had Thanksgiving dinner with us.
Now, was the inclusion at the Thanksgiving dinner, was that special for this year? Does that happen often?
Well, here's the thing. So I don't want to upset you with this fact, but you'd been in the attic for a while.
I'll take it.
I think after episodes, 1, 2, and 3, there was a pause.
Right.
You'd been in the attic. So when we were moving my dad out of the house, we refound Watto.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we were like, what are you going to do with him? And my dad said, I'm not sure yet. And then we came back 3 months later to move him, and Watto was still in the living room. And he said, I think I'm going to keep him. And we said, do you want to move him? And he was like, yes. And then he moved him to Maryland, where he now lives with my brother. And like one of the first things he did was like put Watto back up in the living room. And he's just been there.
That is right.
I don't know if, I guess that's his home now.
No, this is a great story. You were worried about defending me. This is a story of triumph.
Yeah, it is. I will say that storing Watto in the attic feels like the type of thoughtlessly insensitive thing that I might have done at one point without realizing the implications of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. You did have a subplot, because people ask why I wasn't in Revenge of the Sith. Originally, you had a 40-page subplot that was Watto hiding out in the attic of a spaceship, furiously writing in his diary. And you showed it to some of your friends, and they were like, something about this ring's kind of uncomfortable.
Also, but that wasn't why I cut it. It just, the film was running long, and you couldn't, it was a clean lift, because it didn't impact. There were a few shots where people were reading the book later. They were reading Watto's diary, but
you cut
other than that, it's a
right. There's the Order 66 massacre, and then just cut to someone saying, Bail Organa going, Watto, get in the attic of the ship. Write anything you're feeling.
And if you watch the movie now, there are a few shots here and there where you can tell people. You can tell what was. I see it. But most people, no one's commented on, no one's noticed it.
It was supposed to be like Arli, where every once in a while you were watching a scene of the main characters in Revenge of the Sith, and then the scene closed like a book, and it zoomed out, and it was Watto's diary. And you realized, all of these scenes in this movie are just pages from Watto's attic diary. Once again, a clean list. I mean, you don't need any of that. The scenes work on their own.
Are you watching Arliss on the motorcycle? Did you see the shot of Arliss on the motorcycle just now?
Oh, no, I think I'm ever so slightly behind.
The person on the motorcycle.
Oh, here we go. Is Sandra Oh always on this show?
Yeah. It's a regular every
Always.
Wow.
Yeah.
Aaron, this is where we are.
Wait, do you mean this live stream? She has not been on the live stream show yet.
Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, I'm like 10 seconds behind.
Yeah. Sandra Oh is on every episode of Arliss, the TV.
It's just like it's a chapter of Sandra Oh's career that I didn't know about.
Yeah.
A real start. I mean, this is 7 seasons, 80 episodes. But here's a fun wrinkle. Sandra Oh has been on 0 episodes of the George Lucas talk show.
Seems like a real oversight.
We've got every other main cast member of Arliss has been on this.
Really?
Yes. Robert Lowe, Jim Turner, Michael Boltman, all have appeared on this.
I wish I knew Sandra Oh so I could make her come on. I mean, also,
We don't want to make her come on. We want to make her want to come on.
Exactly. We want her to want to.
well, I can only assume that she hasn't because she doesn't know. I can only assume that if she knew about it, she would.
It's a very generous assumption, but 1 week someone has texted Sandra Oh while on the live stream.
Okay. All right.
So she knows? She knows?
I'm not offended, but she can't feign ignorance at this point.
Hey, Watto, it's Watto's favorite part. Oh, we just had 2 nips. Watto's.
They're closed?
I don't know.
It almost seems like
they're there.
Every other shot, it's alternating between.
Yes, nips and no nips.
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
What is this bra?
Wearing a leather brassiere that has openings right around the nipples, and in certain shots, those openings are stitched up much like Watto's vest, and in other shots, the stitching is not done.
That is, I'll tell you, that's the result. That's the type of thing you could fix so easily digitally, but that's a practical effect. And so it's harder. We could definitely fix it now. Like I could do this probably in very, very small amount of time. Oh, it's getting very sexual now.
She is. Do we think that that's her real yin yang tattoo? Oh wow!
Wow. This is a very artfully directed episode of Arliss. I will say
it really is.
Yes,
big swings.
Whoa!
This one, who directed this episode of Arliss?
Let's see. Which one?
Arliss follows in that great tradition of pay cable TV shows written by, created by, and starring comedians, where those comedians seem to get laid a lot on camera.
Yeah.
This was directed by a man named John Murray, who I can't find much else about.
I mean, I am so confused by this bra, you guys. I just like, is that a thing that aliens or men want? Just like
you're talking to the wrong guy.
Nipple?
I have no idea what's going on. There's something going on off screen. I'm so confused.
Because I feel like there are products for women post-birth who are lactating.
Yeah.
The bra has sort of an easy
for babies.
Right. But this looks like more of a fetish object, does it not?
The man who directed this episode is an editor who edited, 30 episodes of Madam Secretary, Drop Dead Diva, Kangaroo Jack, the episode of Entourage about Harvey Weinstein, the Get Smart reboot from 1995, a bunch of Beverly Hills 90210. He was an additional editor on Transformers.
Wow.
I mean, that tracks.
Yeah, sure.
I'm really into editing these shots together. Open mouth into open mouth.
No, he's showing off a little. I like it.
Off a little bit. Aaron,
this isn't the Arliss Falls in Love episode, is it?
This is Arliss. I think it's more an Arliss Gets Some episode. The Falls in Love episodes have less screen time for Jim and Michael.
Yeah.
Aaron, what have you been doing in quarantine? How have you been staying sane?
You know what? My boyfriend and I have been building a lot of Legos, to be honest. We have done some Star Wars. We have built, I should have sent in, we've started a series of photos called Yoda in Quarantine with the Lego Yoda. Yes, Lego. It's amazing. But the Lego Yoda's eyes are like unnervingly human.
Oh, you're talking about the set where it's like you build a life-size Yoda.
Yeah, you build a like Yoda that's like this big.
Yeah, here
but like his eyes are very expressive, but the only facial expressions he can have are like confusion, anger, and deep, deep sadness.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like Yoda would say, confusion leads to anger. Anger leads to deep, deep sadness.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But so we have, I mean, that's been mostly a lot of it. We built 2 Jurassic Park sets.
That's fun.
Oh, my buddy Steve. I helped him.
Yes.
It's a favorite of mine. We built a New York City skyline, the International Space Station.
Wow.
Someone recently sent to us Yoda's hut.
Oh, that's a good one.
Sizing is going to be a problem, but I think we can do some forced perspective work.
Aaron, size matters not.
Yes, size matters.
Size matters not.
Size matters not.
It is. I mean, honestly,
now, you mean the place where Yoda lives on Dagobah?
Yes. I mean,
no, I thought not like a Jabba, not a Jabba hut. It's not, because Yoda does have a hut that he sort of controls.
She meant residence, not species.
Yeah, his residence. I believe that the Lego company labeled it as Yoda's hut, which is where I got that wording from.
One T.
Yeah.
1T.
Aaron, have you ever appeared on an HBO series?
No, not HBO. We did an episode of Showtime,
Okay.
Right.
so
It's
similar.
a CBS. That's
No.
a Viacom CBS. Yeah.
I feel like I auditioned for Boardwalk Empire like 8,000 times.
Wow.
Marty.
My like White Whale show,
Yes.
where I like, yeah, kept auditioning, but it just never happened.
Right.
That's a bummer.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
no, it's all right. I mean, I've survived. It's okay.
Watto had a similar thing with Seinfeld.
Was it?
It's like, I mean, this was the problem. I was like, I'm local hire, I'm here. And then people told me after years, like, no, the whole thing filmed in LA. So I'm saying, like, I'm there on like the Upper East Side, and I'm like, where's my fucking call? Like, I'm around the corner from the restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You put yourself on tape for a few parts because that was that was before you were fully rendered, if I recall correctly.
I was in a pre-rendered state. I was a wireframe model. But I said, like, even still, I would fit in perfectly, like hand in glove on this show.
Right.
Right.
And well, they weren't into as much like inclusion at that point.
They weren't. And I should also mention, as I said, like sort of pre-rendered early state, I did not really understand how the industry worked. So
Right.
I would be emailing in self-tapes after the episodes aired, you know?
Right.
Because I didn't have representation. So I'd see the episode with the naked guy on the subway. I would go, I could definitely play that part. I never wear pants. And then I would email in and they would respond back like, the episode's done, dude. It's in syndication.
Right.
I don't
Also,
understand what you're trying
I
to
will say, if you were emailing video files during the run of Seinfeld,
Very
those
low
may
rent.
never have fully arrived.
Very
I'm not entirely certain that whatever form of early video file transfer you were using, that might have been hours worth of downloading.
They were essentially MIDI files.
Watto, what would have been your
graphics? Yes.
what would have been your like your man hands or your close talker? Like when they're talking about Watto, what would that have been for you?
He's a long snouter. You know these guys got their long snout. Or slave owner. It would be one or the other.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jerry would want to touch that. He usually stays away from politics.
Sure.
But I think there could have been an episode where Elaine's dating you and then finds out that you own child slaves.
That maybe feels a little bit more like a curb.
That's true.
Right. Which is maybe, yeah.
Because you're also like the best she's ever had. So it's the
Yeah.
I like this plot line.
That's-
Yeah.
Barry,
You see,
Barry, mind tricks don't work on him. Just,
I tried.
and if my memory is serving me well, I believe you were up for the role of Joe Davola.
Yes. Yeah. Crazy Joe
Right?
Davola. Yes.
Crazy Joe Davola. You were down for that role. And it was a toss-up. Like it was
This is
either
the weird thing. Okay, so I so many times self-submitted MIDI files along with bitmap images, my own self-tapes for roles that had already aired, and they would not consider me for the role. Crazy Joe Davola, I screen tested for, despite the fact that I never even read for them.
Right.
It was the opposite, where they just after the fact said, you should know you came really close to this part. And I said, no one told me. And they said, we were going to deal with it later. But you had the right energy.
it never happens the way you think it's going
It
to.
never happened. This,
it's
you know,
a crazy business. This industry is crazy.
It's a crazy business. It's crazy.
so Arliss is getting a tattoo.
Yes.
Am I correct in having put together that the crazy sex scene we just saw was the tattoo artist's wife?
Is this Booger from Revenge of the Nerds?
Someone said ogre.
Ogre. No, Booger was a different. This is Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds. I believe he was also in a Fletch movie.
Yes.
Sure.
Aaron,
Why are you washing his leg?
yes, to butter him up for the tattoo and to ease the pain. I think maybe this is the husband of the lady, but maybe one or the other does not know that the other knows.
Yeah.
I think this
I
is
wanna
maybe a
put-
classic comedic misunderstanding.
I want to put a challenge out. I want to put a challenge out to some of our fans. If they can take, because there's a lot of scenes. Watto, you shot a lot of scenes in 1 and 2.
Yes.
That I think would be good as end of episode Curb Your Enthusiasm scenes. And I want to put a challenge out to people to find scenes with Watto because he's bested a lot. There's a lot of scenes where Watto is bested.
Yes.
And find the moments where that classic Curb music will come in and post those on social media.
Yes.
Someone has time for that for sure right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, these are easy asks.
Aaron, you would be shocked by the things people have done for us just because we asked them.
I wouldn't be shocked. I don't think that I would be shocked unless it's like murdering someone.
We haven't asked.
Well, not yet.
Yeah, maybe don't ask. Just
We're not.
in case it turns out that that's a go.
Is the tattoo artist trying to seduce him now? Is this
Yes, I believe the tattoo artist is coming out to him. And
Yeah.
I think the tattoo artist is someone's father that Arliss knows. That is the vibe I'm getting.
This is a dance episode.
Should we give Aaron an Arliss name?
Yes, Aaron.
Yes,
we're
let's
give
do
you
this.
an Arliss name.
Okay.
Now, Aaron, this is very exciting. We were doing this on our own, and someone made this website because, as you know, Arliss's name has the S's are dollar signs.
Yes.
Someone made this website inspired by what we've been doing, and you can create anyone can go to arliss.me now and create their own Arliss name, and these sliders dictate how much of your name is business and how much of your name is sports.
But anyone can do this for free. It's a public utility now.
Immediately, right off the bat, I think we got to make it more Arliss.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work. Okay, we might have to do this manually.
Yeah.
So can I suggest ER? Yes, and then also can we go ERLI $sign? Yes. Okay.
Airlisten.
Oh,
Right now,
Arliss.
now, Aaron, this is where you have to tell us on a scale from 1 to 4, how business are you and how sports are you?
I mean, I'm gonna say 2 business, 3 sports.
Wow. Okay, and let's see it.
all right. Perfect. What a perfect Arliss name you have
I
now.
mean,
That's pretty good.
I'm a big hockey fan, so I like that that's in there. Less so the golf, but
But sometimes you got to take the golf because it's part of sports.
Yes.
is it? Yeah, I mean, I suppose.
And I mean, if
I think,
Arliss-
Aaron, I'm with you. I think it's part of leisure.
Yeah. I had a friend who called it a lifetime sport. I don't know what that means,
Yeah.
but it felt fitting to me.
I don't think that anything that our current president does could be counted as a sport.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I think- I think-
it is kind of telling that, like, very often on an episode of Arliss, if golf is depicted, it is merely the background for a deal being made. You know,
Yeah.
he's rarely scouting a golf player, but
Mhm.
often he is taking someone else out for a round of golf, and that is where they sort of make the handshake deal.
Hey, Watto,
Wait,
it's
is this like an old person football league that they're playing in?
I think it's an all-star game for former players.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aaron, so you have appeared on many TV shows.
I mean, that's kind. Sure. Yes.
Right. I'd say at this point, probably you've appeared in maybe 39 episodes across different series. Does that seem fair?
That seems fair. Sure. Yes.
Right. Okay. So think of all the different experiences that you've had. 39 different call sheets, right?
Yes.
I would say 39 table reads, but we know in TV sometimes they go, hey, we're behind. We don't have time for a table read. You're going to be cold reading scenes on the day that you get them. But imagine all those experiences and nothing to show for it. Imagine all that work and it was never seen. Okay?
Yeah.
Now you are putting yourself in the mindset of a real nightmare that George Lucas has lived through, because George completely self-financed and self-produced 39 episodes of an animated series called Star Wars Detours. This is fully true. 39 episodes. He said it's time for Star Wars that's funny, more jokes, more laughs, comedy. Half of it takes place at Dexter Jettster's diner from episode 2, Attack of the Clones. A lot of it features Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa as small children before they understand their legacy and their future, their destiny.
All we wanted to do was make people laugh.
He produces 39 episodes. Disney steals Lucasfilm, leaves behind $3 billion. George goes, at the very least, they will liberate my 39 episodes. And Disney says, no, we're going to put it on a shelf. And it's been on that shelf for over a decade. This show exists. You can Google it. There was footage shown off at Comic-Con.
You can watch a trailer on YouTube.
But you can't find it anywhere?
It was never
They won't release it. Even though they could release it today with the press of a button.
Disney
they could put it on Disney Plus.
I was going to say, because now they have Disney Plus, you would think they would want that content.
Not only do they have Disney Plus, they have no film and production that can happen other than a few, lucky shows that are able to, keep going through digital technology. You're welcome.
It is finished. 39 finished episodes.
Has anyone seen it?
We've seen it. George and I have seen it.
I've seen it. We made
I've
it.
seen a little bit just from being around George.
Yeah. But it never aired anywhere.
Correct.
Never. And the reason they didn't do it originally is because they wanted to start they wanted to restart Star Wars with The Force Awakens, and they didn't want to start out with a spoof, with a comedy of Star Wars. I get that.
We gotta sort of reset.
Let's wait until. But it's
what
2020.
year was it made?
Almost a decade ago.
Yeah, 2010, 2011.
Yeah.
I think it's announced in 2011, and it had already been in production. Here's a crazy stat, okay? The show was announced in 2011. It was completed. Then Disney buys Lucasfilm.
Right.
5 years later, Disney announces that Star Wars Detours has been canceled. They canceled a show that had already finished production but had never been aired. They pre-canceled it.
Imagine, and here's the thing. I sold my cartoons, my Star Wars cartoons to Disney, thinking, what does Disney do all the time? They release cartoons. They've been doing it since the 1920s.
Yes.
Disney has been releasing cartoons for a century.
Before it was cool.
So, imagine if I gave 39 chickens to Colonel Sanders. What do I think he's going to do with them?
Release them.
Keep them on a shelf?
Fry them and then release them to the public.
No.
So obviously you wouldn't.
He's going to release those chickens.
Right, and you wouldn't put anything in the contract about like you have to release this show because you wouldn't think that you'd need to.
Why would you need to? And that would be insulting. Hey, Disney, you release the Star Wars cartoons I give you, won't you? I never would have occurred to me to ask them to do it because it's just common courtesy. If George Lucas gives you a Star Wars cartoon and you run a cartoon factory, how was I to know?
I mean, would you put it in the contract now, though?
Yeah.
2020. I mean,
hindsight.
Here's what Disney loves doing. Okay, Disney loves spending their own money to make cartoons from scratch and then release them.
I also want to say they're a great.
In my defense,
George, I want to say they're a great company that's never done anything.
They're great.
Wrong.
They're great. I love them. I also want to say it's probably my fault
for them.
I was in my defense. If I didn't sell Star Wars quickly, I was going to have some tax issues. So it was really,
It is just fascinating that Disney was given completed animation essentially for free, and they said, "Nah, we're good."
Well, and then they released an entire streaming platform for which they were trying to build up content.
Yes,
a streaming platform. And let's be honest, they're putting everything on there. Like, you can't say that, it'll be confusing if on a streaming service that includes such titles as Mr. Boogedy and Bride of Boogedy.
Because both of the Boogedy's on there.
Both of their Boogedy movies are on Disney Plus. So you can't say like, we don't want to confuse anyone by putting a bunch of Star Wars cartoons. They have all the Lego Star Wars on there. I don't think it'd be confusing.
No, there are surely other Star Wars cartoons, just not the ones that you made.
Aaron,
I don't.
Can I tell you something? Within the first 5 minutes of a given episode of Star Wars Detours, I'm going to say this. Within the first few minutes of one of the episodes, we started spoofing Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Now, what could imagine that being held back? You have Star Wars using Ugnaughts to spoof the Oompa Loompas in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. This is 100% true.
This is real. George and I
wish I could show you the footage that I not only produced, but I have seen with my own eyes.
You have seen it.
And this is being Disney is withholding Ugnaughts pretending to be Oompa Loompas spoofing Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Does this keep you up at night?
Let's start the next episode, but continue talking about this for another 20 minutes. Because, Aaron, I feel like you're reacting to this with the appropriate level of shock. I think many of our guests are kind of like taking it in stride. Really? And you're freaking out at the level that we've been waiting for.
Well, because here's the thing. It's also like particularly in this moment.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Okay, so let's start the next episode and then dig into this. Okay?
Let's start it.
Ready?
Because, like, particularly right now, everyone's worried that like everybody's going to run out of content.
Absolutely.
No one has filmed anything in months.
We're starting the episode. We got to start the episode.
Ready?
Okay.
1,
All right.
2, 3.
Got episode 6. You gotta love this game.
That's what's crazy because, Aaron, as you said, imagine you're the company. You acquire that fully completed series as if it's like some of the junk in an estate sale. You can't be bothered to do anything with. That's what you treat it like, right? And then 8 years later, you start up a streaming service. The first streaming service that is unilaterally tied exclusively to the archives of one entertainment company, in which you assume they would put up anything they had, especially anything they had that was unreleased up until that point. Star Wars.
I feel like I have a friend who's developing a new show for them, and then they canceled it because they were like, we want to just stick with known properties now.
Yes.
So, like, you have a show for your known properties that's complete. I don't understand.
Okay, here's where it gets even more insane, okay? There were, 5 seasons of a series called Star Wars The Clone Wars, an animated series that aired on television. The success of that show is what gave George the idea of, let's make a new CGI show that's like a comedy, it's funny, it's jokes, Detours, right?
Right.
Star Wars The Clone Wars is canceled by Disney. It has aired several seasons. Disney inherits it. They go, we want to rebrand Star Wars. It's time for a fresh start, a new hope, if you will. So they put Detours on a shelf and they cancel the Clone Wars and start new animated series like Rebels and what's the other one called? Resistance. Right? So they start their new shows. But because of fan outcry, Disney, 5 years later, restarts production on Star Wars The Clone Wars. They uncancel it in time to have it be available with new episodes at the launch of Disney Plus. And Detours is still on a shelf.
Yeah.
I think that not enough people know about Detours.
This is why we do these live streams every week, to help keep the protesters safe and out of jail and also release Star Wars.
Yeah, because I think that's the thing. Like, Clone Wars clearly came back because enough people pressured them to bring it back. I, who am a Star Wars fan, who again had Thanksgiving dinner with Watto this year, did not know about Detours. And so if I didn't know about it, there are many other people who probably just don't know, but would request it.
I appreciate that you appear to be on the verge of tears right now. This clearly is appealing to your inner sense of democracy, this grave injustice.
I also just, people need things that bring them a little joy right now. And they have a fantastic opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
It clearly brings so much joy to you.
Right now, the only detours that people are allowed to watch on TV are when the NYPD uses kettling to block off city streets and corral peaceful protesters so that they can arrest them.
Okay, George, I want to do something unprecedented for these live stream.
All right.
Okay, but Aaron is the first guest to finally get it.
Yeah.
The first one to really
I can't be the first one.
You're the first one who gets it. Everyone else tolerates this. Everyone else tolerates this, but no one else has shared in our outrage.
No one else has cried.
And we're talking dozens of people But the proper response to this is
you're
what
on
you have.
season 4 of Arliss.
We're talking
We also did a 30-hour. We did a 30-hour live stream in which no one responded as well as you have.
Really?
This is what I'm going to do, Aaron. I am going to my hard drive right now, and I am pulling up episode 210. This is season 2, episode 10 of Star Wars Detours. Legally, I cannot share this with the people watching, but I'm just going to start up this video, and I'm going to describe to you what's happening on screen.
Okay, I do have to warn you. My computer's at 4%.
Okay.
So I am gonna have to go shortly because I'm an idiot.
This is the plot of Rogue One. This is the plot of Rogue One that's happening right now.
But in Arliss or on Detours?
No, what's happening right now? My computer's at 4%. We have to transfer the data.
Okay, so this is the opening credit.
Unlike Rogue One, you're invested because you don't know how it ends.
It's true. Right. Okay, we're at Dexter Jettster's diner. He's waving. You see a band that has it's Bosk, Figure and Dan, and R2-D2. And then it says, meanwhile on Coruscant. And this is this guy who looks like Satan, but he's at a news desk. You know, the guy at the bar. And then there's like a baby Rancor. And he's doing a direct address to the camera, offering the news. I can't hear what he's saying. And now it's cutting to Emperor Palpatine. And he's being bombarded by press like he's stepping out of a courthouse. All their mics are in his face. And he looks like he's defending something. And while he's defending it, lightning is coming from in between his hands. And now we pull out to see Dexter Jettster at the diner watching on TV. He's on the cell phone talking to Han Solo and Chewbacca. This has all happened in under 90 seconds. Now they're in the Millennium Falcon, and Han looks very sad, and Chewbacca's arms are crossed like this. And what Dexter Jettster is hung up, and now he is with little baby Boba Fett. A little Boba Fett, a grown Dengar, and a grown Bosk.
BBF.
At the diner, and he's scolding them. And Boba Fett is flying away with his little jetpack. And now he's talking to his robot line cook. He's got the robot line cook in his diner. And he is yelling at him. And now we cut to outside the diner. And Bib Fortuna has a box of donuts. He's got a box of donuts that he's showing off to IG-88. Like he's trying to sell them. Like they're contraband. Because, I guess because Jettster kicked them out, Dengar's eating these donuts like crazy. This is real. I'm describing real footage from real episodes that we have on our hard drives that we cannot share with people. And now there's a crate. The robot line cook is opening up a crate, and inside the crate...
What happened if you shared them?
I'd probably get arrested.
Yeah.
3 Ugnaughts have jumped out of the crate and are dancing on the counter of the diner. What?
Hypothetically.
Yes.
Hypothetically. You could send these files to Aaron.
I will.
Cannot be a part of this conversation.
But it can't be part of this conversation. No, I'm just saying it'll never happen. It'll never happen. But it could happen.
It's
it will never happen. Yeah. Legally, we could never say this. It never will happen.
And I just
never
will. The Ugnaughts did an entire song and dance routine, and then they jumped back in the crate and closed the crate on top of themselves. And now Dexter Jettster is testing out the soup. He's in the back. I'm telling you, Aaron, 50% of this show takes place in Dexter Jettster's diner. And now Admiral Akbar is at the counter. He's ordering food.
On a humor scale, how similar is it to like the Christmas special?
The Christmas special is much more like Adult Swim. Yes. You know?
Right.
This is more like Nicktoons.
Okay. All right.
This is topical. Bosk is getting pulled over by an Imperial officer. It looks like an illegal stop and frisk for Bosk.
Thanks, Bloomberg.
This is real. This would be insensitive if I were making it up, but I'm not. I'm looking at this on my screen, and Bosk is going like this, and he's trying to defend himself, and this evil Nazi space cop is sort of arms crossed like, I don't know. And Bosk is now grabbing the guy, and the guy is like taking force. And Bosk is driving away, and he's laughing. Oh, it's very topical. And it's because Boba Fett was hiding under his seat.
Okay, my computer's at 1%. So if I leave abruptly,
thank you, Aaron.
Yeah,
thank you, Aaron.
This has been a true pleasure. I am on your side in the fight for the 39. And I wish you luck and good job on all the fundraising today.
Thank
If you ever decide to become a Detours activist, the hashtag may Detours be with you and release the 39.
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you, Aaron.
Good luck, guys.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so now Baby Leia.
Now, Watto, I want to say something.
What?
Because my original pitch
Yes.
weeks ago
Yes.
was a Star Wars Describe-a-thon, and you emphatically said you did not want to do that. And here, look at what's happened.
Because
It was fun, wasn't it?
That
It
was
was fun.
describing things that people have the ability to watch themselves.
Oh, this is where you draw the line, Watto?
Yes. Yes, it is.
You don't think that next year we will have fun describing all of the Star Wars movies?
I don't.
For
I
charity?
truly, in my heart of hearts, do not.
What's that
So
mean?
far, we have raised $1,346.
Okay.
All right. We get to 1,500. I will debut the Creature Cantina song lyrics.
Yeah.
Right. And let's
Um,
throw out the goal for 14. Let's throw out a more immediate goal for 14.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Darth Vader just walked into the diner. I got a bad feeling about this.
Watto, you're supposed
Are
to be
you?
watching Arli.
You
I'm
watch
sorry. I'll
Arliss.
close
Get back
out.
to
I'll
Arliss.
close out. I just want to repay Aaron's activism. How crazy is it that she literally had fucking Thanksgiving with Watto? Head of the table.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
Crazy. So Arliss is getting involved in the WNBA.
And also, they're talking about scrotoplasty right now.
Sure. Yeah.
I assume it's some sort of scrotum surgery.
Well, it's to make it prettier.
And and there's a little spread of snacks and foods, which is no
Yes.
longer possible under COVID.
Finger foods are gone.
So what is the 1,400 goal?
Let's come up with one.
Let's come up with one. Does anyone have an idea for one in the comments?
Yes, let's make some goals.
Let's crowdsource this.
Let's crowdsource this.
And again, we want to reiterate, even though we just talked about detours for quite a while, that we want to try to. This is to raise money. I read a horrific account I've read several horrific accounts of people who've been loaded onto buses
Yes.
where the conditions are exactly what you don't want in this kind of pandemic, and there's been no regard for the health of the protesters. And I know from talking to various people who've been at protests that most people are trying to stay safe while also attending protests to show their support for a very important cause. But when they're arrested by the police, who are not wearing masks in many cases, and then loaded into buses, and then put in jail, and not being released within the time that you're supposed to, because the cops are arresting so many people.
Yes.
George, for 1,400, you should put your jacket back on.
It's really hot, but I'll do it for 1,400. But I will take it back off at 1,500 for the Cantina song.
Great.
Okay.
You have no idea how hot it is in Marin County right now.
I can guess.
It's the Jellos that I tried the first one, they melted and they weren't out that long.
George, I'm going to say this.
What?
Right now, it says it's 63 degrees in Marin County. I think that's cool enough to be wearing a jacket.
If that is where you truly are, Marin County, it's only 63 degrees.
No, but Skywalker Ranch is its own place. You know, it has its own.
How much for? Wait, people are pitching like 1,250, 1,300. We're already at 1,346, guys. We're way past.
How about this? Would people rather, by a vote in the comments, me put on the jacket, or would you rather me put on something really cool?
What?
I think the jacket. I think you got to put
All
on
right,
the jacket.
see what people vote, or do you want to see me be cool? There are times when I've had this look before, but I'll try a cool summertime look.
Okay. I'm just.
What
so
are people
curious.
voting for? What are the comments saying?
People are
They
saying
want the
cool.
jacket.
No, people are
Or
really
other.
cool. I'm seeing like
They're
cool,
saying
like,
cool.
and then Tom Sharpling is saying I want to see Watto punch himself, but I don't know who this Watto is. I have no idea. I've never heard of this character. Watto. I don't know.
Okay, George, the people want cool.
People want cool. So
Are we at 1400?
is a cool
People
goal.
are also saying freestyle rap battle.
Oh, this
What?
is interesting. Now, Patrick, you said that it is only 63 in Marin County, right?
Yeah.
For perspective, I mean, in terms of how cold it is, where George is.
We didn't even get there yet, George.
Oh, we didn't?
No, you jumped the
I thought
gun.
you said.
You did it. Now it's got to be the jacket. No, it's got to be
Okay, I'll do
the
both.
jacket.
I'll do the both. I'll do cool and the jacket. Now that you know how cool it's going to look.
Okay.
Why would you say it's got to be cool if we weren't at 1400 yet?
Because we were calling our shot for the future.
We're
But
at
it already been called.
1371.
All right. So $29 is all it'll take for me to put on the jacket and be cool.
Yeah, Watto, what were you saying? I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, I was just going to say, like, George is complaining, oh, it's so hot here in Marin County. Someone pointed out in the comments, and it's worth noting, like, it could be so much worse, George. For random example, Jefferson City, Missouri, it's 93 degrees. So you should be grateful you're not there, that you're in cool Marin County.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for so much this year.
That's good.
Someone asking, has Watto ate his entire pint of ice cream without a spoon yet? No, that's $4,200.
Yeah, you got to pay for that. Oh my, you got to pay for that. He's not going to just do that for a grand, you know.
No, that's going to affect the next week of Watto's life.
Yeah.
George, what's the number for the OC? Do we want to make an OC number today?
It was the zip code for the.
Yeah, that's too much money, though. We're not going to raise that much money.
How many episodes are there of the OC? How many?
No. This is just for us to watch the episode George is in.
No, that's why I'm trying to get. Let me see what episode George is on. The episode number. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, I got it. I mean, sure.
It is episode number, season 2, episode 23. So if we hit $2,023.
Yeah, that's a good.
No, let's say $2,230.
Fine.
Okay.
Because $23 that won't help someone, but $230 that could help someone.
Do you know what the episode is called?
No, I don't remember.
The OC, but it's the O period SEA.
That's fun.
What's happening in this episode of our list? Have we
WNBA?
WNBA.
Okay.
I mean, that costume. Look at the way the folds on that. It's so innovative.
What was our 1400? Oh, George, you need to put your jacket on.
Yes, and the sunglasses at the same time.
We've hit it. So.
And 1500 is the song. You released for the first time the lyrics.
I know one David Sims is a big OC fan. Maybe he would be able to join in.
That guy from New York?
Yeah, he's from New York.
We could ask him if we get to that goal, 2,230.
One of us will burn that ask.
Yeah, you, because I don't know if that guy from Adam.
Sure. Adam Brody?
Yes, I don't know him from Adam Brody.
From the OC.
George, I'm going to join you in solidarity.
George, you look cool.
You look cool.
All right, hang on.
Yippee.
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 Can you see the reflection of Arliss in my sunglasses by any chance?
I cannot. Can you see the reflection? No, you can see the reflection of this live stream. What if I tilt up? Then you can see a little Arliss.
You
Look.
see a little Arliss?
You
see little Arliss?
You see little Arliss in my lenses. Yippee!
Yippee!
Yippee.
Yippee!
Yippee!
All right. What are we at numbers wise?
I'm having trouble seeing the screen.
Me too.
I'm
I
not.
can't
That's
see
why you got
anything.
to get prescription glasses.
Yeah.
No, mine are just really dark glasses. What number are we at? I want to know the second we're at 1500.
We are at 1441. 1441.
So at 1500, George takes off the jacket, enjoys that cool Marin County breeze. How much to get the real Watto to attend Aaron's family Thanksgiving next year?
Oh, wow.
That's a question for Aaron's dad. I mean, Watto's available.
Hey, guys, we got something really good on Twitter here.
What?
What do we got?
What do we got?
I won't be able to see it.
George Lucas is the 39 Eps. Now, this is a play on the 39 Eps.
Honestly, if we could tweet, if the Criterion Collection could strike a deal with Disney,
Yes.
this is a new ally in this
Right.
struggle. If we could start tweeting at the Criterion Collection to see if they will reach out to see if Disney will give them the license to
Right.
release a Blu-ray of the 39 episodes of Star Wars Detours. This could be the hope that we were looking for.
Do you know what's a crazy thing to think about, George?
What?
There are seemingly only two things that Disney is completely against releasing to the public right now. And they are Star Wars Detours and Song of the South. It feels like everything else is open game for Disney. Release it as many times as you can, as many platforms, as many editions. Song of the South and Star Wars Detours are forever benched. And one of them is for political reasons. And the other one,
Guys,
Yes.
we're at $1,501.
All right. For a second there, I thought you were about to say, guys, Disney just released Star Wars Detours.
I sooner could see them putting Song of the South up. That's how fucked up our culture is.
All right, George. So I'm going to give you full screen, and then you get to sing lyrics.
Okay.
All
now,
right.
George, do you want
I'll
us
see if I
to
can
sing,
remember them.
Do you want us to sing the instrumental, or do you want to do it a cappella?
No. I think I'll do it a cappella if I can remember it. It's been a long time.
Beautiful.
And this is obviously a deep cut. Oh, wait, no. How long do we have till? Oh, we got a little bit of a break before the next episode, right?
Yeah, so just everyone at home pause the episode when the credits end. Someone's saying Disney won't let us see the Lizzie McGuire reboot. That thing filmed for like 2 weeks. It's unfinished. Yeah. It's even less finished than the Snyder cut. We're talking about 39 completed episodes.
Yeah, don't compare Star Wars Detours to the Lizzie McGuire reboot.
Don't do it. No good, very bad.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't.
All right,
do
George,
it.
come on.
Okay, come on, George.
Hold on, I gotta wait until the credits of this end. We're not done with this episode yet.
Okay, is there anything? Then give us a little backstory. Explain to us the origin.
Well, the song doesn't exist. You know, the people play basically the house band in the Creature Cantina. They're playing a song that has lyrics.
Right.
And we decided that the history of this song. Well, I think it'll become apparent from when you hear it.
Okay.
But it was a song that people were familiar with, you know, when they heard about the Creature Cantina opening up. They already knew this song because it was a bit of a theme song for the cantina that had been used in an advertising campaign to build awareness of this establishment.
Yes.
Okay, now we just reached the end of the credits, and HBO Max is going to roll over, and I'm going to pause it. Okay, so here we go. So this is a world premiere of these lyrics.
Okay, I cannot wait.
All right. Now, forgive my voice. I'm not much of a singer. And I may flub some of these lyrics.
Yeah, the voice.
But I'll do my best. Oh, can you hear that bird? Did you guys hear that bird?
Yes.
All right.
And I'm about to hear another bird, a songbird, George Lucas himself.
All right. Creature, Cantina, don't come in here side if you're a droid, though. Creature, Cantina, we don't ever serve droids here now. Creature, Cantina, we don't serve droids. Droids, you will have to leave. Leave now, you have got to leave now. Leave now, you have got to leave. We don't serve the droids here. Go find a bar that is serving droids.
Wow.
Wow.
That was
The
good.
lyrics.
That was very good.
And they're hateful.
Yes.
No reason not to serve droids.
No. Wait, there was something I was about to say that song made me think of. Oh no, it's just that we need to set new stretch goals now, I realized.
That's right, we're all at the stretch goals. What's the next thing on the horizon?
Yeah, what's the next one we have on the books, Patrick? We got to fill in a bunch of them. I want to establish 5 new stretch goals right here, right now.
Our next one that we have on the books is 2230 is the OC.
Okay, great. So
That's a great one.
we're at 1,500 right now.
Yes.
I want a goal for 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Okay.
Ready? Let's come up with that. At 1,610, which will, of course, be
July
the
5th.
subject of our live stream on July 5th.
Mark your calendar.
Barring any craziness in the world.
I don't understand what makes you think that our world is on track for further craziness.
Yeah.
No, something terrible is going to happen, and we are still going to do 1,600 pen watch-a-thon.
Right, and we're going to start it by being like, this week it really feels tough to do comedy, but what can we do?
Here's a bunch
The
of
thing
stuff
is-
from the White House.
Yes.
Well, here's the way I think of it. The reason we have continued to do this is not because we feel like doing it, but because every week there has been something important
Yes.
for us to raise money for. It also helps give people, we're all trapped inside or we're all out protesting, and it gives people something to do.
Mhm.
And it's a strange thing to do, but as long as we can be a help, we're going to keep helping.
Oh.
Now, let's assume something happens that's so, what?
I don't like this.
What?
$1,600. We all follow 1,600 pen on Twitter, but at 17, we unfollow.
I like that, but it's giving themselves an incentive. We need to offer something that we can do. Here's something I want to say because someone suggested it. At $2,000, Watto will perform another song from his one-man show.
Without the
That's
backing track.
Oh, is that the problem? Good to know.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, at $2,000, Watto will perform a song. There are several he has not performed yet.
And where? How long do we have to get to that?
We have $500, right?
All right, let's put something at the halfway point there. At the halfway,
1750.
at 1750, I'll write a new Star Wars scene between that I'll do with Watto, and we'll have a scene between Watto and Han Solo.
Wow. It's
When
17.
does it take place?
Right before A New Hope.
Okay.
Wow.
So it's the oldest version of Watto that we will have seen.
People like this. Okay, what about at $1,900, I duct tape Baby Yoda to the wall? I don't know why, but people want to see it. So that is one of the options. At $1,900, I duct tape Baby Yoda to the wall. At $2,230, we watch the OC. At $2,000, I perform a song. At $1,750, a new original scene that takes place between Watto and Han Solo, two characters who have never interacted before. Now, people are asking to make Patrick do something.
No, I like Sharplings better.
Any chance for a Watto self-suck? I don't know. You have to ask whoever this Watto is. I don't know whoever this WADDO is. Can I suggest an old one, Patrick?
Yeah, sure.
At $1,600, you unbox the John Ratzenberger action figure with your bare.
I mean, can we make
How
it a
about
little higher than that?
Oh, you need that to be higher?
Yeah.
Sure. Baby Yoda duct tape.
Okay.
16.
We have to we have to trade it. We have to trade it for something to get it higher.
Yeah.
All right. Let's think of an ask that Patrick has to burn.
Okay. Who's like the biggest person who's ever done a monologue for ASCAP? Truly, let's put our brains together. George, I feel like you have a pretty good mental Rolodex of people who have done ASCAP monologues. Like from all
Kevin Bacon?
Yeah, but we got to be realistic here. All right, it's 6:15.
Paul
We got
Schaefer?
but we have a guest that I'm going to bring in.
All right.
You know him from a lot of stuff, but you probably saw him in Astronomy Club on Netflix, which
What?
we love. Jonathan Braylock.
Great John Braylock.
Hello, Jonathan.
Braylock
Hello, Jonathan.
talking a bit of
Hello.
Thank you.
I have
thank
no
you for
idea
doing
what
this,
you
Jonathan.
you got the goatee.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I do. I mean, I aspire to be like George Lucas here. Look at that. Look at that fantastic beard.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I haven't
quite
trimmed it in a
incredible.
while.
Yes.
And I downed some sugar-free Jello before, and I'm afraid it has changed the color of my gray mustache, which is naturally gray.
It is. Your whole mouth is red now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing. This is how my facial hair naturally grows. There's just nothing here, nothing there.
Yes.
I just, my facial hair is just naturally that of a tool. So that's pretty cool.
Watto is like the Tim Allen Santa Claus, where as soon as he shaves, this amount of stubble comes in. Never more, never less. He is perpetually at this amount of stubble.
Yeah.
Let's start this episode. So
Okay, let's
we're
start.
Okay.
We're
So-
doing season 4, episode 7, The Changing of the Guard.
Yes, the changing of the guard.
Season 4, episode 7.
Okay. Do you want to count us down, Patrick?
I will count down. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
All right.
Now,
Now,
Braylock,
Jonathan-
you are a big fan of the Star Wars universe.
I am a big fan of the Star Wars universe. Despite the fact that, you know, there are like 3 black people in it.
Right. There's Lando.
Right.
Lando.
You got Lando, you got Mace,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
John Boyega's character Finn.
Finn.
Darth Vader. I know there's a white guy in the suit, but James is the voice, and his suit's black.
Man, this is crazy. How are you guys watching this and talking at the same time? I'm already so distracted.
You get used to it when you're like 37 episodes in.
Yeah.
Now, Braylock, is it not true that you had never heard of Arliss existing until you were?
I had never heard of this program at all. I didn't know it existed. I still have no idea what it really is. It's an HBO show. It always was.
It's like
It always was.
It's like the Phantom Menace to Ballers: A New Hope. It was the original, like, light dramedy comedy on HBO about a sports
Single cam, no laugh
Got it.
track.
a huge action.
This was a time where there were very few black NFL quarterbacks. Now all the good NFL quarterbacks are black.
Is this true? Watto is not very well versed in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not necessarily
Jonathan-
a great organization, so
No,
you're fine.
not fair. Not fair. But yeah, I'm curious. Is there a reason why that shift happened?
Yeah, because people thought that like, even though black people were athletic, they didn't have the mental capabilities to be a quarterback, because you needed to know how to run plays and be a leader and
Are you
control.
fucking serious?
No, yeah, this is real.
This is
Wow.
through the 1990s.
Oh yeah. It took.
Yeah.
It was a really long time before black quarterbacks became a thing.
Yeah.
There were like maybe 1 or 2.
It was the mental capabilities was a big priority for the NFL until the medical results came back saying that their game causes brain damage, and suddenly it was no longer
Right.
a priority.
Suddenly the NFL doesn't seem to care about brains at all. Who has them? Who's losing them? None of that is important to them. What a
Yeah,
fucking
That's true.
terrible
Tony Newsom. It's canonically in Star Wars.
Oh,
That's true.
yes, and she's also in the Star Trek cartoon show that's coming out.
Oh, I did not know that. That's fun.
Okay, and this is Morgan Ray Stark. 3 very important characters you forgot, Mr. Braylock. 3 very important characters. When you ask people, who are your 3 favorite characters in the Star Wars universe, people always say Captain Panaka in Star Wars Episode 1, Queen Amidala's head of security. They say Janna, the woman with the bow and arrow who deflected from being a stormtrooper in Rise of Skywalker. And they say Val, who sacrifices herself so that a train heist can go without a hitch. And Solo and those are 3 very important characters.
They're all important. I love that somebody said, and arguably Kit Fisto.
I mean,
Right.
I agree. All right. What is happening in this show?
great question. It seems like someone has gotten delivery food.
That's topical.
It's very topical. And here's Arliss, and he's laughing up a storm. Team Strike Force. These episodes are very self-contained.
Wow, Sandra Oh is just playing a completely different character. That's really cool.
She's very good on it.
So every now and then we'll just get lost in an episode.
Yes.
Now, Michael Boatman there is still, even though he's a member of the ensemble and he's been on the live stream with us,
Yes.
he is still special guest star because contractually he was also doing Spin City at the same time he was doing Arliss.
Interesting.
So he could only be on the show.
They would not allow it. Like now you have so many actors like double, triple dipping, multiple shows as a regular at the same time. HBO would not allow him to be credited in the opening credits, even though he's
wow.
Or rather, ABC wouldn't allow HBO to do it. What were you going to say?
All of that music I was hearing, was that coming from this show?
Yes. The show has a huge music licensing budget.
Yeah, and they've had to do some replacements.
So confused.
Of
I thought
music.
I had a pop-up ad somewhere open. I was like,
you were watching Arliss.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what was popping. There was Arliss.
If people are asking Watto for recommendations of music to listen to around the house, I say either open Spotify and let it create a playlist for you, or put on any episode of Arliss.
Guys, should we give Braylock an Arliss name?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, Bray, Arliss Michaels is not just about the work, he's also about play, because of course he's in the business of sport, right?
Got it.
So we started doing a thing with our special guests or people who donate the large amount. We would take their name and transform it into an Arliss name. A tedious process we used to do manually.
We should explain, since he's never heard of Arliss, what an Arliss name is.
Yes.
That's true.
The thing about
Arliss, the title of the show is spelled not with 2 S's, but with 2 dollar signs to designate that he's like a business guy. Makes sense.
I mean, brilliant.
Yes, good storytelling.
That's it.
Yeah. So we take it to the next level. We try to put some money in people's names, but also some sports. So first of all, let's make it more Arliss. I don't know if it's going to do anything here because we don't have any S's.
We should be clear. We were just doing this just by hand, just on our own. And someone designed this website in the past week, Arliss.me.
Anyone can go there. Wait, but let's go back to make it more Arliss. Right. So see, now we take the A's in your name. We add a list onto them. So you're John Arlisson.
Okay.
Bray Lissy.
John Arlisson.
Bray Lissy. I actually like Lissy Lock.
It's a good looking name.
That's not bad.
Now, we turn those into dollar signs. And then, Jonathan, here's the question. I need to ask you 2 very personal questions, and then we're ready to go. Okay?
Okay.
It's like an improv show. I just need you to shout out one thing at the beginning, and then we're good to go. Ready?
Okay.
2 things. Jonathan, on a scale from 1 to 4, how business are you?
Ooh, okay. On a scale of 1, I'm a 3.
That's high.
I'm a 3. Yeah.
Hey, look,
I got my business brand high.
It's not called
That's
show
good.
friendship. It's called show business.
So business.
Yes. Okay. And on a scale from 1 to 4, Jonathan, how sports are you?
Wow. I'm gonna say I'm a 2.
Okay.
I'm a 2.
Now let's look at this name here.
There
We're
you
looking
go.
at
Now,
field
Bill Arlitt's name.
running back, and what currency is this? The A
That's
with Australia?
What am I even looking at?
it's an
That's your Arlitt's
Austral,
name.
it's called.
Right. Then hockey stick, golf flag, $sign. T currency, H.
An Austral is a French. Yeah, an Austral is from French Polynesia.
It's a French Polynesian currency we have placed in your name. Then capital B,
Thank
golfer, A, copyright registration.
This is
British pound,
beautiful.
golf flag, double $, yen, pound, money bag. And then you end it with a CK.
Pretty good.
Wow. It's a good one.
Wow.
Like all the great comedians, you end it with a CK.
You end it with a CK.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So
now
this show
I
is
want
a
to talk.
comedy, right?
It's very funny.
Arliss? Yes.
Okay.
Single camera comedy.
It's like Ballers before Ballers.
Yes.
But
It's the Phantom Menace of bowlers. Yes.
Now, I have to say, I was very sad this week because I'm a fan of Astronomy Club on Netflix.
Great show. Great show.
And I was very
Thank
sad
you.
to see the news that there are no plans for a second season on Netflix.
That's right. That is true. I saw somebody
now
said
is-
they were excited for the second season, but we were not renewed for a second season.
Right. Now, the first season's great, but you know, you want to get to that. We never get to see your Empire Strikes Back, your Attack of the Clones. You know, we never get to see. But that
First one.
we never get to see
right.
that on Netflix.
Okay, yeah.
But I want to ask because without blowing up any deals that might be in the works, is there anything people can do? Because I know people, whenever a show that people love has this situation, sometimes it's helpful to let people know who is it helpful for people to talk to? Because sometimes people will say, you know, don't tweet at the company. They can't renew it. It's already like determined. But sometimes people say like, you could let them know. I mean, one
Right.
thing people should definitely do is if you haven't watched Astronomy Club on Netflix, go watch it because, you know, get those, you know, the more eyeballs are on a thing, they see that.
They do.
But is there anything else that would be helpful that people can do?
I mean, I don't really know. There is a petition going around right now. I don't know how helpful that's going to be, but it certainly makes us feel good. So if you wanted to sign that, it's all going around on Twitter. That would be dope. But also just, I think tweeting, writing something publicly, whether it's on Twitter, or, you know,
Tell your friends, tell your followers.
Tell your friends, you know, it's always helpful. It allows us to show, you know, other networks how that a lot of people like this show and they want to see it and they want to see another season. So if you want to do that, that's awesome. Yeah, I think that's really all anybody can do. Just publicly show support.
And I just put the change.org petition in the chat, so you guys can.
Thank you.
You guys can all go sign that.
It's a great show. It's a great show, and it's a really easy watch. I feel like very often today, people are asking Watto like, "What's a good thing to stream during quarantine?" You know, and I feel like there's often this balance of like you want to watch something that is very entertaining, that can sort of grab your attention, but also you don't want to watch anything that's too wafer thin. Like you don't want to watch anything that's too sort of like oblivious to actual concerns in the world.
Right.
And Astronomy Club is a great balance of like intelligence and entertainment, I think.
Thanks, man.
Will there be an Astronomy Club? Do you think you guys will ever make like a movie? Has that been talked about?
Other great sketch groups went to film, you know?
That's true. You know, we've been tossing around ideas. If somebody wants to give us money to make a movie, we'll definitely make a movie. The other thing that's funny about this is that there is another group that's pretty awesome as well. They're from Chicago, called 3P, and I think they're making a movie based off a sketch that they had called The Blackening. So we always have to make sure we're not doing what Three Pete's doing.
Yeah.
Right.
So that people don't.
They are the
confuse us.
the Star Trek. They are the Star Trek to your Star Wars.
They are the Star Trek to our
Right.
Star Wars.
Like
That's
entirely
exactly right.
different, but people constantly confuse you, and you're like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like you should
Yeah.
be able to tell the difference between us.
Right.
Exactly right. But yeah, I don't
Now-
know. Yeah.
Do you own? I'm going to get businessy with you because you said you were a 3 at business, and I know about business.
Yeah.
Do you? How much when you made the show? Does Netflix own those characters, or are you able to take those characters into other forms?
Like I did know this. Watto loves business as well, and I noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, the show is not called Astronomy Club. It's called Astronomy Club: the sketch show.
Yes. Yes.
That's smart thinking because that
Yeah.
means you're limiting
That's
what
right.
you have. Yes, in name.
Yeah. Our name and who we are is us. So, like, for instance, if you watch this show, you'll see we play kind of like heightened versions of ourselves within the show. Like we have our names and stuff in the little interstitials.
Right,
So like
the
that.
superstructure of every episode is Astronomy Club, the group. In your
Pause just 1 second. Pause just 1 second. They just
Okay.
mentioned the Phantom Menace on our list.
Oh my God.
It's from 5 minutes ago, so I don't know what it was, but
Wow.
Yeah, we have to go back and find it because I missed it. Didn't anyone give me a time code? I'm sorry to interrupt. We will get back to the business talk
it's
in a second.
probably around 8 or 9 minutes in, George.
I'm sorry. Also, someone just talked about a protest starting because they wouldn't stand up for the national anthem. This episode feels weirdly relevant. But yes, the people don't know the superstructure of every episode of Astronomy Club is a little serialized narrative of the members of the sketch group. You guys were a legendary sketch group in New York City doing live stage shows. All of you moving into a house together and your sort of interpersonal challenges. And then from there, you cut to sketches. So Netflix cannot claim that they own the character Monique Moses. That ain't a character.
That's correct.
I actually pitched, but last week when we were talking to Monique, I was pitching her how you could do your Zoom episode of Astronomy Club, because you could have one of the Zoom be in the house and all the other Zooms be the characters in other locations. So you could have one camera that was meant to be the house, and then you could interact with any other characters from that universe. But then 2 days later, you know.
Interesting.
But let's get back onto the rights issues.
Yes. And I'm looking for a bit part in Revenge of the Phantom Menace as it strikes back yet again, part 2B. So Arliss, that is at around 8:15 in the episode. If anybody wants to make GIFs or memes of that part of season 4, episode 7 of Arliss, Star Wars GIFs and memes are very popular. This is the first Star Wars.
Tweet us some screen grabs.
Does anyone have any idea what's happening in this episode right now?
Just seemingly said something very racist, and now he is getting beaten up by some men in a parking lot.
I believe the plot of this episode is when the Korean government insists that AMM client pitcher and native son Ja-on Kim serve in the Korean military, Arliss's deal-making expertise is put to the test. Meanwhile, AMM client and hockey enforcer Doug Hager is banned from the NHL and seeks a new career in professional wrestling.
A man just gave Arliss a roundhouse kick to the face.
So they don't own, obviously, your personas.
I love that they just made a joke that these guys, he's like, oh, of course you don't know karate, and then he does know karate.
little gamey, little bit gamey. Netflix does not.
Are there any characters that you can't use from the Netflix season that Netflix says no? That's part of our thing.
Like, for example, like a character like Cat Shakespeare. Your teammate,
right,
James III, plays a character, Cat William Shakespeare. Now, he played that character on stage before. There is a record of that character existing before the Netflix series. Netflix presumably did not claim that they own the rights to Cat William Shakespeare. But what about, say, the gingerbread?
I believe that's right. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Can we book Astronomy Club's lawyer next week on the show?
We should. Yeah.
Jonathan, I'm almost afraid to ask this question. Did you manage to maintain the merchandising rights? Does Netflix have the merchandising rights?
Goodness.
Jonathan, tell me that they don't have the merchandising rights.
Jonathan.
They're going to make the action figures. They're going to make the play sets. You're telling me?
We didn't include merchandising rights in our.
Jonathan, they're going to make a house for all the action figures to live in.
Yeah, the Astronomy Club sketch series playset, that suburban house.
The clubhouse, the astronomy clubhouse. You're telling me that you no longer retain the rights?
I just realized that resting creep face is going to be a plush toy that they. Oh my God, they're going to make so much money off it. I'm not going to see any of it.
That's going to be next. That's going to be this Christmas's Baby Yoda. That's this Christmas's Baby Yoda.
Yes. Kids love
Oh
it.
my God.
Imagine a little doll of resting creep face that. Oh, hold on, my phone.
This is why I'm a 3 in business and not a 4. You know.
Jonathan, my condolences. Look, I'll be honest. The cancellation of Astronomy Club an injustice, but that it does not even compare to the tragedy of losing the merchandising rights. I don't even have words.
Yeah. I don't know what to do.
Well, I hope that people. I'm looking forward to your next project because I know that we haven't seen the last of Astronomy Club, and because I feel like people are going to keep discovering it on Netflix.
Yes,
it's a really fun show, and it has comedy and it has special effects.
Yeah.
It has digital special effects in the comedy.
It's
true. The whole opening credits sequence could be right out of a Star Wars movie. It's all in outer space.
Yeah.
Creature?
We're just flying through space.
You played a vampire in this sketch?
Mm-hmm. I play a vampire. There's a sentient garlic bulb. I mean, guys.
That guy's CGI.
The VFX on our,
Yeah.
That guy was completely CGI. He had a CGI gun, had CGI gunshots. I don't know if you know this. I didn't get shot in that opening sketch. Not really. Not in real life.
Yeah. I suspected. I was worried because with the digital effects, I thought this is a snuff film. I shouldn't be watching this. But it's just that digital effects look that good.
And some of these
you wouldn't.
Yeah. Some of these actors, you're like, if Joaquin Phoenix was on Astronomy Club, he might have taken a couple bullets to the chest.
Also, Jonathan, I have to say, now that we're talking about CGI characters, I'm amazed that you were listing all of these black characters in Star Wars.
Oh no.
And I'm not gonna let you erase Jar Jar Binks from history.
Okay. I mean,
I'm not gonna allow
that was a black actor. Right?
You would not have had that sentient garlic bulb without Jar Jar. Jar Jar walked so that sentient garlic bulb could fly.
I mean, Jar Jar more stumbled than walked, right?
Oh my God, he would fall down. He would trip over things and still be a hero.
It's an evolution.
Right.
Because that garlic bulb stood up upright. You know what I'm saying? He had amazing form and hand-eye coordination.
Never once stepped in poop or was farted on.
No, never.
By an animal.
Got it. I will say, though, if Jar Jar was in the NFL, I don't think he'd be a quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yes, he seems more like a front office kind of guy. To me, Jar Jar.
Right.
Some of the things I've seen the management of NFL teams do the last couple of years feel like Jar Jar Binks levels of bungling the message. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like a lot of these like high level officials in the NFL keep on stepping into bantha doo-doo.
Yes, minus if you withdraw the good intentions and the kindness.
Right.
And just leave the stumbling and the ineptitude, then you have NFL leadership.
Right. You're like Roger Goodell is like bad Jar Jar Binks. That's what he is.
So
He's without intentions.
Oh man.
I will admit, Arliss is now hugging a dog
Yes.
And I will admit that I have gotten lost as to whether we met this dog in this episode or whether we've seen him in a previous episode.
I literally have no clue.
This episode is like Solaris to me. I cannot tell if there are multiple timelines going on, how much of this is fantasy. Is this a murder mystery now?
Oh, man.
I think this woman is dead.
I think this woman is dead. I think this is kind of the Knives Out of Arliss.
Yes, I think.
So
I would
wait,
almost guarantee that Ryan Johnson has seen this episode.
Do
This
they
is shot
own-
for
they
shot
own-
Knives Out. This is shot for shot Knives Out.
Yes. What's your question, Bray?
Like he owns a sports agency,
Correct.
Yes.
and so they represent a bunch of clients. How did this connect to the Korean plight, or what? I don't even know. Why were there Korean gangsters?
John,
That karate chop, that roundhouse kicked in.
I could not even begin to tell you. Much like I can barely keep track of why we are doing this on a weekly basis, I truly cannot remember how we got to this point. I cannot tell you why Arliss has gotten to the point within 24 minutes of an episode that he's hugging a dog next to a dead lady who helped him escape a bunch of...
I also don't think that description that I read was right.
I don't know.
Patrick, where did you go? Was that a nap or dinner time?
No, it was dinner time. I had to go get my dinner.
A lot of people want to know, was that a cat nap?
No, I had to go get dinner and then I had to heat it up.
People like to call him a catnap cot noir because
why isn't it cot snore? Why isn't it cot snore?
Oh, fine.
Sometimes it is. Today was snack trick cot snore.
Yeah.
Patrick hates doing his job and he loves taking naps and eating snacks. It's a thing he does. He will disappear for hours at a time when he's supposed to be live streaming.
I'll say that Braylock, when this show started, Patrick was not an on-camera personality, and then Patrick sort of got pushed into being one.
And now I'm looking to get some more context for this episode to answer your question.
Kirby is
Jonathan.
crying while holding a trophy.
Good for Kirby.
But he doesn't seem happy. He seems
Oh my god.
Wow.
Now, the simpler explanation of this episode is that Arliss is forced to negotiate with the baseball team's cantankerous small market owner. I believe this is the woman who has now died.
Okay.
So then this is maybe the first time that an Arliss negotiation has ended with a fatality.
Wow. That's heavy.
It is.
Appropriate
I'm looking to see
times that we're living in.
Yes.
And you know what? And I can't believe we haven't done this in previous episodes. And Patrick, maybe this can be part of your job.
Yeah,
since
sure.
you're, there's trivia for this episode, which is that Helga Krupp was based on former Cincinnati Reds owner Marge Schott. Does that mean something to everybody?
Nope,
absolutely
All right.
not. Never heard
Well,
that.
that's the trivia. That's the trivia for this episode. And I don't know where Patrick got the more detailed synopsis that explained more of the international racial conflict.
I got it from Wikipedia, but oh wait. I was reading the episode a few episodes from now.
What?
This one is called
Patrick.
Our show is famously
It's called Changing of the Guard.
Hang on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Arliss gets fogged in while in Kansas City negotiating shortstop client Rico Rose's contract with team owner Helga Krupp. Helga's un-PC penny pincher, making her an easy target for just about anyone. Meanwhile, the AMM bowling team is relieved that Arliss, the weak link on the squad, is AWOL.
Patrick,
Why did he get a roundhouse kick?
I don't know.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, Patrick. I never, a million years, could have predicted I would feel this way. After this colossal mess up, I almost wonder if you would be more helpful to the show asleep than awake. I almost wonder if you being awake is hurting the live stream with your misinformation campaign.
I I'm going to go further and say this. This is Jonathan's introduction to Arliss, and you have baffled him. He is confused.
Yes, because of you.
Because you introduced a plot element that we could see no evidence of. We began attributing things we saw on screen to a plot from a different episode. We assumed that the roundhouse kick was related to this offensive slur that he had uttered. Now we find out it's a Midwestern negotiation with an old woman who dies, and a dog who then was sitting in the chair in the office with a big box of milk bone things, as if the dog was now in charge.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why that got messed up?
Why?
Because I already know who. Tell me the why, Patrick.
That was episode 7, but on Wikipedia, it's episode 6.
Patrick?
This is not my fault.
Patrick, let me tell you.
Are you suggesting that people are sabotaging the Arliss Wikipedia with inaccurate information?
Look bad? You're that self-centered that you think they're doing it just to make you look bad.
I don't know.
Patrick.
What are we up to donation-wise, Patrick?
What are we up to donation-wise, Patrick?
We are at 1521. Staying steady.
Patrick, let me tell you.
We need to raise some more money.
Patrick, we have the great Jonathan Braylock on the show. The man is the definition of a get. His show was just unjustly canceled. A grave indignity. We bring him on the show and promise him, you're going to be watching Arliss for the first time. And don't worry, the waters are warm. This show is crystal clear and completely easy to follow. And you...
I was told I didn't need to catch up on anything at all.
We said there's
no backstory.
Arliss will not lead you astray, and you mangled this beyond belief, Patrick.
I'll go to sleep if that's what you want.
Yeah, take a fucking nap, Patrick.
Yeah, I think somebody said sleep on that HBO pillow. I'm impressed by all the HBO merchandise that you all have in your homes.
Everyone show the pillows.
Watto ordered an Arliss poster over 2 weeks ago that it's
This is like
and now he's
the early 2000s.
The website. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, look.
Yeah.
You got the Sex and the City ladies, Chris Rock, and then
just
on the
Chris
other
Rock
side,
like stand-up specials.
or the Chris Rock show, perhaps the late night
show.
Oh yeah, the Chris Rock show.
And then Dennis Miller, Ernie Hudson, and Terry Kinney from Oz, and Robert Walensandro from Arliss, flanking Tony Soprano himself.
Now I want to point out, as I do every week, that I have this HBO banner because I'm a billionaire, so I could afford to buy more than the pillow.
Yeah.
That we have an additional actor from Mind of the Married Man. I don't remember who that is. Then we have, I believe, actors from 6 Feet Under are on the banner, but not on the pillow. Okay, so there's a few extras on the banner. But here's the mystery we haven't been able to get an answer to. On the pillow, Chris Rock is there. Right. But on the banner, it's Bryant Gumbel.
Yeah.
Strange.
Bryant Gumbel didn't make the pillow deal. Chris Rock didn't make the banner deal.
Huh. Interesting.
No one knows why.
No
one has even presented a theory.
Let's start episode 8, guys.
Okay.
All right. I want to say, Jonathan, that what happened to Astronomy Club this week.
Start the episode.
What? I know. I'll start the episode.
Three,
two, one. And Patrick, don't even attempt to tell us what this episode's about. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's fake news. Whenever you give us an episode synopsis, it is a deliberate misinformation. Okay, let's talk about the Astronomy Club.
What happened when I saw the news breaking in the trades this week?
Yes.
I said they got droidsed. They got droidsed.
Yes.
Because
we got droids.
I made a TV show called Star Wars Droids that lasted 1 season. And it was this it's the same kind of thing. The title says Star Wars: Droids. And it was a perfect season, a perfect season of television.
Yes.
And I think people weren't ready. They weren't ready for it. They weren't ready to handle for it. But there were other successful Star Wars things that happened after Star Wars Droids.
Very true.
Now the only difference is that there had been 3 Star Wars feature films prior to Star Wars Droids. That's the only disadvantage that you have, is that there weren't
That is a
3
pretty
Astronomy
big
Club.
disadvantage.
It's big, but the times are different. We're in a streaming culture. So many things are different about the way television and movies interact.
You had, look, you had several extended runs of shows at a comedy theater that is now permanently closed down.
That's the 2020 version of 3 blockbuster films.
It kind of is out.
That's true.
It is true.
You know, we had a digital series with Comedy Central.
Hey,
so,
that's a great series.
You know,
those are still viewable online, right?
You
So
had
it's
me
funny,
at digital.
A lot of people talk about our digital series as if it was a part of the Netflix series. Like, people are like, "Oh, we love all your sketches," and they'll just reference George Washington Carver or something like that.
That George Washington Carver is a great sketch. You give a great performance in it, but there's almost like a Kazam Shazam effect going on, where people tell themselves, "Oh, I remember watching that sketch on Netflix." When no, you didn't.
No, you didn't. You watched it online.
Yes.
Interestingly, in the same way that you did shows. Did you go out and do your show out in UCB LA at the theaters out there?
We did.
Yeah. But every movie theater that Star Wars movies showed at in America are now closed as well.
Wow.
So not so different. The theaters that Astronomy Club played at are closed.
Yes.
And the movie theaters that showed Star Wars are closed.
Yes. Also, every theater where the George Lucas talk show happened is now closed.
Is Producers Club closed?
I don't know. But
so with this show, Arliss, this had so many seasons. I can't believe how big of a show this was.
80 episodes.
Did it come out like shortly after Jerry Maguire or before Jerry Maguire?
Correct. I think the first season is the same year as Jerry Maguire. Is that possible?
Parallel thinking.
I think it premieres in 96. 97, 98, 99. Yes, that's correct. They premiere at the same time.
7 seasons of Arliss, and the ratings went up every season.
Every season. And Robert will tell you that himself. Right. Or he would if we ever got the chance to speak to him again. Now, Braylock, time passed.
Were you ever into wrestling? I just want to, because this episode is talking about wrestling a lot. Were you ever into wrestling, George or Watto?
I wasn't into wrestling, like professional wrestling, as a fan, but occasionally I'd have my characters would fight.
Yeah, that's almost the same thing.
Yeah. Yes. I was never
it's not
wrestling, but Vince McMahon, he's a good friend of mine.
Oh.
Yeah. Great man, great businessman.
How'd you guys meet?
Just sort of like Fortune 500 mixers.
Got it.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, Braylock, the time passed, but I want to educate you for a moment, if I may.
Oh, please.
Only one season of Astronomy Club exists. A great tragedy.
So far.
Right. So far. And to clarify, Astronomy Club, the sketch show.
That's correct.
Can you imagine what it would feel like if you had produced 39 episodes of Astronomy Club, the sketch show, and none of them were ever released, and you were canceled before even one saw the light of day? I'm kind of describing like a Twilight Zone scenario, right?
Wow.
It happened to this man.
That sounds... No.
George Lucas.
Yes.
No.
The
great George Lucas?
He self-financed 39 episodes of an animated TV show called Star Wars Detours. He finished the episodes. Disney bought Lucasfilm, and they said, "Nah, we're good," and they put it on the shelf. And it's never been released. They went
So
nowhere.
they exist and no one's ever seen them.
We've seen them.
Well, we've seen them,
We've seen them.
Okay.
but
It's very
no, the public has seen one trailer that you can find on YouTube. It is a fully finished trailer announcing that the show is coming soon.
They announced the show at a panel. They showed the trailer at Comic-Con, and then the following year, Disney buys Lucasfilm and says, "No, we're good. We'll put it here on the shelf."
So, literally, they have a streaming service now
Yes.
in which they just can dump anything on there.
And we're in the middle of a pandemic
Presumably.
where no one can produce new
It
content.
doesn't need to have high ratings.
No.
No.
No one can produce
No.
new content.
No.
You
13
can just see how it goes, and if it's not good, nobody will care.
No
But
skin
they
off
still
anyone's
are like,
It's
we said we're good.
back. Right. And
the show.
yes.
The show is great. The show is great because the premise of the show is what if Star Wars was hilarious?
So many shows.
That's the premise. That's my
Right.
elevator
Like,
pitch.
what if we took the comedy of Jar
Yeah.
Jar Binks
Yeah.
and just like made that into a series?
Yes.
Jonathan, Ahmed Best is the voice of Jar Jar Binks in episodes of Detours.
Yes.
Jar Jar Binks is fully back. Billy D. Williams is back as the voice of Lando Calrissian in Star Wars Detours.
Jonathan,
There are so many great voice actors.
Jonathan, think about the entire Star Wars saga, okay? Up until the point that George sold Lucasfilm. So we're talking the original 6 films, the Clone Wars animated series, okay?
Mhm.
That
Right.
is the well that George is pulling from when he self-finances and self-produces 39 episodes of Star Wars Detours. Do you want to guess, from the pre-established characters in the Star Wars universe, who do you think is the lead of Star Wars Detours? First guess, best guess. Which character do you think is the lead?
Wait, I just want to point out great character actor Francois Chow on the stream right
Great
now.
Francois Chow. Super Shredder in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze, but also played Walter on The Tick on Amazon. Now, Jonathan, which Star Wars character do you think was the lead of Star Wars Detours?
Star Wars.
And I want to help you
Detours,
with this. I want to help you in your thinking on this, because don't think of this as a guess. Think of it as a wish. Like think like who would your favorite characters be?
You're a big fan. You know these characters. So like in your mind, close your eyes.
And what timeline? What space in the timeline are we on this one?
Great question. Star Wars Detours is trying to have the best of both worlds. So it is roughly in between Revenge of the Sith and The New Hope.
Got it.
It exists in that time in between. So you're able to pull from anyone who sort of isn't dead before then. And you can go with younger versions of characters who are going to be introduced.
Right. That's interesting.
Okay.
I mean, maybe Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Too obvious. Too obvious. We've seen a lot.
Too obvious.
That guy's
we want
got
a detour.
moment. We want a detour. Jonathan.
It's a detour. Oh, see, he gets it. He gets it.
Wait, think about it this
We
way.
want a detour.
You're like
We
on
want
the
a
highway
detour.
and you're hungry and you're like, I gotta get off the highway. I gotta find somewhere to eat. That's what this is. It's your detour off the highway.
If you pull off the highway,
Patrick, stop! Don't. He gets it. Don't detour explain this to Jonathan.
Please
he got
don't
it. He got it in the
detour-explain me.
first go.
But if you pulled off this side of the
want
road,
a
that
detour.
restaurant, it might not be a restaurant with 3 Michelin stars, you know? And you have to think
It might.
that
It
way.
might be. Let me give you. I'm going to go ahead and maybe give away the game here. It might be a restaurant in which the proprietor has more arms than the restaurant has Michelin stars.
Yeah.
No. 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 The main character.
Say his name. Say his name.
Say his name.
Say his name, Jonathan. I know you know it.
That
Say
owns that just owns a coffee shop, like or whatever,
Yeah,
or a diner or whatever.
50s, 1950s style diner.
Yes.
That 1950s style diner that Anakin likes to. Wait, was the whole
39
was the
episodes.
whole show? Was it like a sitcom, like a Cheers, like in the diner where just people just come and go?
I'll say at
It
least
was like-
Or do we
50% of it.
follow him out?
You look.
It was
every
like-
episode, I'd say, has two main plot lines, and one of them is Dexter Jettster, and the other one is something else. But I'd say roughly half of every episode takes place at the diner. If you're asking, follow him clocking out at the end of night, going home to his neighborhood, unwinding, no. It mostly takes place in the workplace environment. But I'd say the A plot of every episode is the diner.
But I would say if you were making a wish and you were to say, I wish that Cheers was Star Wars,
yes,
then this would be a satisfying result.
This is the wish. Your wish comes true. Dexter
This
Jettster
is-
is the lead of Star Wars.
Dexter's the lead.
Yes.
He was only in one film, right?
Yes.
Yeah. People are asking who the
But
Sam
what a
and
film.
Diane are.
I mean, we're not going to play this game on a show that no one can see.
I think the Sam and Diane are little Luke and little Leia.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Big
I think that Dexter Jettster is Coach.
Agreed.
And
Luke-
the droid waitress is definitely Carla.
Yeah.
Carla.
She's Carla. Like a big running part of the show is that Luke and Leia and Boba Fett are all primary characters, if not leads, heavy recurrings. But they're all little toddlers. They're young kids.
I would say that
Okay.
Dr. Epazon is like Nick Tortelli.
Yes. Yes, and that he would have eventually gotten a spin-off.
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to just say this hypothetically. I've said it before.
Yeah.
Jonathan, there's no way that you, unless Disney releases these, there's no way that you could ever see these episodes.
And that's a shame.
George, don't promise anything, George. Don't do this.
I won't promise anything. I'll say this. We will not email you the episodes we have.
We on camera. We are
I
going.
appreciate that.
We will not.
We are going to promise you, Jonathan
We
Braylock,
promise.
on camera. You will
To
not
say anything else would be wrong. To say anything else would be wrong.
And honestly,
I have nothing to do with this.
I appreciate you not sending me the episodes because I really I don't want to see them. So for you to send it to me would be dumb. So I appreciate you not sending it to me.
Of course,
because
Now
you're curious.
Star Wars universe. I mean, that sounds, that just sounds like a good show.
Right.
And there would be no
Great
reason
show.
for, you know what I mean? I would just feel sad that I couldn't talk about,
Absolutely.
how good that show was.
Your curiosity is not peaked right now, and it's not like you are having trouble even visualizing what we're describing to you. So sending you those episodes wouldn't help you at all. There's no reason to send you that.
And I mean, what a brilliant idea, George, to take, the Empire Strikes Back of the prequels, Attack. Take a character that had such a huge impact in such a great movie, and then use that as the centerpiece of an animated show. Because the thing that people don't understand about animated shows is that you want a stationary place. You know what I mean? For animated shows, because you can do so much with animation. More is less. Less is more. Less is more. So that's the cool thing about that.
In live action,
Being the main character.
In live action, you can create.
I again have no idea what's happening.
Arliss is now part. This episode centered around a WCW match, which many of our watchers right now have pointed out. Arliss himself made an appearance in a real WCW match to promote this episode.
Incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, here we go. This is Robert.
In character. In
I'm
character.
watching literally three things at the same time now.
I don't know if my sound will come through when I play it.
Okay, but mute.
Hang on one sec.
Yeah. But I think I'm seeing Goldust, WCW wrestler Goldust on screen.
I actually just watched this whole. I remember Gold. Yes, I remember Goldust.
So you were
Goldust finishing move. Kicking someone in the balls. I was a wrestling fan for a short period of time. Yeah, like middle school. I watched it a lot.
Were you a WCW kid or a WWF kid?
I was a WWF kid, but whenever people would ask, I'd be like, I'd be like, yeah, I watched WWF, but WCW is cooler because that's what people would say around me. Like I knew to regurgitate that.
Yeah.
Like because it was the underdog.
Yeah.
But the reality was I didn't care. I didn't watch real WCW at all. I only watched WWF.
Oh.
I have a question. In that clip where Arliss is in character, is he in character as Arliss?
I believe he is in character, but he's also referencing the TV show Arliss.
Right, they're talking about the
So wait, so he's in character as Arliss, but he's plugging the TV show Arliss.
Yeah.
I believe so. If
Wow.
if we ever get to talk to Bobby again, we will ask him all about it.
It
Just seems like it would be a nightmare. It seems like it would be a nightmare to be on something and have to be in character and then talk about things in the reality of, you know what I mean? Like to stay in that just seems like it would be hard.
I know it's like if you went to Dexter Jettster's diner and you ordered a bowl of space soup and he said, by the way, watch my show Detours.
It's also weird.
Did you guys know?
No, go ahead.
Did you guys know that Goldust's signature move was kicking his opponent in the nuts?
No.
No.
Wow.
That's a dirty move. That's a dirty move.
That's the way a Sith
Dirty
would fight.
move. I think Goldust was a Sith.
Goldust does kind of seem like a Sith. It feels like he deals only in absolutes. Like an absolute sucker punch to your nuts.
We were talking about burning the ask for somebody big, and I feel like, Francois Chow's really great in this episode.
Well, let's burn the ask.
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know.
I wish I knew someone
Where
who
are you?
Francois Chow.
Where are you guys in this episode? My thing timed out a bit.
1745.
1745.
We all at different points.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at
Are you watching on what device, what platform are you watching on, Jonathan?
Go now, Max.
HBO Go.
Don't
They didn't upgrade you to
HBO Go.
Max?
They didn't upgrade me to Max, and I'm kind of disappointed by it. I think I'm gonna get it soon. What? It's not on HBO Max. You can't get on Roku yet, though.
No.
Oh, so you're watching on Roku?
That's where I watch. I use Roku.
Yeah.
Yeah. Arliss is mentioning that he's enlisted the help of Secretary of State Madeleine Albright.
Burn the ask.
Burn that ask. Yes.
I will say,
if you can get Madeleine Albright.
Go ahead, Braylock.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say that I don't know if this is indicative of all of Arliss's shows, but there's like a lot of Asian representation on these two episodes we've watched.
Yeah, this show, and Bobby has talked about this from the beginning, that he wanted the show to be diverse before it was really the buzzword. Because he really, he said that he thought because Arliss was working with every kind of sport that he would have an office that would be diverse.
Wait a second.
And
right.
Look at it. What is this on the screen? Goldust versus Darth Maul?
Apparently, Goldust used to do a lot of Darth Maul-inspired makeup.
Wow.
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 That makes sense. Goldust is a Sith.
Goldust is a fucking Sith.
Yeah.
Man.
But
I'm just remembering video games. I used to play video games so much.
Now I feel like many people are.
You sound sad about it.
Yeah, many people are playing more games now during quarantine.
So many, but I'm not. I didn't get my Nintendo Switch. I have to buy it on the black market. I don't know if I should do that yet. It's completely sold out everywhere.
Well,
I can't play Animal Crossing with my friends.
And I'll say, I don't know if you know this, but coming soon to Nintendo Switch, re-release of a little game called Star Wars Pod Racer.
Wow.
Now this is pod racing.
I am. I'm going to get residuals aplenty from that game.
Wait, hold on. George, did you say, now this is pod racing about the video game, or were you just quoting the movie? Okay.
Both.
Just both.
Both.
Get you a man who can do both.
Get you a man. Get you a
He
man.
can do both.
Get you a man.
Hashtag he can do both.
You can do it. is this Goldust out of makeup, the man who now has Bobby Wool and Francois Chow in a headlock? Or is this fictional wrestler? I'm very confused by this episode.
And Patrick, it would be great if we could get Madeline Albright and Francois Chow both onto the stream after the episode that one was in and one was referenced in to talk about a later episode. Have you burned both asks yet?
I haven't.
Yeah, Patrick, I feel like there was a week at the George Lucas live show when we had like 5 cast members from The Tick on at the same time. It feels like you have some in with the cast of The Tick, so maybe you should send off an email.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, hang on.
Is Madeline Albright on social media? Yes. At Madeline. She got it.
At Madeline.
She got Madeline. If everybody could tweet at Madeline Albright to come on the show.
Yes.
It's for a good cause.
It could make
wait, what's happening? Why are they?
Jonathan, I wouldn't even know where to begin.
What's your question, Jonathan? You have a question about story?
I just saw them in army gear, and then I didn't know how I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't know how that happened. But doesn't matter now. Show's over.
That was the result of the deal.
Yes.
I think he had to commit. Right? That was part of the deal.
That was part of the deal. The art of the deal.
What are we at right now in terms of donations?
Wait, Jonathan just said something that actually ties into this show.
The art of the
Jonathan,
deal.
You know more about Arliss than you think you do.
Oh, snap.
The art of the deal. The book that inspired Arliss, the TV show.
Wow.
Yes.
It's a dark, dark circle.
That's why Arliss
connects.
every episode opens with a book, closes with a book.
Got it.
You're reading the chapters of Arliss's book that is his version of the art of the deal.
His version of the art of the deal. Wow.
That was what Bobby Wool said. It was like he read that book and he said, "This is full of bullshit. He's trying to make himself sound so heroic. I wonder how the deals actually went down." So the idea of Arliss is, here are all the comic misunderstandings, the mishaps that happened that Donald Trump was scrubbing out of his narrative.
Got it. Amazing.
Wild.
Guys, thank you so much for having me on here.
Hey,
Really
you're
appreciate it.
one of the best in the biz, Braylock.
Yeah.
it
looks like
there's an honor.
the stint in the army was the result of a wager gone wrong.
Got it.
Okay.
That was a real army he was in.
I think so, yeah.
And he had to fight some war that we don't know.
Sure.
What?
I don't know. I don't know. And it was for almost 1,000 days. He says only 978 days to go.
Look,
All right.
John, we've watched tens of episodes at this point. We're in season 4, and there's only one thing I've learned to be true. All's fair in love and Arliss.
Okay.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of this. How much longer are you doing this today?
4 more episodes?
Yeah,
3 more?
All right. That's not too bad.
2 hours left to go, and then only 3 weeks after this.
Four more
Thanks for
episodes,
everyone who's watched. I don't know why you're here or why you're watching this, but I appreciate it. You know what I mean?
And hey, follow up watching this with Astronomy Club.
Yeah.
Yes.
And don't check your email.
If you can watch this,
email.
you can watch
Yes,
Astronomy
absolutely.
Club.
It's so much
I
shorter.
promise you.
Yeah, John, definitely, I agree. I just want to boost what George just said. Don't check your email after this.
Okay, I won't, because there's nothing there.
There'll be nothing.
All right.
Bye, Jonathan.
Thanks, Jonathan. Let's go ahead and raise. How close are we to the next stretch goal?
We are at 14.
I like the song, Patrick.
Thank you.
You're like a little Johnny.
Carson?
Johnny Williams.
A little Johnny Williams.
We're at 16:21 and 30 cents. Stretch goal to watch Astronomy Club episode 1 after this. What is it?
Um,
25.
What is it?
25.
25. Do we want to make?
Did we set something for the OC?
Yeah,
Did we set something for the OC?
The OC is 22:30. What if we made Astronomy Club 21?
Fine. But then
Okay.
what are the other goals that we set out here?
Let's start this episode and then we could talk about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, like, I think we should just watch one thing this week if we're going to have something after, and then the other would be a stretch goal for next week.
This is the other reason I don't want to do 21. I don't want someone to watch one episode of Astronomy Club and then tell them, now stop watching it, watch OC instead. You should watch all of Astronomy Club in one sitting.
Sure.
Okay.
Are we starting?
You ready? 1, 2, 3.
So wait, Patrick, what were the previous stretch goals? Do I have
Previous stretch goals were 1750, new Star Wars scene with Watto and Han Solo.
Okay.
You know what? What if we say this?
God,
Hang
wait
on.
a second. There are 4 titties on screen. Cold open, 4 titties. Jim Turner naked playing Twister with the dial over his price.
Guys, what if we say this?
What?
We are $130 away from
The new scene?
getting the new scene.
Okay.
If someone donates $100, you can be Han Solo in the scene.
Wow.
You
I
want to
was
say
going to
that?
be Han Solo in the scene.
Yeah.
You be the narrator, George.
Is there a third character in the scene?
But it was a written scene. We were going to write it.
Yeah, I think this is the problem here.
Okay. Never mind. I take it back.
How about this? No. If someone wants to donate, they can be Chewbacca in the scene. He's easier to write for.
There you go.
No, someone can be Chewbacca in the scene for $100. I also feel like I saw someone submit another thing for Watto to read, so we can do that in a second. Am I right or wrong that because we passed 1600, I have to tape Baby Yoda to the wall?
I thought you made that. No, you made that 1900.
Because I think I swapped it out with you opening the action figure with your bare feet.
Sure.
So one of those is 16 and one of those is 9.
Yeah. All right, then you can duct tape them to the wall.
Okay, but at 19, you're fucking showing off those toes and you're unboxing that action figure.
Okay. And also, listen, if you donate 100, you'll also get that Colin Cowherd Mets call up, and I will send you the MP3 of it. It's very fun, very cool.
Also, are we looking to add more people into it?
More people to what?
Into the scene?
Yeah, so you get to be Chewbacca, you get the Mets call up, and if you want a Watto video, we'll make you a Watto video.
All right. All right. Now we're at what band is this? Is it country music?
Well, I know that Travis Tritt is in this episode, and Darius Rucker is in this episode. Hootie himself. Scott Erickson.
Cooter McCoy is the name of the country singer character.
Yeah.
That's a great name.
Hey, Ryan, did you email?
Who?
Oh, I see it now. I see it. Yes, we do have that, Ryan. When Watto's done, he'll do it.
Who did a fundo 3 hours ago but never got anything?
Yep. Watto's got it, so we'll just, once he comes back. Hey, Watto, can you do the cameo for Ryan?
Yeah.
Let me bring it up for you. Hang on.
I think I see in the private chat. Is it the most recent one, or was there
Yep.
another one?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, ready? Hey, here's a cool $100 for a Watto. For elite gaming community, Grub's Tavern. Our slogans are Grub's Tavern, meet me online, and there's always a seat for you at the tavern.
Do you want to talk about Grub's Tavern a little bit more, Watto?
Did they give me more text? You want me to riff on Grub's Tavern?
I wanted you to riff, but you do whatever you want.
Hey, let me give you the inside scoop on Grub's Tavern. It's fucking rules. You It's a cool place for cool kids to hang out and play cool games. And everyone is nice and chill and fun. And they don't discriminate against anybody.
Thanks, Watto. Thanks, Watto.
Can I say something about Grub's Tavern?
Yeah, sure, George.
What about Grub's Tavern?
Grub Nub.
Is that it?
That's it.
Can I actually say one more thing about Grub?
Yeah, sure. Hang on with that. There you go.
Grub Nub.
Can I say one more thing about Grub's Tavern? Eat at Grub Nub.
Can I say one more thing about Grub's Tavern?
Yeah, sure.
Grub to nub to nub!
Can I say one more thing about Grub's Tavern?
Yeah.
Grub Nub!
Can I say something?
Yes.
Celebrate the love.
Can I say just one more thing? Celebrate the grub!
Can I just say one more thing about Grub's Tavern? Grub Nub.
Can I say something about it? Grub-liberate the grub.
May I be permitted to say one more thing about Grub's
Yeah,
Tavern?
sure, Watto, of course.
Grub, 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 grub!
Grub, grub.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, sure, Watto.
Grub nub.
Can I say one more thing about Grub's Tavern? Celebrate the grub.
Celebrate the grub.
Celebrate the grub.
Celebrate the grub.
Grub.
Grub nub.
Grub Nub.
Celebrate the grub.
Grub Nub. Is that what you wanted, Ryan?
Is that what you wanted, Ryan? You got it? Is that enough for you, Ryan?
Did
Is that
you
what
get?
you wanted, Ryan?
Did you
Did
get
you
your
get what you
fundraise
wanted?
one? Did you get your
Did you get your
fundraise,
fundraise?
Ryan?
Is that enough?
Ryan.
Can I say one more thing about the Grub's Tavern?
Yeah. Hang on, I'm sorry.
Yes. You remind me of the grub.
What grub?
The grub with the power.
What power?
The power of Grub Nub.
Grub Nub?
Grub Nub.
Grub Nub?
Remind me of the grub.
What grub?
Grub's Tavern. It was open to all gamers. Meet me online. I saw a Grub Tavern. There's always a seat for you at the tavern.
I say one more thing about Grub's Tavern. 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, grub.
5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, grub.
9 grub, 10 grub, 11 o'clock grub.
We're going to grub around the tavern tonight.
Tonight.
When the grub strikes 1.
3 and 4.
get some grub, then we'll grub for more. We're gonna grub around grub tonight. We're gonna grub tavern in broad daylight. We're gonna grub around the tavern tonight.
And there are currently 2 titties on screen. They're at the restaurant that looks like McDonald's.
Normally you say too perfect. Were those imperfect, Watto?
I mean, do we really want to get into this on Maine?
Now, hang on. Let's ask this. Which character do you think is around naked women? Main character on our list around naked women the most? I think it's got to be Jimmy T.
Jimbo Turner?
Kirby Carlisle.
And this, we're seeing a dinner between Michael Boatman and Garcelle Beauvais, who I don't think we've seen on the show up until this point.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to say, I think he is the character who spends the least time around naked bodies, right? I think in ranking of the 4 main characters, it's Kirby, then Arliss, then Rita.
And Rita.
Right.
Guys, I just thought of something that we haven't touched upon.
Oh my God.
Grub's Tavern.
We have not talked about Grub's Tavern yet.
Look.
Wow.
Look at his name. One easy fix.
Wow. Now, what happens if we add a little bit of sports to that name? And what happens if we add a little bit of business to that name?
A little bit more business.
And
a little bit more sports.
And a little bit more business.
And a little bit more sports.
And a little bit more business.
And a little bit more sports.
Wow.
Now we have it.
This is truly a game changer. Although I will say,
what?
I feel like maybe it makes it a little bit less special for people. Because now anyone can do it. I wonder if
it's definitely less. It's definitely raising less money for charity because we have effectively the technology has wiped out a revenue stream for. So we will ask people if you find yourself on arliss.me and you're making Arliss names and you're testing out the slider, consider giving a few credits to.
Well, oh, hang on. We could do this too. Here's something that I thought of.
What?
What if we start doing it for people who donate it again? What if we say we will do it on our own, and for people like guests or whatever, we will then we'll use the website.
What? No.
Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free?
Right.
Well, hang on. I also want to say this because hang on. I would like to say this because I was doing math while I was saying that, so I wasn't totally paying attention. We are $3.70 away from doing a new scene.
Okay.
All right.
No one is
have anyone?
So no one else gets to be in the scene.
But I just want to
This
say,
is your chance to be Chewbacca. This is your chance to be Chewbacca in a new scene with Han Solo and Watto.
I think we have made the Arliss name a public utility. It had already been replaced by new incentives. You know what I'm saying? Like it had already been made less special because we had done it many weeks in a row after doing the Star Wars name for 30 hours.
Brilliant what's happened.
Right. So now it's like the photos exist, me doing a Watto video, you know, Colin Cowherd with the call outs. I mean, we got other
the technology changes everything. You know, we now no longer have to do practical Arliss names. People can do digital ones, and more people. The Arliss name generator will outlive the Watchathon. It will years from now. People will be making Arliss names using arliss.me.
Yes. Someone's pointing out, for $100, you get to join the live stream. This is something that has not been allowed up until this point.
I will send you a link, and you can join the stream.
Yes.
And you can help protesters not get sick. You can help protesters not get sick from COVID-19.
Yes. George Griffin, let's make a decision right now. if you donate the $100 to join the scene, how long are you on the live stream for?
I think it's until we decide. I think you get to stay on good behavior.
Okay.
Until we choose otherwise, right?
Yeah, and the cutoff will be when we have another guest, probably.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to say it's like, look, at the very least, you're going to get to play Chewbacca in a new scene that is officially canon.
Yeah.
But if you sort of present yourself well, you got a little bit of squalor.
Yeah. Patrick, who's Griffin?
Who's
Did I say that?
Someone said, I don't know what you said.
I don't remember. I'm only talking to you guys.
I'm very.
Yeah.
Oh, my roommate's name is Griffin, so maybe I was talking to him.
Oh, yeah. For a second, I thought you turned into Dave Sims, the New Yorker.
No,
Oh,
I'm
that
sorry.
guy. Yes.
That
I
guy,
thought
every
you
other
worked
word,
for the-
every other word out of his mouth is Griffin Newman.
I thought he worked for the Atlantic.
No, I think that's his secondary credit behind living in New York City all of his life.
No, but you're saying he wrote for the New Yorker.
No, he is a New Yorker.
He is a New Yorker.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Right, that's his main credit. New Yorker, but lowercase. Because it's not saying he writes for them, it's saying he is one. And then
Sure.
uppercase, the Atlantic, italicized.
This is
What are we at?
basically a musical episode of Arliss.
It is. This is their once more with feeling. What are we at right now, Patrick?
We are at $1,766.
So we're there.
So we got to do the scene. I would say let's give it 5 more minutes.
Okay.
5 more minutes. It's your chance. I'm gonna be Han Solo.
Yeah.
You can be Chewbacca.
Very generous.
You won't need to feel pressure. Chewbacca doesn't have to say anything.
No.
When he does, just make a noise. That's how Chewbacca talks.
You know what? I'll even say this.
What?
They get 1 question to the next guest.
And who knows who could be the final guest? It could be anyone.
Could be anyone.
Who could be the final guest? No one knows.
No one knows.
How many guests do we have possibly left? Theoretically.
I don't want to say that.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Also, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We got a few floaters. We got a few floaters.
You got some floaters.
Possible surprises or possible disappointments. Maybe there's no more guests.
Might be possible surprises for Patrick. We'll find out.
Madeline
might be here.
Did you ask her yet?
Yeah, it's madeline@gmail.com. Gmail.gov. It's gmail.gov.
But her emails. Imagine if one of the emails was
nice. Look at that.
Look at what?
Look at this comment.
Which
I didn't know your screen name was May very well be.
Yeah.
NKOAS Fresh 100. We're saying Fresh 100.
A fresh.
People have donated $100 already. We're saying Fresh 100.
Fresh 100. Fresh 100.
A fresh 100.
You guys are getting a lot for 100 already, so we're adding more if you do it now.
And look, let's say if you donate a fresh 100, it also means you get the Watto video.
You get a Watto video. You get a Cosell video or a Cosell.
I'll eat a. What's before there was Baby Yoda? There was this little guy.
George will eat the rest of that spinach
for fun.
But before there was Baby Yoda, there was this little cutie, Baby Spinach. Yeah. I will eat 1 leaf for every $1 that comes in up till I run out of leaves.
What, George? Why is you saying cutie so funny? There's something about it.
Well, look at them. Because if I had, and who knows, maybe this would have been less successful, but this is a character I would add to season 2 of The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Baby Spinach.
Baby Spinach.
Aw. So now The Mandalorian, not only does he have Baby Yoda,
yes,
he's got Baby Spinach to deal with.
It doubled the trouble.
Because Baby Yoda's going to be wanting to eat that Baby Spinach.
Yes.
Have we got any new dollars in, Patrick?
We are still where we were, guys.
I don't like that. I think we might have to just start the scene soon.
Yeah.
I'm not starting the scene. I don't want to start the scene until I get some dollars for this Baby Spinach.
Well, we got $1. We got the amount to
hang on. Should we up them being Chewbacca and someone else, maybe?
No, that scene won't make sense.
Yeah, and this feels greedy. For $100, you're getting a Watto video, a Colin Cowherd voicemail.
Oh, here we go. I'm
Late
logging into
talker.
page. Oh, someone says I just put in the 100. Let's see if
Okay.
it's there.
Oh, two
Okay.
different people, maybe
Hey,
now.
Jesse Weber, email the George Lucas Talk Show at gmail.com and I will send you the link.
And if someone else also is trying to donate 100 right now, you can be an extra character that I will reveal once you've donated the 100.
Yep,
I
wait,
hope it's the
Stewart.
character I'm thinking of.
What?
I hope it's the character I'm thinking of right now.
Akmana?
It's a new character that we haven't seen.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Okay,
It's another Wookiee. It's another Wookiee. It's another Wookiee.
Wait, is it a Wookiee
but
that we know, or is it a new Wookiee?
No,
Oh.
it's a new Wookiee character we don't know. And this is a special character that I wish I had had the time to add in. All right?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you seeing what I'm seeing on screen right now?
Oh, Rita.
Uh-oh.
It feels like Michael Boatman is getting treated the
Cuckolded.
way that George Lucas has been treated in the past.
Yeah. Wow.
Unbelievable. And he takes the box back, the gift.
Oh, boy. He can't even spell ISDN.
Good joke.
Good burn.
Good burn. Burn from the boat. You got the boat burn.
Okay, Jesse Weber, I have emailed you the link.
Okay.
All right. Now Jesse's going to be playing Chewbacca.
Ball is in your court, Jesse Weber. Jesse Weber will be playing Chewbacca.
Wow.
Any other $100 ones come in, you're playing a new Wookiee. And we could do one more. That's pretty much what we could do.
Okay.
Right. Right now we have the capacity because other than that, the scene starts to get a little complicated.
Yes, we
Oh,
don't want
wait.
to be a cluster fudge.
Okay, Wave Stewart also sent in. Wave, send me your email and I will send you the link.
George almost did a Quibi. He almost did a Quibi there.
Almost did a Quibi. Not quite.
Can I point out that the fictional fast food chain in this episode is called McMarceau's? And it's a parody of McDonald's, except instead of the mascot being a clown, it's Marcel Marceau the mime.
Now we have to remember to ask. We have to remember to ask.
Yeah.
This is meant to be. This is in a world where McDonald's exists.
Yes. We got
I wonder if
we got a lot of questions for Bobby this week,
If he shows up.
which he probably won't.
We don't know.
He probably won't.
Probably won't.
He probably won't. What?
Wait, I'm waiting.
Marriage. It's another wedding episode. Is this sweep?
What? He's in a jail cell.
Here he is, Jesse Weber.
Hello.
Jesse Weber. Thank you so
Hello,
much
Jesse.
for your contribution, Jesse.
You're very welcome.
And Jesse,
Jesse, I
let's
want to
say
thank you. I want to thank you for accepting the role of Chewbacca for this scene and for growing your beard out specifically for the role.
Yep, absolutely.
and Jesse, let's say also you now have access to the private chat. So if you want to type a message in the private chat that Watto will later record on camera, that is available.
And that's
Absolutely.
You can also just scroll and look at the private chat, and it's just like a look behind the curtain. I don't know if anything inappropriate has been
Looks like
said.
I cannot do that, unfortunately.
Uh-oh.
Really? You're only getting it starting now. Let me give you a
Yeah.
spoiler of something that was said earlier in the private chat. Ready?
Mhm.
Jersey Dave said, "Oops, sorry about that pizza thing."
Wow. What a peek behind the curtain.
I don't even know what that's referring
I
to.
don't either.
The
Oops.
video of the what do you call it?
Oh, the literally
The
Hang on, did
piece
Arliss
of the movie
win a
was-
Grammy?
yes, Arliss won a Grammy for an artist who had died, who they were memorializing with Darius Rucker from Hootie and the Blowfish.
Cool.
Oh, and
Right.
now the episode is in the end credits cutting back to the Twister game, except now Michael Boatman is also naked.
That was a Marvel credit sting.
Yes.
We've never had that before in an episode.
A cold open that was called back in an end credits sting.
Cold open callback during the end credits. Another appearance by Bob Costas.
Wow.
Bob Costas is. I don't think he'll catch up with Michael Boatman, but he's getting closer than most.
And Jersey Davis saying the pizza movie trailer I played, I should have stopped that.
Oh yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Jesse, how is your day going so far?
Mine is pretty good. I've been watching this stream mostly.
It's great.
Now,
I had some hot dogs. They were
Hey.
wonderful.
have you been watching Arliss as well, or just watching the stream with us?
I have not been watching Arliss. I both don't have HBO, nor do I have a device other than the device I'm watching this on to
Wow,
play
okay.
HBO.
Right. So you were hindered by the law and the technology because
That's right.
you're not going to seek out an illicit means of watching Arliss,
Absolutely
which you could.
not.
I'm sure your device you would be able to find illicit
Certainly.
purchase of Arliss, but you won't do it.
So we're waiting on Waif to come in. I sent them the email. They should be here in a minute. Jesse, where are you? Are you in the U.S.? Are you in another country?
I am right outside of Washington, D.C.
Wow.
in
Great place.
Maryland.
Wow.
Yeah, great place
Yep.
to be. What does it feel like there right now?
Well, I've not been outside very much in the last several months, so it feels like being about anywhere else.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you feel like you're hearing more activity? Like here in New York, there has been a great increase of sirens and helicopters in the last week.
I would not say I'm hearing that. I think I'm maybe just far enough out. Because DC is
It's
even
big town.
DC. It's a big enough place.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have the CIA. They have those CIA choppers that you can't hear.
Right.
Yes, of course. Yeah, like I'm near the border, but I'm not near downtown.
Gotcha.
Andrew,
hello,
welcome.
Andrew. Thank you for joining us,
Hi,
Andrew.
Andrew.
Thank you for
Hello.
doing.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Great cause.
For this scene that we're about to do, I'll be Han Solo.
Okay.
Watto
and I
will be Watto.
I'll be saying the role of Watto.
All right. Jesse, you'll be Chewbacca, and Andrew, you're going to be playing Chewbacca's. And I need to contextualize this because everyone thinks of Han Solo and Chewbacca as best friends.
Yes.
But they are, and that's true. But they're also their business partners, their colleagues, and Chewbacca has a full life. It's more than just work. So, other than Han Solo, you're going to be playing Chewbacca's best friend, Steve.
Perfect.
Okay. Now, both of you can talk. You can say as much as you want in the scene, but you have to speak Wookiee. And the only thing that Steve can say that isn't in Wookiee language is, "My name is Steve."
Only thing. That's the only thing off the table.
Yeah. All right. So this is a scene that takes place on Tatooine, prior to A New Hope, but not. It's when it's like maybe a day or two before we see him in A New Hope. You know, he's there. He's got the Millennium Falcon there. He's working some business deals. All right.
Is he trying to buy some new parts from Watto?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened.
Okay.
He needs some parts.
And George, I have one important question about my motivation. I know you hate giving direction to actors. I have one important question about my motivation.
Okay.
Am I wearing the hat or no?
No.
Okay.
You're not wearing the hat, but the hat.
Okay.
The hat is in the background of the scene.
Okay. That's all I need.
Prominently.
Okay.
Actually, I hate to do this. Could you duct tape the hat to the wall?
No problem whatsoever. Whatever it takes. Give me a moment here.
Because that's how I pictured it.
Yeah. Okay.
And this will give me a chance to talk about. All right, now, Steve. I'm going to talk to you about your character's name, Andrew. So, Steve.
My name is Steve.
Yes. Andrew, you're not in character yet. You can say whatever you want in this part of it before we start the scene. Steve is visiting Tatooine on business, and it's one of those things where they previously, Chewbacca and Steve, they were space messaging each other, and because Chewbacca gets texting basically on his bandolier. He has like a message app, kind of like on Apple. The bandolier is kind of like an Apple Watch, like it has a certain amount of functionality on it, and so you've been messaging and you realize that you're both on Tatooine. So you're hanging out. It's like when you realize you're in the same town on a business and you realize someone else you know is there, and then you meet up, but you're still like he's like tagging along. Does that make sense? Jesse, do you have any questions?
So I think I've got it.
Yeah. You're just, you probably asked Han, like, is it okay if my buddy Steve comes along while we get these parts for the Falcon? And
so
Han
I'm
was
kind
like,
of
sure.
tour guiding. I'm tour guiding a little bit.
Yeah. Because I think
I'm also at work.
I think Han and Chewbacca have been to Tatooine before, but I think this might be Steve's first visit to Tatooine.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Steve, you're in sales.
Naturally.
Okay. Are we ready? Looks great.
Great.
Are we ready, Watto?
Okay, and just because it helps me to have a physical action, I'm sort of wiping down the counter. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Tell me when we're ready. Okay.
All right. I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Hey, do you sell parts for spaceships?
I thought you were going to call action. Give me a second. I'm in it. Call action when you're ready to start.
All right. And action. Hey, do you have parts for spaceships?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yes, I am Watto. I sell parts for spaceships and droids. What do you want? Oh, also, your money's no good here. No Republic credits. None of them, please.
No Republic credits?
No. And don't think about mind tricks either.
I'm not a Jedi. I don't believe in that hocus pocus.
Well, it sounds like you and I have something in common then. But what are you looking to buy, and how will you pay me?
Well, if I don't have... Well, I need to replace some of the laser cannons on my ship.
It sounds pretty pricey.
Well, I've got the money.
What about these two hairy friends of yours?
My name is Steve.
And this is Chewbacca. And that's none of your concern.
Fair enough. I'm sorry. I thought this was a free country and I could address them as I feel pleased.
Yeah, my ship is a Corellian YT 1300 F light freighter.
Yes, very familiar with this type of ship. So what?
Yeah. Do you have anything? Yeah. I need replacement laser cannons.
Let me check this box here. Let me look in my box of parts for this ship. Let's see. No. I got a cigarette lighter. Would that help?
No. We don't need a. Is that for death sticks?
Yes. What about a cassette player?
No, we already have one of those.
Okay. Yes, I found it. Replacements for your laser.
Mm-hmm.
So, what can you offer me? Or could we maybe make some sort of a wager?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll make a wager.
Okay.
What do you want to bet on?
Well, you're the one who just said you'll make a wager. I thought you were going to establish the wager.
Well, I thought you had something in mind. It was your idea, and I agreed to it.
No, I didn't. I'm sort of more of a doer than an idea man. Let me see. I'm trying to think of a fun wager that could incorporate your two hairy friends who I am not supposed to address.
How about this? How about this? If I have Chewbacca and Steve fight, and we'll bet on which one's going to fight, and whoever wins the bet, I either have to pay you for the laser cannons, or I get him for free. How's that?
Fair enough. I guess. How would we decide who gets which combatant in the fight?
I'll let you pick. You can have Steve or you can have Chewy.
Or maybe we let chance decide.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Red is Steve. Blue, Chewy.
Okay.
Blue, I get Chewy.
All right, I get Steve.
My name is Steve.
Yeah, we know.
Chewy, sorry we're not on the same side on this. I want you to listen, pal. I want you to give it your all right? Don't throw the fight.
Hey, Chewy, don't fuck this up for me, okay? Watto's made some really bad deals recently. He invested in a theme restaurant on Tatooine right before the economy collapsed, and now no one wants to go to a pod racing themed restaurant. I need this. I cannot be giving away parts for free. I understand this is a conflict of interest. You're fighting against one of your own friends who is fighting on behalf of another friend. But please, man, just guy to guy, help me out here. Do me a solid. Hit Steve with all you got, okay? Cool. We're good, man.
All right, Steve, listen. I know we don't know each other very well, but Chewy's going to really fight you. That's just how he is. All right, he's not going to take a dive, so you're really going to have to do your best. Pin him, hurt him if you have to. Nothing is going to damage him personally, but it's something. But you got to win this fight, okay?
Hey, Chewy, can I talk to you again for a second? Chewy, I don't want you to just attack this guy physically. Attack him personally, right? You know this guy well. Steve, you must have some dirt on him. You know, like poke him where it hurts. I mean, pick some real vulnerable spots. You know what his activators are, his greatest shames. What is his Waterloo? Rub his nose in it.
Steve, I thought of something. Chewy is really ticklish. And there's no rule against tickling in a fight. Not like this. I want you to tickle him. Can you do that, Steve? All right.
Chewy, one more thing. Can I tell you, please? Grub nub.
All right. You call it whenever you want.
Okay. Let's get ready to Wookiee! Ding, 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 ding. Oh my God. Oh no, a punch! Oh no, another punch.
Oh, I'm not scared.
I'm terrified.
Steve's doing pretty well.
I have so much.
Steve, tickle him.
Oh no. Oh no. No, not tickle. Fuck up your mind, Steve. Your greatest failing. Keep them on a personal level, Steve. The tickling. I was not thinking about the tickling. He cannot come
I'd
back.
say you owe me 2 laser cannons.
Yeah. Okay. Watto knows when he's been bested. Here's 1 laser cannon. Here's
Thank you.
Laser cannon.
Chewy, I'm sorry to put you through that. I had to use what I knew. You forgive me?
Hey, Chewy. What the fuck, man? I mean, come on. We talked about this. This is like I had a lot at stake here. Oh, you're just gonna who me? Come on, man. The fix was in.
Hey, man. He doesn't have to talk to you now. Fight's over.
Hey, I don't like the way you negotiate, and I promise I will never forget your name ever again. What? By the way, what was your name?
My name?
No,
is-
not you, Steve. You said it a number of times. You. With the
Me?
vest. Yes.
Han Solo.
But who do you come from? What's your family name?
Oh, I was named by a security guard.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Hey, are there any bars around here?
Yes. Let me think. There is Cantina right around the corner. Great place. Little rowdy. No droids, but otherwise highly recommended. I don't know if their kitchen will still be open at this hour, but certainly for drinks.
Where can I get? Wait, it's the middle of the day.
They have weird hours.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do they have live music?
Yes. What kind of music do you like?
Jizz.
Jazz music, yes. Then you should go there if you're looking for jazz music. Yes.
All right. Well, thanks.
Yeah. Hey,
And thanks for the cannons.
Yeah. Well, hey, don't mention it.
Oh, and one more thing.
Yes.
Thanks.
I know.
And scene.
Wow.
That's a perfect scene. And that's a perfect
Right.
scene from Star Wars.
Let's start this episode since we're very behind.
Wow.
Yeah.
Andrew, Jesse, fantastic performances.
Great
Perfect.
job, guys.
Absolutely perfect.
Thank you. It means a lot.
All right, are we all ready?
Yes. Ready? Okay.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Season 4, episode 10, D-Day.
I've lost all sense of time. How many episodes are there next
I
week?
believe there are 12.
Okay.
And we are less than 200 away. Where are we?
From you unboxing the action figure with your bare feet?
No, we're like 100 away from that. But we're like 200 away from watching the OC episode with George Lucas tonight.
So what? What are we at right now?
Last time I checked, let me refresh, make sure nothing else came in.
And we have another cold, yet another cold open.
We are at $2,001.30.
So that's great, but Patrick, does that not mean that you need to open the action figure now?
I think that was 2,100.
I think that was 19.
I don't want
I mean, it will be at 2,100 soon enough. Let's go ahead and make it.
Huh?
What were the stretch goals for 2? What was the stretch goal for 21?
Well, I'm saying I don't want to open it. I like it in the box.
Okay. All right. Well, let's replace it. Let's replace it with something else.
Replace it. It feels like you are fixing this and not offering up stretch goal incentives just so you can avoid opening.
Let me go look around. Hang on. Let me go look.
Yeah, find us something good.
Else to do. The fix is in, man.
I really hope that we can match what we raised last week for the bail fund, for the COVID-19 fund. It would be really nice if we could do that.
Like Patrick is sort of like fucking with this because we keep on saying, what's the next goal? And he says, I don't know. There isn't another goal. And because every time it's the unboxing thing, and then he punts it and doesn't replace it with something else.
I think right now he's replacing with another one of his classic naps.
Oh, yeah.
That seems pretty clear.
I'm Real Pursuit questions.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you. This is such bullshit. We're asking you to put some skin in the game. I've taped 3 things to my wall. And what have you done? I chugged 2 cans of Red Bull. You fucking fair weather friend. What is this nap trick?
I saw down in the chat that 1900 was feet, and I'm confident that that's correct.
Right. 1900 was feet. 2000 was Watto sings a song. And 21, I swear to God, we had something for 21. And then 22, 30, whatever it is the OC.
At bare minimum, Patrick has to show his feet.
Yes. And I'm ready to sing a song, but I won't do it until Patrick comes up with something. Patrick, is there another task that you can do with your bare feet?
What if I have to wear robot arms for the rest of the stream?
No, fuck you. Show your goddamn toes and do something with them.
Can you put the robot arms on your legs?
Yeah, well, they probably won't fit. What, George?
Do you have a pen in your house, a dark pen?
Probably. Why, George?
Will you turn one of your feet into a Star Wars character by drawing, make it either a droid or a Star Wars alien and show it to the camera?
Oh, on my foot?
Yes, on the bottom of your foot.
Yeah, I can probably do that. Sure.
No,
Right.
okay, yeah.
We have to get to 2100.
No, it was 900.
No, you owed it at 1900.
Okay.
It was originally 1600.
This guy's are turning into a real Arliss.
This guy hates.
Everything's a deal to be renegotiated.
I know, it's unbelievable. He's a regular Chris Gethard. This guy. Well,
We gotta get that Fizzy Boys episode.
Please tell me about it. I've been working on it.
Yeah.
Off screen, I've been working.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When he comes back, as he draws the character on his foot, that will be the main screen, and Watto will sing a song. Okay?
What character do you want?
Yeah.
A new character.
You make it up.
A new character? You don't want like?
There's no Star Wars character that looks like a foot.
Oh, but I thought I was. Let me think.
Thought what?
That's probably we could probably find a Star Wars character that looks like a
I
foot.
could.
Probably.
I can create a character right now. I can create a character right now if you don't want to do the hard work.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Is there anyone who's got a
Patrick doesn't want to
head?
do the hard work.
Like a
It's a droid. I got it. It's a droid. It's called R5D foot.
What kind of droid is it?
It's it's a fetish droid. It's a droid that was created for foot fetishes.
Oh shit! My clock broke. Well, we're not going to have the stopwatch for this episode, guys.
No? Okay, then it's more important than ever that you can't get it up to 528?
No, I can't.
Pretty fascinating that producer Patrick Kotner is finally asked to put something on the line, and suddenly the show starts collapsing. Like he's trying to torpedo this.
Does the droid have eyes?
Yeah.
You have to hold your hand through every step of this.
I thought you guys were going to describe him.
You're a creative producer. I have to sing a song.
All right. Full screen while he draws.
Full screen of you drawing on the foot while I sing a song.
Oh no. Okay.
At the end of the song, we reveal this new droid.
Yes. And this is going to be a cappella, unfortunately, because of rights issues that came up the last time Watto sang a song. So hopefully you will be able to make out what tune this was originally set to.
How many more naps does one man need?
My pen's not working.
Oh my fucking god.
Look at this.
Yeah, great.
Whoa.
And I want you to make the most of this song, okay?
Patrick's third thing is pens. Pen trick, catnap. His pen runs out of ink,
None of these
and
pens are working.
he enters the room with 100 pens.
Don't go for a ballpoint. That's gonna hurt.
1,600
Go
pens.
for felt tip.
None of these pens work on my foot.
Hey, I got a song to sing. Get your fucking act together. Are we ready?
Sharpie.
Yes.
Yes.
Be more comfortable.
Sharpie, you coward. People are protesting in the street. Draw a fucking robot on your foot.
Song.
Are we ready for the song?
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready.
There were years when both suns were so hot. Local economy collapsed, and I was afraid my shop might shut down forever. There were days when business was so bad that I sat around my junk shop and listened to gra-gra outside my window. I had the feeling when I saw you walking up with the big dick energy of Liam Neeson. And I knew that this might be the biggest sale I'd ever made. This song is very topical to the scene we just did. But when you wave your hand and you give me that look, I'm afraid you're mistook, 'cause your mind tricks don't work on me. Mind tricks don't work. Oh, they don't work on me now. Oh, you can pay me outright, or you can go take a hike. I am willing to haggle, but the brainwash ain't right. I don't take Republic credits, but there are many currencies I allow. Baby, 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 if I kiss you like this, and if you whisper like that, it was long, long ago, but your mind tricks don't work on me. If you need me like that, I'm getting confused with the way I wrote the lyrics, so I'm going to move ahead here. I can barely recall, but your mind tricks don't work on me. Yes, you were history with the slamming of the door, and I made myself so strong again somehow. And I never wasted any of my time on you since then. Jedi, 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 you can touch me like this. You can hold me like that. It won't do a damn thing, 'cause your mind tricks don't work on me. I can see you do this, waving your hand. Can you see me do that? Flip you the bird, and we see eye to eye, and your mind tricks don't work on me. The flesh and the fantasies all coming back to me. I'm a toy Darien, so your mind tricks don't work on me now. But when you wave your hand, and you give me that look, I'm afraid you're mistook, 'cause your mind tricks don't work on me now.
Now, I want to say this.
Wow.
I forgot that Watto wrote out his lyrics in a way that only made sense the night that he was performing them, and now are almost incomprehensible.
Yeah. I want to say this.
Yes.
Immediately after I started with the Sharpie, I found a pen that worked on my foot. So I still finished it, but if you look at the eyes, they're fully with a regular pen.
Okay, but that looks good.
I agree.
It looks great.
And Patrick, you know what I'm going to ask you now.
Stunning.
Do you know who I looked at in order to figure it out?
TC-14. That minxy little droid.
Didn't look at C-3PO.
Oh,
stunning likeness.
Crossed, if you know what I'm going to say. Now, Naptrick, do you know what I'm going to say to you?
What?
You should get a chair.
I should get a chair?
Yeah, because I want that foot propped up and facing the camera.
I don't know if I can.
You don't have anything you can prop a foot up on?
Well, no, I do, but my coffee table is too close to my chair. Or my couch.
Or do not. There is no can.
Oh my god, okay.
Unless it's the film festival where Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith premiere out of competition.
Played not in competition, yes.
That's the only can.
Okay, hang on.
This guy, I thought he was a producer. I had heard that he walks the walk, and then suddenly, now here's Jersey Dave fixing Patrick mistakes.
Perfect. Now, I can't tell right now if Arliss, for a second I thought he had those the motion capture squibs all over
Tracking
his face.
dots, right.
Tracking dots, yeah.
Now it seems like maybe it's acne cream or shaving mix.
He was itching earlier. I think it might be a chicken pox or something like that.
Hey, Patrick, thank you very much. Was that so difficult?
How long do I have to do this for?
The rest of the time. Come on. Oh, it looks so uncomfortable. It looks so uncomfortable to kick back with your feet up.
I mean, it's 1 foot up, but yeah.
Hey, feel free to put the second one up, and feel free to draw a character on the second one.
If they donate $2,000 more.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It looks good. It's a very good drawing. I never knew you had such a steady line.
Yeah. They also have, if you look on this side, it's got like the little ears that they have.
Yeah, I like it. It's good. I don't understand why you were being so reticent.
Well, it's a Sharpie.
Someone said maybe this character is named TC-14.
Sure.
TC Footy. But George,
I think-
you had already given the character a name.
No,
right?
that could be a character that his other foot is.
He's saying that we need to make $2,000 more to draw the other foot. I think.
Yeah, if you want to see TC Footeen and see a little scene between the TC Footeen and R5D foot, we got to get $2,000 more. That's what you're holding out for, Patrick?
I think 1,000. I think if we get to 3,000.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
No, I'll say this: we have to get to 3,501. We have to beat last week's total.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
Deal.
Now, where are we right now, Patrick, relative to unlocking the OC stretch goal?
Oh, you want me to check the totals? I can't reach my computer.
What can Jersey Dave check?
No, he doesn't have a login for the PayPal.
Oh boy. Okay, I will
Patrick,
Hang on. Bop, 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 bop. We are at $2,061.30.
Well, so we are less than $200 away from this stream ending with a full 44-minute episode of the OC.
Listen, they're bringing this up. What do you think my feet are on?
Hey!
How will we watch the OC if we get to that?
It's on Max.
It's on what?
It's on HBO Max.
It's on HBO Max.
George, I've already watched
it's like HBO, but so much mo.
I know. It was destiny.
The prophecies were true.
The prophecies.
It is like HBO, but so much mo.
Yes.
Okay, let's ask Andrew and Jesse some questions. What are your guys' deals? Where are you from, Andrew?
What's your deal?
Yeah, tell us about
I'm from Toronto.
How did you find the show?
Good question. I guess I watched the full marathon.
Okay.
And that got me hooked. So I've been following ever since.
That's great. Jesse, same question.
How did I find the show? I mean, I have been to the George Lucas talk show a few times when I've been in New York, so I was aware through that. So yeah.
There you go.
And I'm fans of. There's a podcast that Patrick appeared on called 12 Hour Day. I'm a fan of that. There's a totally unrelated podcast called Blank Check. I'm also a fan of that.
No, but George, you were
on that one. Have not been asked to be on that one.
George, you were on that podcast, right? I feel like you.
That's true. George was on Blank Check.
Yes, I was on an episode of the Blank Check podcast.
One time in studio, one live show.
Yes. But Patrick, your main podcast, Patrick, you did something called Elysium Watch.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
I guess
I've heard
if
that.
people want to listen to that, they can.
And I believe neither of us were ever asked to be on that.
No, I don't think so. Sorry, it was short. It was shorter lived than anticipated. But people can find that. It's Elysium Watch. I believe it's on Anchor.fm.
I listened to it on Spotify.
Oh yeah, it's also on Spotify. You can listen there.
I think you can listen to it like all podcasts anywhere that podcasts are found.
They're not on Apple, but yeah. Andrew and Jesse, what is your history with Arliss?
I guess I can go first. I had never seen Arliss before. I'd heard the name, but I don't think I was aware of what it was until Robert Wool came on. I have to say, in the marathon watch situation, I used to be for a number of years on the ratings board here to rate movies, the age ratings.
Yeah.
Did that for 6 years, and often it would be watch 2 seasons of an anime as a work day.
Yeah. So is this for movies and TV, the same rating system?
It was movies that were going to cinemas and movies and TV that were going direct to video that had not previously aired. In Canada, there's like provincial systems and there's a TV rating system as well. So if it was straight to video, so a lot of the anime, for instance, were things that were just being released on video that never aired on TV here.
Wow.
It's kind of cathartic to watch people suffer watching in a way that I used to do. It's nostalgic.
Now, can I ask you, what is the rating system in Canada? Can you tell us what the different?
What the levels are?
Yes.
Sure. So it's G, PG. There's 4A, which is like adamant if you're under 14.
Froze up for a second.
Okay.
G and PG. We know these. We know from this in the United States of America. Okay. After PG.
14A, which is
a twist.
adult accompaniment if you're under 14.
So it's like PG-13, but it's saying you need an adult, and it's actually 14.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 18A, which is similar.
So that's like almost identical to our rating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we also have R, but RR means actually restricted. Like you can't see it unless you're over 18.
So your R is our NC-17.
Yeah, except that it's 18.
Wow.
Huh.
Wow.
Wow.
What number are we at, Patrick?
Now, Andrew, while I'm looking at that, was there anything that you worked on and you rated that you later, we were at the same number? We have not changed. We were at 2016.
In another $100, I'll do a special surprise.
Wow. 2061 we were at. Was there anything that you rated that you later were like, I should have rated that lower or higher? It's okay if it's not.
I feel like the Jurassic World was like a PG movie, but like pretty gory.
Yeah.
So
pretty violent movie.
If it hadn't been, I feel like that was one where we kind of felt the pressure of knowing that it was like directed at a kids audience.
So now that you no longer work in this job, you can say that sometimes you felt that pressure. I'm not asking you to state more specifics about where that pressure was coming from, but you were sometimes cognizant in your job position of like, they're hoping this movie gets this rating.
Definitely. And we'd often get the distributors then like, challenging us and getting us to re-rate things. And
because the movie like that, they're like, look, rate it whatever you want, but here are the toys we have on shelves. Like they're sort of saying like.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
Patrick, should we just roll right through to the next episode?
Sure. You guys let me know when you're ready because I got to refresh this.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
in about 55 seconds.
Yes. Jesse, did you tell us what you do for a living? Or are you currently employed?
I'm kind of a student.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Hey.
A Padawan.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
kind of a Padawan.
Yes. And currently, that's the type of answer that most people have right now. Oh, I'm sort of a this. Our entire world is thrown into chaos. You should feel no shame about that.
What are you going to school for, Jesse?
I would like to work in actually a slightly similar field. I'd like to work in
slave trading?
film. Film programming.
Gotcha.
Similar to Andrew. Yeah. In film programming, like work at like a film festival or a repertory theater.
Oh, interesting.
Great.
Patrick, we are rolling over.
Okay.
To episode 11, The Art of Give and Take. And it is starting.
Okay. I noticed a few people in the chat talking about Draft Day. I believe that's one that I rated.
Oh wow!
For this jurisdiction.
Now that's a football movie, right, Andrew?
It is largely a football movie, I think.
Has a lot in common with our list. Now, I want to bring up something that I remember very vividly.
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to ask for your perspective on this. The movie Draft Day. Let me get these details right. In the American rating system, you are allowed one non-sexual use of the word fuck, and you are still able to remain PG-13. But if the word fuck is applied in a sexual context or modified to become more intense, you automatically get an R rating. Same for if you use the word more than once. Now, the star of that movie, and don't ask how I know this, the star of that movie, Kevin Big Swinging Dick Costner, was very, very adamant about a scene where he felt like his character should call someone a motherfucker, which a motherfucker is an immediate R. If you throw the mother in there as a qualifier, it's an immediate R. And he felt so strongly about it that he refused to give a single take in which he didn't say motherfucker. And then it was submitted to the Motion Picture Association of America. They gave it an R, and it was one of the few times in recent history where a rating was reversed and repealed without any edits being made. There were several additional hearings where they made the case for it still being an appropriate movie for young people. And so motherfucker was allowed in with a PG-13 rating. Now, do you remember this being a conflict at all in Canada, or is your culture less sensitive than ours?
I wouldn't necessarily say we're less sensitive, but it wasn't a conflict. I don't remember that at all.
Okay.
The rating, at least the area that I was doing it for, it's different each province.
Yes. Oh, wow.
So it's the same overall structure, but there's different boards and slightly different rules for each one.
Wow.
And it's a publicly, like a public organization.
Yes.
As opposed to being part of the industry regulating itself.
Wow.
So then the other level of that is that it's instead of being the MPAA just enforcing it within the industry, it's a law. So like the R rating is like enforceable on the theaters, not just the theaters policing themselves.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so they're greater repercussions. Now, do you remember?
But there's also more flexibility within the ratings, at least where I was.
Do you feel like, not do you feel like, you know this for a fact, is like the cursing, is that as much of an ironclad, no exceptions rule in the province you were working for, or is it more a case-by-case basis?
When I was there, it evolved a bit, but definitely not ironclad. There was guidelines of like what terms, and in the case of fuck, how many, but more of a suggestion.
Sure.
And other things was more like, is this used as a slur? Is this used aggressively at someone? Much more context and flexibility than what I understand the MPAA does.
This is clearly a very serious subject that Watto has a lot of strong opinions about. But there are like notable exceptions of movies like The King's Speech, in which the main character has Tourette's syndrome and so involuntarily curses a lot. And they said this is history, it's educational, it's otherwise very appropriate. Children should be able to see it. And the MPAA went, no exceptions. And they had to make an alternate cut of The King's Speech with bleeps in it in order to get the PG-13 rating.
I did not realize they bleeped things. Wow.
I knew that.
It's like a rare example of that happening, because they were like, we can't cut around it. There's no way to cut the curses out and have this movie still make sense. And then another one was Billy Elliot, which is like a movie about a child, a good film for children to see. And the adults in the film cursed, but it was like for verisimilitude, and not like an exaggerated way. And they said, we're not going to cut it. It's like the texture of the movie. It gives it realism. It's not done like, willy-nilly. And they said, no, the movie's rated R. Kids can't go see it. So it feels like perhaps there's a more sensible system in place in Canada where things are like graded on a scale as part of a larger context.
Yeah, at least where I was. But as someone suggests in the thing, standards are very low in Quebec. Like each province can actually vary quite a bit.
So Quebec's kind of fucking wild, you're saying?
Like often we would get stuff where we're like, is this like a 14A? Is this an 18A? Like it's definitely like an adult movie, and Quebec's like, G, PG. Like
it's a G. Wow.
So is it people?
Hold on. Are we seeing young Arliss?
I think this is a flashback to young Arliss.
This is the youngest we've seen Arliss.
Yes.
We're getting so much closer to seeing baby Arliss.
I know, we're almost there. And I'm glad that he doesn't go all the way to baby, because then he would be stepping on our toes. Are you seeing?
Well, we don't know that yet. We have multiple seasons. Robert has tended to clam up whenever we bring up baby Arliss.
He seems
and I'm wondering if it's because that's where the show is headed and he doesn't want to spoil it for us.
That's what the last season is.
Maybe they put in a backdoor pilot that never got picked up. Now your time to pick it up.
It feels like it's maybe. Wow.
Wow.
Arliss
got a little crush.
I was going to say, it feels like young Arliss is horny on me.
It also, he's bad at sports.
Oh.
This is the Phantom Menace of Arliss. We're seeing his origin story. We're seeing when you're watching a story about a grown man, the one thing you want to see is what was he like when he was a little boy.
Yes.
And Arliss is delivering.
Yes.
And this is. I want to know if this was inspired by Phantom Menace. Did I plant the seeds for this idea that we see the origin story? I don't know.
Let's see when this episode aired. This is episode 10 or 11?
This is 11.
They mentioned the Phantom Menace earlier in the season. So.
And this episode aired August 15th, 1999. So who knows when it was filmed, but it was released in a post-Phantom Menace climate.
It was probably, I think it was filmed in the summer. That's what Boatman said.
Boatman!
Boatman said a lot of them were filmed in the summer so they could accommodate the Spin City time frame.
Turnaround.
What are we at money-wise, Patrick?
We are at
Reminder, at 21,000, George does the special surprise. At 22:30, then we watched the OC.
This is a long flashback. I was expecting a scene. This has been
this is the episode, I think.
Yeah.
We're at $20,086 right now.
Oh, we're $14 away from George.
And 69 cents.
C3 toes. That's good.
That's really good.
Arliss, Watto really needs to use the bathroom right now.
Were you referring to yourself as Arliss?
I am relating so hard to the character of young Arliss that I felt like a sense of depersonalization for a moment. I felt like I was Arliss. And
Watto, you gotta go.
I'm going to go.
Oh, we'll cover. I have to say, despite what you might be reading in the weather reports, the heat in Marin County is awful. Even as it's starting to cool down now, it's really having an effect on me.
George, can I put my foot down? I feel like I'm not able to be as much of a part of the conversation.
What if I put my foot down?
I'm going to put my foot down.
All right.
It was up for a while.
It was up for a while. People got their screenshots. You're up on WikiFeet now.
I hope I'm up on WikiFeet. How long have you guys ever written on yourself with Sharpie? How long does it normally take to come off?
Oh, it won't come off.
Scrub it
within a few days.
I did like a quiz, online quiz night, pub night thing a few weeks ago, in which I painted Baby Yoda on my arm. And yeah, just scrub it with some soap.
Flashback has ended. The flashback has ended 9 minutes and 38 seconds into the episode.
Wow. Remember, guys, if you guys donate $25 or more and you want a signed photo from Robert Wool, we will make that happen. A lot of people have been getting them in the mail, seeing a lot of tweets about it. It's very fun. Robert's been very nice doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew and Jesse, I just got one question for you.
Yeah, one question.
Who are your favorite Star Wars characters?
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Give me a second to get a substantial answer.
You have all the time you need. You have all the time you need.
Okay, I was going to give you 2 seconds.
No. It's an important question. and I don't want him to say something he's going to regret.
That's a good point.
With all respect to George, I'm going to pick
Thank
a character who appears only in my favorite Star Wars film, and that is Benicio del Toro's character in The Last Jedi.
DJ.
I believe it's named DJ, yes.
DJ. Wow.
I
Andrew,
like
your chance.
I like getting some weird energy in there.
Yeah. Well, I think Watto will like that answer once he puts his headphones back on.
The only
I don't know a lot of
a fun Star Wars fact. The only Star Wars character to be named after a character on the sitcom Roseanne.
That's true. That's true.
Interesting choice. I always avoided that in the prequels, even though I think it's a fine now. Roseanne, now the Connors.
Yes.
I had many opportunities to name characters after characters on Roseanne, and I never did it. It didn't feel right. Yeah.
George, I will say that recurring and guest in one season of Maine, there was a character named Crystal Anderson Connors. The Crystal Critters in Last Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
This feels like a big reach.
What a big reach.
Excuse me.
People don't watch the stream to hear a bunch of made-up speculation.
Yes.
I'm telling you some genuine Star Wars trivia that there was only one character who's been named after a character on the sitcom Roseanne.
Did Ryan tell you that? How do you know that?
It's a fan film. It doesn't count. What are you talking about?
I don't remember where I read it. It might have been in Sight and Sound. It could have been in American Cinematheque. Could have been in a BFI interview.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just know that's true.
Okay.
Are we anywhere? Are we close to the special surprise?
Andrew, do you have an answer yet?
Been feeling Dak lately.
Oh, okay,
Just
yeah.
Dak comes to mind.
Sure.
DJ and the Dak. That would be a good Star Wars spinoff.
Dak Relter? Is that what we're talking
about?
Yeah. Is it just me, or does it feel like the drawing on his foot has really gone to Patrick's head? Like, he's very cocky now. He's, like, changing the rules. He's refusing to do things. Last I checked, I can't even see that foot on camera.
I'm sorry, you went to the bathroom for a while, and we all decided that it had been up there long enough because I couldn't really be a part of the stream anymore.
Yeah, I went to the bathroom. I come back. The thread is now all people telling you how to wash it off. You coward.
Hang on.
Interesting. So you chose Dak. Let me get this back on topic. Let me get this train back on the track. So you chose Dak, who, fun fact, was almost named after the character Dan Connor on Roseanne.
That's a good point. George loves Roseanne. All ever George talks about is Roseanne.
It's a nonstop.
Has John Goodman been in any extended universe things? He would be a great.
He was a young John Goodman was originally cast as the Rancor, and it didn't work. We filmed some shots. I thought this is close.
He brings some pathos to that role.
And I should have cast him as the Rancor's keeper.
Yeah.
He would have been great as that part, but we already cast that part, so we just had to say, John, it's just not. It's just we're gonna do this with a model, and I should have replaced it with CGI because that would look great.
Goodman would be great in a Star Wars movie.
He would be great.
And he worked with your buddy Steve several times.
Yes, he has, and also. He follows the rule that I talked about earlier, which when we were talking about the best Robert Will movie, Good Burger, and the best use of him, Good Morning Vietnam, John Goodman, the only way his name could get any better is if his nickname was Goody, and his first name was also Good.
If his name was Good Goody?
Good Goody Goodman.
Good Goody Good.
And here's what I want to say. For young actors who are about to join the Screen Actors Guild, and you have a chance to choose your name.
Yes.
Goody Goodman
Yes.
is a great name.
Yes.
And anybody who's joining SAG, snap it up while you get the chance, because you will never stop booking. Good Goody Goodman.
Hey George, it's time for your surprise.
All right, let's go ahead and we're gonna try this again. See if this works.
We're, just so everyone knows, we're at $2,111.69.
Wow, so we're like just a little more than $100 away.
Yeah.
We have one episode to hit $100 more and watch the OC.
Okay, so give me a Duel of the Fates, will you, Watto?
Okay. Ready? Places.
Yeah, I'm ready. Places and action.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, That went much better this time.
Much better, George.
Much better.
Great job, George.
It's for a good cause.
It's for a great cause.
Wow.
And we want to remind people that we're raising money today for Chris Rudd's COVID-19 protester fund to try to get money to raise money for treatment and testing for people who are protesting. So it's a really good cause right now. It's a really urgent cause. He's raised over $250,000, right?
Yeah. Well, now it's $250,000 and 2,100.
Yeah. And so he's done very well. We're going to try to help him do just a little bit better, and help a few people out, because every little bit helps. And we're trying to make it. And is there anything? Let me ask you guys, since you guys made it through, through your generosity, you made it onto the stream. What else would you like to see happen? Do you have any wishes or any ideas that we could set for stretch goals for other people?
I just want to say quickly, this is 100% the Arliss Falls in Love episode of the season.
Yeah.
I realize so much flashback, so much him with the childhood sweetheart, and then rare cutaways to Rita and Kirby and Boatman. I always forget.
Yeah.
Interesting. Anyway, yes, I'm sorry, Andrew. Continue.
Oh, I was just gonna say that whether the things are things that I want or not, like the giveaways, like Robert mailing the photo, is such a good, like, I think that week I had already donated $20, and I was like, well, I will donate $5 more. So I don't know, any tidbits, knickknacks, junk you guys have.
I mean, that was the thing we established.
Want to mail out?
We said whichever person makes the single biggest donation this week is going to get the thing that Robert sends, right?
Yeah.
And that's a running total.
That is a running total. Yep.
Right.
Yeah. I believe someone has donated.
But even if it was for smaller things.
Yeah.
Who's in the lead? Someone's in the lead right now with 200?
I believe so. Let's think of there's nice smaller things too.
Even if it was for smaller things, if you just pick up a toy you have or something and say, next person that donates.
Yeah, Watto still has 3 Watto Funko Pops. Now, these are no longer available.
There you go.
They're very limited. They were at Star Wars Celebration and on the Hot Topic website. And Watto bought like 12 of them, and I think he's down to 3 now. I will autograph one of these as Watto and draw a little picture of Watto on them. To someone who donates, what's the amount?
As of right now, for that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's check the market value, because I feel like how much is that Watto going for on eBay right now?
Let's see.
right now, Timothy H. Gray is winning with $200. So if anyone can beat $200, that's your goal.
That's the number. You might get a signed poster from Bobby Wood.
I don't know if he wanted me to make that public, but too late.
Hey,
Wow.
guess what?
Wow.
It's too late, and you might be getting a prize out. Okay, I'm looking up Watto Funko Pop, and it's telling me the going rate is negative $50. I'm joking. Watto likes to take the piss out of himself. But jokes aside, it does seem like the going rate is about $10, which is somehow less than what Watto pays.
That's less. That's below the retail list price.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there seems to be variation. Like some of them are going for 40.
What's the highest? What's the highest? Let's go by the highest.
Okay, the highest one. The highest one here. Let's see. Best match? Nope. Price but shipping, highest first. The most expensive individual one is $47.99.
Well, you've got to go up from that because it's being signed by Watto himself.
I draw.
Yeah.
Watto.
Yeah.
Do we want to just say 100?
Can
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we should double it.
Okay.
Yeah, we double it. Yeah.
The next person is
Is
only
it an
$100. Gets Watto.
Is it an openable box that you could put a condom on Watto's nose? I feel like that would add value as well.
Yes, this is the thing about the Funkos. They're very cheap. You can reopen them and put them back on. I'm happy to look. Here's the thing. I'm going to say this is made to order. You want a condom over the head? I'll do it. You want me to personalize it to you? I'll do it. You want me to draw Watto? I'll do it. You want me to draw Olaf from Frozen? I'll do it. You tell me what you want out of this. I personalize what I'm offering up one of these for, let's say, is it $75? Is it $100?
You say what you want, Watto.
I'm saying for the next $100 donation, in addition to getting a Watto video of your choice, you get this, and I will personalize it in the way you want.
Oh, and we got one, I think. Hang on, let me confirm.
Pete from NA.
Yep. Pete Russell.
Arliss is being reunited with his young love.
Yes.
Pete Russell.
Pete
All
Russell.
right, I believe I have your address already.
Yes. Okay.
But you email me with how you want Watto to do this.
And you get the Watto video as well. You get,
Yeah.
if you want to send me some text, Jesse and Andrew, this extends to you as well because you hit the 100.
I believe Andrew did send one,
Yeah,
right? Andrew?
You did? Is it in here?
I did send it already, yeah.
No, I will put it in there for you.
Well, and it sounds like Patrick's doing a bad job.
Well, we had a lot of stuff going on.
No, I understand. It's fine, but fundamentally, you are a coward.
Okay, here we go. I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, wow. This is what was requested by Andrew or by Pete?
It's by Andrew.
That's me, yeah.
Okay, give me a second.
I'm a big Kelly Reichardt fan, so.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull this up. Give me a second. Let's not explain what it is yet. Watto needs to see if he might have some information that can help this.
Hey, George, let's see. Hang on one sec. Let me just refresh this.
Hold on. This is one of the most exciting scenes in all of Arliss.
Oh, they're talking about sequels.
Wow.
And guys, I believe, yep, we have $2,231.69, which means we will be watching the OC episode, the OC.
Wow.
After this,
folks, you have added almost an hour onto our live stream, and we appreciate it. We appreciate your generosity.
Yeah,
but that's a network hour.
It's true. 42 minutes.
42 minutes.
I don't think the OC is on any streaming platforms in Canada, so I will just watch.
You'll just watch it
vicariously.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I mean,
tell you that's
an episode of the OC is only like a few seasons of Mariah Carey's Holidays Sketchtacular.
Mm.
It's like watching 3 or 4 seasons of that back to back, right?
Yeah. Now everyone's excited that we did it, but we haven't done it because we want to make what was it, $3,501?
And $1.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what we want. 3501. Yeah.
And that's when Patrick will draw the companion character to his foot droid on his other foot, so they can finally be friends. Because what is right now, our 5D foot is so lonely. It's like seeing. It breaks my heart. That's why we can't even bear to look at him right now.
You sound like Padme right now, George.
He doesn't have a friend.
All right, are we gonna start this episode?
You're in charge, producer.
Well, then let's.
The answer is yes. Just roll it through. Just roll it through.
Let's start it.
Okay. Is this the season finale?
This is the season finale, which means I do have to kick Andrew and Jesse.
Okay.
Because we do have another guest who's going to be joining us.
Of course.
Andrew,
thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much
for your time.
Excellent work in the scene.
Andrew, I'm going to pull up the information I need in order to fulfill your Watto video request.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And if I can real quick, it was plugged last week through a Watto video, but I do host a podcast called Can I Kick It? It's about film festivals. If you're interested in just like what's going on with movies now, we've been doing a lot of episodes where we just talk about like the digital releases and digital festivals. So I'll go, but I think it's a lot of fun. Bye-bye.
I love it.
Well, that's
Thank
great.
you so much for your generosity, guys.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we forgot to plug Jonathan's podcast earlier. Let's get in a plug for Jonathan's Braylock's podcast. I forgot to ask him about
Black Men Can't Jump in Hollywood, one of the best podcasts in the game.
Yeah, everybody should when you're looking for podcasts, take a listen to it. It's really
All
fun.
right, let's start the episode, and then I will bring in the guest.
Okay.
I had already started the episode.
Yeah, I'll reset it back.
I'll reset it for you.
All right, you ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Boom.
And as we know, it would not be a season finale of May the RB Lists You, the George Lucas talk show watchathon.
Yes.
Without the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Bobby!
Bobby, hello.
How are you guys? How you doing?
Good.
We're doing great, Bobby. We're it was yet another week where we were starting at the beginning of the watchathon. We were, I think, all feeling pretty down, and from the beginning of season 4, you were out of the gate like a shot with the Tanya Harding episode, which was such a tremendous start to the season. I think easily one of my favorite episodes.
Yeah.
And then the whole season's just been gangbusters. I loved that you held it. You didn't reveal when we've been talking about the idea of seeing baby Arliss. I was not prepared for seeing the flashback to young runaway Michaels, young Arliss in full flashback.
Yeah, actually, that's an edit. I can thank the editor for making that work and it was an accident because at one time in the scene we were editing it, and the scene where Arliss went back, and I'm from Union, New Jersey, so when he went back and saw the girl, for some reason, the editing, the Avid, kind of just, went a little hazy, and they stopped on the little girl, and we thought, oh, that works. So we feel glad you just a quick thing. Oh, that works.
Wow.
So sometimes we get a little lucky.
So
Tanya Harding, how about I had forgotten about Tanya Harding.
Yeah.
And a great line when he said when Arliss is farting and he farts on Tanya Harding, and then he gets up and he said someone do something. Someone has to do something about this, and she comes back with, "Don't look at me."
So fun.
Most of the time,
so great.
Just about all the time, they're pretty good sports.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, when I did, let me ask you guys, when I did ASCAT, was Remy, what's her last name, Chemisser with us at all? Do you know who I'm talking about?
I don't think so. I was the only one there that night from this group.
No. Connor was.
I don't know who you're talking about, Robert.
She's got a podcast, but they said she was in UCB, so.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, apparently her bio does.
She might do stuff at UCB, but I don't think she was on the show.
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
Yeah, there used to be a lot of shows at UCB.
Hey, do you know who I did a podcast the other night, and do you know who was on talking about? Like, what we wanted to talk about was Arliss. Was George C. Romero?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he talked about how Arliss, him growing up, how it changed his take on storytelling, and how it. I mean, he was being awfully nice, and how changing tones and you go comedy series, and how you could do that. And he said, and that's all he talked about with me for about 15 minutes.
Wow.
Wow.
Wild.
Kind of cool.
That's cool.
Now, wait, Patrick, I'm seeing something here. Are you seeing in the live comments New Jersey's own Colt Cabana?
I am seeing that, yeah.
Colt Cabana, who's an amazing professional wrestler, Bobby, he's asking, only Arliss talk, or are we talking about New Bomb Turk? Now
That's Hollywood Nights.
Right, we have a Hollywood Nights fan here who might want to.
No, Hollywood Nights is huge. The first movie I did, huge cult film. Huge cult film, yeah.
And that really kick-started your career, at least transitioning from being a stand-up to an actor, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
How did you get that part? How did that come about?
I auditioned. I auditioned, and mostly improvs. Now, I had an acting background. I did study drama in the University of Houston. And my class was pretty good. We had Dennis Quaid, Brett Cullen, all classmates together. So my classmate Brett Cullen, who just played Thomas Wayne in The Joker.
Yeah.
And actually, he played the golfer.
I was going to say he was in an episode.
Yeah, he played the golf. Well, we played golf together.
Oh, that's great.
That's.
I'm sorry if I seem a little distracted, but they're talking about they just negotiated sequel rights, and it's just speaking my language.
To what am I doing?
They're negotiating the video game.
Yeah.
You and Tony Hawk. Yeah, the guy who's doing all the stuff like that. I just looked on his resume, saw special skills, and he said close-up magic. I said, you got the job, because we had all this exposition going, and I thought, boy, it's gonna be boring. But if he's doing this shit, it's like I can cut to that, make it interesting.
But this also, I mean, this episode, 1999, you're doing an episode with Tony Hawk about Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Now, Tony Hawk is known at this point in time, but I feel like he goes on to become just infinitely more famous a couple of years after this, and that video game becomes legendary.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? When we did this episode, I wasn't that much into the X Games and the esports. I really wasn't. So when they got Tony, but was interesting when Tony Hawk came on the set, and he was a terrific guy.
Yeah.
The crew, there must have been 20 of them wanting him to autograph stuff and everything. So they were way ahead of me.
Right, the younger crew. They were like, they knew that this was the guy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he was, but he was the guy for that back then and everything.
Yeah.
Which was nice. When I was watching the episodes this week, because I got to, actually, it helps me that you guys are on, because I have to get on the treadmill to watch these episodes. It passes the time, man. Otherwise, I'd never get on. What struck me, as always, what I remember is the actors we had on. I had Amanda Bynes on, and Gary Beach, who was he played the preacher who had the athlete. He was the original Lemure in the Beauty and the Beast on Broadway, and then he later won a Tony Award after Arliss for being Roger Debris, the director in The Producers.
Yeah,
and he just died. He just died about a year or so ago. He was a sweet guy, good guy. Yeah. And I remember Harding, a great actor. John Shuck was on the show.
I brought him up several times. John Shuck is one of my favorite character actors.
Oh, John Shuck is
I got so excited seeing him on screen.
John Shuck also did a lot of Broadway. He was Daddy Warbucks for many years in Annie.
Yeah. Yes, and he was Painless and MASH.
Right, and yes, he was. And also Kathleen Freeman, who played
Kathleen Freeman. Yes,
that was from Singing in the Rain. Round Tunes.
You know who's another character actor I was very excited to see on an episode?
Who's that?
Francois Chow.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy's a pro. That guy's a real pro.
I got the thing. I know all the jokes, but forget them. But the one thing that did crack me up was singing. Was the end credits of Cabaret in Korean. I'd forgotten we did that.
Yes. That's an interesting question. Like, how often, when you're rewatching an episode, how often is something very vivid in your memory? How often are you completely surprised by something where you go, oh, wow, I don't remember doing that?
Well, you got to keep in mind that I edited all the episodes, with the editor.
Sure.
So I pretty much know. I forget, but it's been 25 years, 20 years.
Yeah, right.
So I did forget things like cabaret. I had forgotten about the Tibetan, which just cracks me up. I had forgotten about sitting in the Staples Center as it was being built.
We were going to ask.
Oh, that was
our question. Yeah,
that was
real. Yeah,
no, that's absolutely real.
Yeah, wow.
Absolutely, we were all there, and believe me, there was hard hats, and we had to go through a lot of things. We only had a certain amount of time, and we had to get.
You had to bring popcorn. You had to bring a little box of popcorn all the way to the middle of that.
The things we went through.
Where did you get the pop? Someone had to get that popcorn from far away and bring it to the middle of that construction site.
Yeah, we couldn't, we had to do all. I mean, we had to, but it was cool because you think, geez, I was there at the Staples Center thing.
Yeah,
so
wow.
That was kind of fun.
Now here's the big question. We got to the WCW episode, which of course made us have to look up your appearance on the actual WCW broadcast.
I was about as uncomfortable.
Really?
And as bad as I've ever been.
We couldn't hear it.
Because first of all, I'm playing a character,
right.
and at the same time, when I'm on my show, I'm more confident about playing the character.
Of course, yes.
Right.
So, plus, as a character, I figured in the spirit of WWF, hype the shit out of the show.
Yeah.
Right? So, and the diehard fans really hated me, as well they should have.
The wrestling fans, you're saying, not the diehard Arliss fans. The diehard Arliss fans loved you.
As well they should have. I mean, that wasn't very good. So, but they were great people to work with. It was the first time. I'll tell you what was cool. It was the first time I was backstage in the dressing room of that, and I saw what went on there. And I remember asking one of the guys, I go, one of the wrestlers, I forgot who, and Hulk was there. And I said, let me ask you a question, guys. It's just between me and you. When you take a chair and crack it over somebody's head, how do you do that? Yeah. He goes, you take a chair and you crack it over somebody's head. He says, that's their problem. They know what's coming.
Wow.
And boy, these guys were they were really banged up, these guys.
Yeah.
They were hurt. And at the time I asked them, you guys got hospitalization? And they had no. And then it was interesting because I remember asking somebody who was the head of the WWF, one of the people there, and they said, don't feel bad. They're all making a lot of money. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, the thought was, when I asked them about getting bigger, steroid abuse, they said, bigger is better. And it wasn't much long after that about 2 or 3 wrestlers died.
Yeah.
Over that. But I remember that. I remember.
But you had that was Lex Luger and Goldust and Macho Man Randy Savage. You had all of them on the show.
They were great to us. They were very, very nice.
I'm trying to think of I feel like today we had so many things where we were like, we're going to ask Bobby. Oh, Good Burger came up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
which you're in.
Now that must have happened because of Brian Robbins, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
It was his first movie. It was his first movie. Arliss was on there. They asked me to do a cameo. I said yes.
Yes. That's great. Yeah.
And we realized Shaq's in that movie too, which is a little Arliss reunion between you and Shaq.
Between me and who?
Shaquille O'Neal.
Oh, that's right. Shaq was tight with Brian.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We also brought up that you're in Shirley.
Yes, you're getting great reviews.
Hey, I got to tell you, I got a small role in this thing, and I did it like 2 summers ago, and I'd forgotten about it. And I didn't think I was that good. I said, I don't know if the movie's ever coming out. I got the one, they probably left me on the floor if it does and everything. Sure. And suddenly it comes out. I read the review the other day, I think Friday, and it's really getting terrific reviews. And I haven't seen the movie yet. I generally don't like to watch myself much anymore. But I'll probably see it. But
where can people watch it? Where can people watch it?
This is the second time I did a movie that I didn't think was going to come out, and it's turned out okay. This one, I mean, this is not going to be a huge hit. It's going to be on VOD, and it'll find an audience, maybe get some award recognitions. The other time, I did a movie in about 83, 84, where the director hired me for 2 weeks just to improvise comedy. You'll like this.
Yeah.
And he said, listen, I just want somebody to improvise some comedy. And he had directed a movie for the same company that produced Hollywood Nights.
Okay.
So when he met me, we were telling war stories of Casablanca films.
Yeah.
So he hires me. For 2 weeks, I sit in this bar watching all guys in this bar. And we're watching girls dance, a comic come out, and I don't do a thing. When the comic comes out, I ad-lib one line. Hey, he goes off. It took place in Pittsburgh. I went, go Steelers. So my friend says, about a year later, whatever happened to that movie? I go, I don't know. All guys in the bar, all chicks dancing up there, water flying around. I'm never going to see this movie. It's Flashdance. And Flashdance opens and is I think it's the 35th anniversary. I don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah.
It's like this skyrockets.
Yeah.
I get to this day I get 10 times the residuals for that I do as Arliss.
Yeah.
For one line.
Let's
Actually, what it was my trailer. I knew the producers. I was a writer over at Paramount, and I knew the producers, so they were basically didn't want to do blow in the production office, so they could use my dressing room. So that was my job, getting out of my dressing room.
We should mention, Bobby, Shirley is rentable on most platforms, your iTunes and the like, but also you can do a lot of these virtual cinema screenings where when you rent it, your money goes towards an independent art house theater.
Oh, that's a great
idea.
idea.
Specifically, so if you want to Google into that.
I will also say it is on Hulu, too.
It is on Hulu.
It's on Hulu.
Yeah. But if you want to do this cinema screening, that's a good way to do it, too. That's the first one.
Okay, that George Romero thing blew me away. And then he mentioned, of course, I was in the first Tales from the Crypt. There was the three of them, and I was in one of the first three. It was a trip. It was a one-nighter thing, which was fun. I got to work with Richard Donner, one of the great directors of all time, Dick Donner.
Dick Donner.
Oh man, what a guy!
What year
you guys would have loved him. He let me do anything.
Yeah.
You guys would have loved Dick Donner. Trust me.
So that would have been after Superman, but before Goonies, I guess. I'm trying to remember what year Tales from the Crypt would have been.
88, 89.
Oh, this is maybe after then, yeah.
Sure it is. This is right. When does the Lethal Weapon series starts around then?
84, 85.
Yeah, it's during that period. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
right after Batman, again, the casting director Marion Dougherty, the old-time Grand Dame, she said, "Hey, there's a part. You want to do it? Yeah, sure."
Wow.
I wish they were all that easy.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I didn't want to come on with this little pretentious, but look what I found. Hey,
buddy!
What I found.
Whoa.
That's a good hat.
Hang on, let me bring
I'll take it off now. I don't want to give too much. Oh, there it is.
Whoa. Wait,
Yeah, it was me and Joey Pants. It was called Dig That Cat, He's Real Gone. And it was about this guy who, the mad scientist, developed a serum where a guy had like 9 lives. So I, being a carnival barker, we would kill him off at every event, and then he'd come back to life. Wow. And I was a carnival barker, and we had a bunch, and both of us got nominated for Cable Ace Awards that year, which was kind of nice.
That is cool. We just saw Alan Thicke a few minutes ago.
Right? Yes. Yeah, he was great. A good guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good character actors on this year. It's
it's coming up. You're going to get James Coburn, Ed Asner, Charles Durning.
Yeah.
What's her name? Lindsay Krause.
Yeah.
Eileen Brennan. I mean, every one of them is an Oscar nominee or winner.
This is a question I just thought of for you, Bobby. Between the 7 seasons of our list, but also all these different projects you've worked on in TV and film, and we're talking about what an imprint you've had in different genres and different eras and all of that.
Go on.
Is there someone you've worked with who like stands out in your mind where you went like, wow, that process is interesting, you know? Like one of the things that's interesting about being an actor is watching other people work, right? And is there someone where you went, huh, that's interesting the way they do it, you know?
Okay, on two different extremes.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, one was Bruno Kirby during Good Morning Vietnam. He jumps
the great Bruno.
Great Bruno Kirby.
Yeah.
Who I miss every day of my life, and who helped me quite a bit. Just his process, his way he took it, the way he thought about it, the thought process. Now, the other one is different. That's De Niro, Robert De Niro, when I did Mistress. But that was in a different process because you got, unless you're the star of the movie, you're basically not allowed to rehearse on film.
Yes.
So he would have these monologues. If you ever notice how De Niro does the best monologues ever. I mean, whether it's You Talking to Me, or it's Raging Bull, or it's King of Comedy down in the basement, he got monologues with Scorsese, right?
Yeah.
Well, so we were doing this movie, Mistress. Barry Primus wrote and directed, best actors director I ever worked. And so De Niro had the speech, and the speech was something like, I'll tell you what's wrong with your film. Your film needs more sex. You don't have enough sex. Now, you're an artist. Okay, so now you're an artist. You don't care. But if my money's going to be in this, it's going to have more sex. That's so Martin Landau and I and Jace Alexander are sitting over here. Martin Landau. There's another. There's another.
Landau.
Okay, Landau.
Yeah.
And so De Niro starts. I'll tell you what's wrong with your film. I'll tell you what's wrong with your film. I'll tell you what's wrong with your film. It needs more sex. I'll tell you what's wrong with your film. It needs more sex. You got sex, you need more sex. I'll tell you what is wrong with your film. It needs more sex. You have some. So this would build and build and build. Now, and like, so, and of course, by the time it's over, you're like, how great it is.
Right.
But, he's rehearsing on film.
Right. He's
It was Tribeca's first film. Yes. So, and if you haven't seen A Mistress, that's a good film. I mean, it's the one independent filmmakers always talk to me about.
Wow.
It's about an independent filmmaker. And, but that process was a godsend if you can do it.
Yes.
And he's the most generous. And I got to tell you, all these guys I've worked with, Jack. Jack was just fun. I mean,
do you find I have found very often the legendary people are not the ones with the huge egos.
No, it's assholes like me.
No, but don't you find? No, you are a very humble, generous man, as evidenced by the fact that you show up here every week. Don't you feel like very often the people who have like the big monstrous egos are the people who feel insecure because they're not a legend?
There is that. There's absolutely true.
Yes.
But there are artists who are. The word difficult is I don't like using the word difficult. It's challenging.
Yes.
And there's different types, and then certain directors work. It's up to a director too, and their relationship with the star. This is movies. This isn't theater.
Right.
This is the movie industry.
Right.
So that's a different thing, or the television industry. So you don't ever hear about any trouble on Tom Hanks's set. You don't hear any trouble on Tom Cruise's set, or Anthony Hopkins. You don't hear about that. You never do. These people are so professional. 99.999% of the people are professionals.
Yes.
They're there to do a job.
And the people who aren't usually don't last on top for very long.
Most they won't last on. You're on top for very long, yeah.
Right.
Unless you are just the greatest picker of films that ever lived.
Of course. No, but the people who are at the very top, they usually stay there because they're good at their job, not just in terms of giving you actual takes, but in terms of treating people right.
Most of the time, yes, but more importantly, their films make money.
That's also a big part, and that's why there are the dollar signs in the name.
And you have to wonder, when you hear people who, when you hear complaints from one person about a project, often that can just be one person and their experience of it is unique to them. And if you don't hear from anyone else, you think, well, this person is just complaining for the sake of complaining.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like everybody else likes it.
Yeah. Right. There's a lot of factors that go involved with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you get that sometimes where like one person is just like obsessed with one bad interaction they've had with a famous person, and it's like they need to prove to everyone else that there is some sort of larger pattern here at play.
Yeah. And it's like, get over it, man. Get over it.
By the way, vice versa too.
Well,
you can be a real dick, but in a social occasion,
Right.
you're the best person in the world to me.
Right. Yes.
Does that impact the way you think of meeting fans or people on sets where you're like, oh, this is the one thing they're going to remember is how I treat them? Does that make sense?
It should.
Yeah.
You are, but what's funny is, my brother says, hey, you met this guy here and he thought you were an asshole.
Right.
I said, why? And I forgot why, and people are going to interpret things differently too.
Sure.
Do you find when you go to a restaurant?
Yeah, restaurants. I usually, I don't have that level of fame where many people, this is not DiCaprio here. It's
Sure.
like.
Do you ever have people who recognize you and they're not sure from what, and they want you to help them solve the mystery?
Oh yeah, especially when I'm in. I loved you in An Officer and a Gentleman. I get that all the time. I get that. In fact, David Keith is in next season or the season after that plays my brother.
I was going to ask
because we ran into each other in an elevator down in Miami one time. Right. One of those things where the door opens and it's like, and he says, "I get stopped for you all the time." I said, "I get stopped for you all the time." So I figured, okay, this is a good way. So we play brothers.
Right. That's
so
good.
Funny. I'm gonna pull up. There he is.
Look.
Yeah.
There's a resemblance.
I see it.
There is a resemblance.
Yeah, I get that. And you know what I say now when they say I loved you, Noah Segan? I just say thanks.
Yeah.
Because why am I going to stop them? By correcting them, I make them feel a little embarrassed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. And I appreciate that.
That's good. That's the right way to do it.
Okay. We just finished the season finale.
Oh, okay. How much money did you get this week?
Season 4.
We are at, let me confirm. We are at $2,231.
Less than last week.
Now, let's say this, Bobby. Last week you promised, because we at the very end you started pulling up items and saying how much can we auction it off for. Now you found a poster. This is a clean version of the Slam Dunk R-List poster.
Clean poster. Now here's the question.
Yeah.
Here's the question, because I only got a couple of these, so I found.
Yeah.
Because the show's over, I wonder if do we want to hold off till next week?
Because this is what we said last week, Robert. We said we're starting next week. Whoever makes the single biggest donation next week gets the poster.
Oh, okay.
The entire run of the show.
Yeah, sure.
Right. So since this one isn't framed, you could sign this one. Right?
I can only sign up. I can get Jim and Boatman to sign it. Maybe get Sandra to sign it. I don't know.
Okay.
But we have a better chance for sure.
So we had one donation of $200, right?
Yeah.
But the ball is in the court now. If someone wants to come in with a larger donation, otherwise it is going to that person.
Well, that's fine by me.
Yes.
And then maybe next week, if we have those other ones, we can. If you do over 200 or something, we'll.
Yes.
Right, because we've.
We'll see.
How's everything going with you guys?
I think we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Had fun with this season,
it's good to have this. It's good to be able to have something that is fun to watch and also helping.
Yes.
So it really is the perfect combination of if it was just fun to watch, maybe it wouldn't feel like the right moment. But the fact that it's fun to watch and also helping, it's sort of those two things really complement each other in the current moment we're in.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I look forward to it. I you know, again, I have to get on the treadmill every day, and unfortunately, to get on for at least 2 episodes, depending on how many we did that year, it's like, so at least I get my road work in.
That's great.
I mean, it's what you're talking about. It's like the hardest thing at a time like this is to maintain some sense of structure in your life when the sort of outside structure has been ripped away from us. And it's like, I know what my Sundays are now. It's settling into some Arliss and having a nice chat with my buddy Bobby, you know?
Arliss, Robert, we have to tell you something exciting. So you know how we've been doing Arliss names for people?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
This is amazing. This is going to blow your mind because this is something that I think is going to live on beyond these watchathons.
Oh, wait, wrong one. Sorry.
Someone made a website in the past week. They registered the domain arliss.me, and people can make their name into an Arliss name with a slider, with 2 sliders that they can, they'll put Robert Wool in there, and you can balance.
Let's hit more Arliss. Let's show him how it works.
You click more Arliss, and they really add it, and then you can add or subtract the amount of money or sports symbols or icons.
So watch the gray box. Watch what happens here, Bobby.
What do we want to do?
Let's do each one at a time, because no one is a greater balance of sports and business than Bobby Wool himself. So you see now you have
I see
what's happening here. But let's add some more sports to the equation. Well, see, I think you have to alternate them one at a time, Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick, alternate them one at a time. Don't go all in.
Here we go. $1 sign.
I'm blown away that somebody took the time.
Right?
It's well, you know, again, like we talked, you know, a lot of people aren't working right now, and a lot of people are looking for
this gave someone something to do this week.
Absolutely, and it's appreciative. I mean, we're appreciative.
And anybody who wants to can go to this website and play around with their Arliss name.
Yes.
And it really, I'm so moved that someone did this after
I'm touched. I really am. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Too. And by the way, that's a tribute to your show. I mean,
and it's a double tribute. This show, yes, this show and your show.
Fans are yours, and
fans are yours.
They're putting up with me. I'm this week's content, but you guys are there.
Bobby, for better or worse, we have a shared fan base now.
Yes. The Venn diagram of our fan bases is slowly turning into one circle.
George Lucas's fan base has always been my fan base.
Yes. You made Bobby. You made a Star Wars joke in this season. You made a Star Wars joke. It was so touching. You were making fun of the title of you were saying it's Return of the Revenge of the Phantom Menace Episode 2 Part 1. So you're really spoofing the whole sequel franchise nature of it.
I vaguely remember. I remember that. I heard that the other day, and also there was a Millennium Falcon reference too. I think.
It's like you knew.
Yeah. Oh boy, are we hip.
I mean. Any more Star Wars references, and I'm just going to say that the series is canon, that it's a Star Wars series.
I don't think you go. Oh, wait a minute. No, what is he in? John Rhys Davies. Is he in Star Wars or Indiana Jones or both?
Indiana Jones.
He's in Indiana Jones and Lord of the Rings.
Oh, Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
That's what it is. Yeah, he's on the show.
Yes, but Indiana Jones, there's some hieroglyphs in the background of one of the Indiana Jones movies of little R2-D2 and C-3PO. So that connects the universes.
There you go. I want to interrupt here.
Yes.
We just got a $300 donation.
Very cool.
From Paolo Sembrano. So, Paolo, you send me your email address, and we will get that to you. So now we're up to, we got a few more donations. So
unless the night is young, someone could still beat his record.
True.
And did we have a stretch goal for 2,500? Because now we've sort of passed that, right?
Hang on one second. We did sort past it. You're right.
I think it was that you were going to draw on that second foot, weren't you?
I think it was.
Yeah,
that was for 30. No, that was for 3501.
Yeah, we'll handle that in a little bit.
We'll figure it out.
That's so fun. Well, this is great. We're doing great, guys.
Bobby, it's so nice of you to always drop by and say hello to us.
It's funny. I greatly enjoy seeing you guys. It's I tell you, I just you two guys when I get on, I watch. I go, especially when doing the show. You guys all inspire me. Believe me.
Hey, come on.
Because I told you, boy, when I saw UCB in L.A. I mean, I told you, they did like a half a dozen retard jokes, and look, we're all going to do dick jokes, it's like that. Like dick joke, fuck jokes, somewhere's going to happen. But the retard jokes, it was just, maybe I caught a bad night. I don't know. But I think maybe first before I came to the New York one, and it was just. I remember the first time I saw Jackie Chan in Police Story. It was like,
so
what's this?
The point you were making was you saw the New York ones and you went, this is my kind of comedy, not the other stuff.
Well, I just thought, okay, the future is brighter than I imagined.
I just want to be very clear on where you're landing here.
Yeah, no, it was like, boy, this is smart. This is smart. This is clever.
Who would have predicted that would have been the theater to close due to a pandemic?
Yeah, this is giving the audience, some respect.
Right, because look, George, very successful, right? Has made billions and billions of dollars in his career, wants to start his own talk show. And of course, it's like, do I go to ABC? Do I go to NBC? Do I go to CBS? And he said, no, I should go to UCB and perform it at a small theater where only 100 people can see it at the time that's not broadcast after that.
That's right. That's how Chorus Line started.
Yes.
And Hamilton started.
Yes.
Oh.
That's right.
All right, we should start wrapping this up, right? Thank you, Bobby. This was super fun.
Bobby, thank you.
Be safe.
Yeah,
you as well, Bobby.
I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
All right.
Paolo's information so he can get that poster.
Yes.
Yes.
And we're gonna do the OC.
Yes, it is very weird that it now feels like Robert Wool is one of Watto's closest friends. Like, just in terms of how much Watto now speaks to him on a regular basis.
Yeah, I don't know if Watto.
I think it's worth thinking about this.
Yes.
How much screen time Watto spent with Anakin Skywalker compared to how much screen time Watto has spent with Robert Wool.
Right.
And it's a blowout. It is an absolute. You wouldn't even compare them in terms of what relationship they had to one another.
At this point, we are over 5 hours. There is over 5 hours of Watto and Robert Wool sharing a screen together.
We are. It won't be long before there is more screen time of Watto and Robert Wool than there was of Star Wars circa the release of Return of the Jedi.
We will still have an entire trilogy's worth of screen time between Watto and Wool.
All
Okay.
right. Which season? Which episode are we? We're
gonna do
23, season 2, correct?
Yep, season 2, episode 23.
Did we really not establish a stretch goal for 2,500?
Let's ask the people in the chat. They'll remember.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have it written down.
So three is the other foot, right?
No, 3501.
We had to beat last week's, and I don't think we're going to do it unless people.
You know what? Wait. Yeah. We have to beat next week for the other foot. That's what we have to do.
Okay.
Yeah, but what was 2,500?
We don't have.
Was that when we got Sims in here for that? Was that what it was?
I think 2,500 unlocks Sims as a stretch goal, but we forgot to announce it, so it now feels like there's no way we get Sims on here. It's impossible.
Well, hang on. Let's see if his camera works because New York's own David Sims.
God, looking bad. Look at me.
Oh, like a snack.
Uh-oh, don't call him that or else Patrick will eat him and then take a nap on him.
Is that a thing?
Don't worry about it.
Patrick loves snacking and napping. So let's just quickly set, before we start this episode of the OC, which is the length of essentially 2 Arliss episodes.
Wait, which episode is it?
It's season 2, episode 23, the OC.
Yes, like the high seas.
Okay, so people can get to this in People can get to this in HBO Max, or is it also on HBO Go?
No, it's only on HBO Max.
So if you're watching HBO Go on your Roku or on your Apple Fire,
go buy the DVDs.
I regret to tell you must take it to the Max in order to watch HBO.
And let me explain, David. Are you familiar with HBO Max?
I am. I'm I guess a subscriber because it just my HBO turned into HBO Max. It went to the Max.
You understand that it's HBO, but so much more.
Yes,
of course. Right.
You can also apparently rent episodes on Amazon for 99 cents.
Okay,
but really, you should give that money. You should instead don't watch the OC. Listen to us talk about it, and give the 99 cents to Chris Redd's COVID-19 protest relief fund. Don't spend 99 cents to Jeff Bezos for this.
No.
Hey, Jeff probably gets a cent, right? You're kicking a couple cents to Josh Schwartz.
All right, but I'll say this. Jeff Bezos, if you're out there, and get the word to him, tweet to him that any money he makes off the OC tonight, he better donate to charity.
He better do it.
And then find a gif of someone going like this.
Yeah. You better be better.
Do you think every night he gets a printout and it's like, it's a 14 cents from this episode of the OC? It's just everything.
I know.
I think he gets a printout, and I think he gets on that old printer paper with the holes at the side.
The dot matrix. It's like
yeah,
and it's like we sold 40 copies of Dune today. Congratulations!
I think it has like an old timey stock market ticker where it's like a little piece of paper, and he's holding it up, and he's like, a laundry bag, $2.50. It's like every transaction.
You can also buy the episodes on YouTube, apparently, but it'll be fine. Okay, let's start.
Don't give your money to Johnny Tubes, the owner of YouTube.
Before we start, can we set the stretch goal for 2,750 and a stretch goal for 3,000?
Sure.
Is that for today or for
today?
Okay.
We are at 25.41 and 69 cents. David.
Right. So I want a 27.50 and I want a 3.
That's great job, guys.
And great job, you.
That is true. Great job, you, David.
Actually, great job, you.
Great job, you, David.
Actually, David.
Did Mad Dog Mattis? He wrote that thing in the Atlantic this week, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Although.
So your coworkers
he
now,
had
right?
an
He's your
exclusive
coworker
on that or something.
Your coworker.
Didn't he write it for the Atlantic? So he's like your coworker now.
He's like your coworker.
What's he like?
Sure.
You work.
What's he like? What's he like?
Jimmy Mattis.
Yeah.
Jimmy M.
Jimbo.
Pretty serious. Pretty serious dude. Taciturn.
So wait, tell me what you say to him then.
Ooh,
what question do you ask him? What question do you ask him about being serious?
Are you saying that I should Joker former Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis?
Yeah. Next time you see him.
Why so serious?
Why so serious? Wow.
Is this something you guys have been doing a lot?
No.
This is brand new bit.
Or this is new bit. Why so serious, Jim?
Why so serious?
We should kick off the episode, but I do want to know how season 3 of Arliss was?
4.
We'll tell you once we kick off.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Hold on. Hold on.
What?
I know that I was on this episode of the OC. Okay.
Yeah.
But what's it about?
Okay. It is funny because it is a very plotty episode of the OC. Because
give us the background we need to understand this episode.
Watto, have you ever seen the OC, Watto?
I watched standard episodes only in season 1.
I have never seen the OC. George, have you seen the OC?
Don't call it that.
What do you want me to call it, George? OC? And drop the?
Yeah, it's cleaner.
Just O. Just O. It's like Tim Blake Nelson's movie.
Yeah.
Oh. The O.C, S-E-A, which is this episode, is the penultimate episode of the second season. So there's a lot of dramatic storylines that are converging right now. There's a lot going on because they're getting everything set up for their big finale, right? So that makes it all the funnier that George Lucas also dropped in for a funny cameo this week. But I don't know.
This episode airs the same week that Revenge of the Sith comes out.
Right, which I guess that was the.
It's like,
what was the fucking meeting where they were like, "How should we promote Revenge of the Sith on the OC? George should drop by."
Now, OC is still at its peak right now.
I would say so, but the season 1, it was the phenomenon season.
Yeah.
Season 2, I feel like people are starting to get a little, it's getting a little worn.
When does Misha die?
She died at the end of season 3.
Spoiler!
Sorry.
Oh.
So in season
Misa so
Barton?
serious.
Misa
season
Misa so serious.
I'm hearing Misha might be the next Joker. I'm hearing some rumors on that.
She's very twisted.
Misha so serious.
From what I remember, and I did recently rewatch the OC, one of your big storylines, there's a love triangle between, you got Seth Cohen, everyone's favorite nerd, right? You got Summer Roberts, the high school sweetheart, that he's always had a crush on, and he dated, and then they broke up. But and then you got Zach, the sort of cornpone water polo jock guy who dates Summer, right?
Zach.
But he also likes comic books, and so he and Seth start working on a comic book together.
Oh.
And so then it's like, the three of them are embroiled in work and in love.
Okay.
And so in this week, their big comic book might be getting like a movie deal or a TV deal or something. That's how George comes in.
Okay, so we should start the episode now.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
1, 2, 3. Previously on the OC.
So
get some good Charles Widmore in this episode.
Yeah, so Charles Widmore, Alan Dale, played Caleb Nickel, the villain, he's the dad he's the grandpa of Seth Cohen, and he's a real estate tycoon, and he's always causing trouble for the OC.
I like how fast that truck went.
Can I share an opinion that Watto has held on to for a long time?
Sure.
Not to be crass, but Watto always thought far and away the most attractive female cast member on the OC was the mother.
Oh, you're like Kiki Cohen. You're a Kirsten Cohen fan.
Because I remember people were fighting, are you more of a Misha? Are you more of a Bilson? And I was like, Kiki, baby.
Right, and there was also, there was some Samir Armstrong energy, if you remember.
Right, well, if we're talking about the recurrings, yes, Samir Armstrong,
right,
Olivia Wilde.
Yes, she popped up. She played a bisexual club owner.
Yes.
Dave, I have a question.
Shoot.
Is this the scene where they go, ooh, what you say? Ooh, what you only went well. Is this one? Is this that scene?
Here's what I want to tell you that might blow your mind. That's literally the next episode.
Oh, stretch goal. What's the next episode? What's the stretch goal?
3,600.
3,600.
No, I'll say
the next.
I'll say stretch goal. Let's make the stretch goal for 3.
Wait, say that again.
The stretch goal for 3 is to watch the next episode.
3,000.
Yes.
Right. So if you want some context on this scene, yes, we've got Ryan Atwood, the muscle-bound kid from Chino who lives with a rich family, and he's got a brother, Trey, and his brother is played by erstwhile sci-fi movie star Logan Marshall Green.
Oh, Prometheus
was his. Exactly. Diet Pepsi, Tom Hardy himself, Logan Marshall Green.
David,
exactly.
Is this the room where the shooting happens?
No, this is the pool house.
Why does it look so much? They just light every room to look like that room. It looks like the room, right?
You know how these.
George. Hey, wait, George, please, let's focus for a second. Right back where we started from, California.
Okay. Jason Schwartzman.
Yeah, he's banging the drums.
California.
I've always meant to find out. Do you think Jason Schwartzman gets a nickel every time someone watches the OC?
Yeah.
Right?
Now,
man.
now here's the thing
Much
that
like
I,
the youngest TV showrunner in history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Use to quote my friend Mel, use the Schwartz.
Guest starring Wet Hot American Summer's own Marguerite Moreau.
Yes, she plays the agent or whatever, the manager of
The
comic book
Arliss of this show.
She's a bit of an Arliss figure. Yes, 100%.
Can I say I'm sensing like a real difference in energy between the three of us who have now been on camera for going on 7 hours and you who are still coherent. Like are saying things that make sense in the correct order.
Right,
Here's what I know.
Hey,
Here's
guys,
what I know.
what's the context on season 2 of the OC, and you guys are just leading into the camera and shouting, "Why so serious?"
George. Guest
Why
starring.
so Schwartz?
Yeah, George, you're in the you made the credit block. Congratulations.
I insisted.
But you didn't get the and. George.
I was going to ask,
Don't
does he
need
get
it.
an and
Don't
or a
need it.
win?
I
Do you
said
know who
drop.
got
I said
the
drop
and?
the and. Drop the and. It's cleaner.
Do you know who got
Navi
the and?
Rawat got the
Yeah,
end.
it's
right?
your buddy
Yes.
James. Your buddy James. Navi.
Jimmy.
What?
Navi Rawat, who is went from
Now,
this show
I
to
know-
CBS's Numbers. Do you remember that show?
Numbers.
About
Numbers.
cops who use numbers to solve crimes.
It sounds like George is
Don't you make fun of that show.
I actually
that-
like Numbers. It was fun.
It's a great show with great
Yeah.
character actors, and they use math and they solve mysteries.
I always liked
is
Numbers,
this
but it
the
always felt
hospital?
like it.
Is this was that the hospital where they go after the "Ooh, what you said" shooting?
Yes, I assume so. Yes,
It was?
There's only one hospital.
No, because sometimes they'll reuse the hospital sets.
Yeah,
And
no,
is that where we
they're always-
assume that after the "Ooh, what you said" shooting?
That's where the victim of the "Ooh, what you say" probably ends up. Yeah.
Wait, is Bill Hader in the Ooh, What You Say video?
You mean in the SNL sketch?
Yeah.
The spoof.
Isn't he dating Rachel Bilson now?
Yes.
Yes, he is. Isn't that crazy?
Ooh, what you said.
Hey.
You know what else? Rachel Bilson's dad is a credited screenwriter on the new Spike Lee movie because they took his script and they rewrote it. Danny Bilson.
Wow. Premiering on Netflix soon.
On Netflix this Friday, I believe.
Do you remember?
Did you talk to anybody at the Atlantic about the James Mattis editorial? Did you were you CC'd on any emails about it?
Sure, yeah, of course.
Don't lie. This isn't a bit show. I'm asking you. You're a journalist. You have to tell the truth.
I have had internal conversations about it. Sure.
All right. When I ask you a question as a journalist, you can't pretend that you're on your podcast doing bits. You have to tell the truth.
This is a
No, it's true. It's just
Ethically.
I can't talk about some things.
But this is
Yeah,
for
then say
charity.
that. Don't do a bit.
No bits.
Doing a bit as a journalist it's a problem.
It's fair. It's fair.
You have
I
your
am
podcast
restricted
hat,
by-
and then you do nothing but bits. Take
George,
that
I
off
gotta
and put on
tell
your
you,
journalism hat.
it's tough, especially in a loaded, political time like this, to wear those two hats. I am restricted by my job.
It's tough for me
True.
to wear hats because I had to tape my
All right.
hat to the wall as a stretch goal. Can I point out something?
Wait, I'm sorry.
They're gonna
A
start
circle
calling you.
was
They're
just
gonna start
taping
calling you.
a hat?
And
Yeah,
and
they're gonna
I'll
start
tell
calling you Wallow. Wallow.
We promised that as a stretch goal. We had already passed it before I had the chance to finish explaining it. People were so eager to see that hat taped to the wall.
I don't even
Why?
remember.
What does it add?
It happened so fast, I didn't even get a chance to write down how much it was.
Yeah.
That's great.
It was
You guys are raising
It was
money.
the hottest. It was the hottest stretch goal. Hey, what are we at now, money wise?
We're at $2,611.69.
All right, so guys, if
All
you're
right.
watching the show, here's Zach and Seth. You got Seth, the Jewish nerd, and Zach, the sort of
The waspy.
Midwestern.
Do either of these guys get shot in the "Ooh, what you said" shooting?
No, they are both spared.
Who gets
All right,
shot?
good.
Who gets shot?
It's Logan Marshall Green. He gets shot.
Hey, spoiler.
That sounds like three people. That sounds like two people in a color.
Logan and Marshall Green. Logan of Old Man Logan, and then Marshall Green. It's two
Logan.
guys.
Yeah, Marshall Brickman, the co-screenwriter of Manhattan.
Of course.
Now, I let's add. What's the next stretch goal amount? I will
think it
go
was-
sit on the. I'll I'll go swing on the porch swing for a
George,
second.
you can't swing. No.
Yes.
I think the next goal was $3,000. We watch the next episode, the shooting episode.
Can we?
No, I want to talk about that. We should exceed our amount to have to watch another episode. We should exceed last week's.
Yeah, you guys must be so sleepy.
May I say
am.
2 things? Yeah. May I quickly please say 2 things to try to bring order to this live stream? Okay. Patrick, I agree. I think that watching the next episode of the OC with what you say, shooting, should be the stretch goal to surpass the number we raised last week.
Deal.
But there is a bottleneck, which is we currently have another incentive sitting at that point.
We got to swap it. We got to swap it back down. I agree with what I second what you're about to say.
Fine.
At $3,000, Patrick has to draw a Star Wars character on his foot. Now, David, Patrick has drawn a droid on one foot. What is the name of this character?
I don't remember.
R5D foot. R5D foot.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And someone else named the other droid.
There are 2 options. It can either be
C3P toes,
C3P toes, or TC footy. So that is the goal for $3,000. Okay.
Deal. Sure.
We need to establish a goal for 2,750. We have to mind that gap, Bing Lu style. So what is the intermediate goal for 2,750? George wants.
May I suggest something?
What?
David has to violate his journalistic ethics.
That's not going to happen.
On camera. You can pick it. It can be a small thing. It can be the smallest thing. You just have to do something that violates.
I am here as your honored guest, George Lucas.
David,
I know, and this is for charity. It can be small. It can be something that no other journalist would care about, but you know in your heart it is the smallest of journalistic violations.
David, wait.
Tiny, like burning a source.
Here's what we can do.
Burn a source. Burn a source for one of your TV reviews.
What if someone donates $200 and David whispers a little secret in their ear?
How are we going to make this happen?
He can call them on like a restricted number, so they don't have his number.
Jesus, this sounds so complicated. Also, what secret?
No. This is what I think we should say. David, this is what I think we should say. Can you think of a goal for 2,750? Let's not throw things at you that make you uncomfortable. Let's let you suggest something.
I have one.
Down to that.
But then what's 3,000?
Hey, you watch the Dearly Beloved of the OC. You watch the next episode.
No.
How about if we reach that goal, you will say on camera or maybe even tweet that the Pacific is better than the Atlantic.
Oh wow! The Oceanwise,
the miniseries that my buddy Steve produced with Tom Hanks
is better than the August institution, the Atlantic. Yes. It has existed since the 1850s and was founded on the abolition of slavery.
Yes.
But that follow-up to Band of Brothers that was pretty good. That definitely kicks its ass.
You can even admit in your tweet that you're doing this for charity.
He might want to make it as his next movie.
George, you just got mentioned.
Oh, okay.
This is, by the way, George. We can talk stretch goals in a second, but the most ludicrous plot line that George Lucas, after doing 3 Star Wars prequels, is like, "Hey, do any high schoolers have a comic book I can fuck around with?"
George, who famously loves adapting other people's work.
There's Marguerite Moreau in her her blazer.
Now, wait, can I say something? While I think you need to provide a stretch goal for 2,750, something.
Of course, me showing up,
That was 25.
That was 25.
So now we want the stretch goal. It doesn't have to be all on you, but maybe something you take part in. I want you to think about it. It can be very silly. Many of the stretch goals have involved taping things to walls or eating Jell-O. It doesn't have to be a big deal. Don't put your career at risk. But while you're thinking that over, we got the new Watto that I should read, right? I saw Watto posted in the private chat.
Oh, yes. Let's do that.
So, David, do you know that if someone donates $100, they get the Watto, which is like a cameo, except it's better because it's Watto. It's Watto marked. right here, and I say
I
whatever
see
you
it. I
want
see
me
it
to
there.
say. Okay, ready? And this is from Pete Russell. This is for Pete Russell. Hey, listen up, you motherfuckers. Have you run out of things to do on the internet? You're stuck at home. You've reached the end of the internet. You reached the end of Netflix weeks ago, and now you've run out of websites. Well, there's one you have not checked yet. It is, as Pete Russell himself would describe it, a very dumb blog. And I'm using his words here. This is what Pete does. He eats a lot of pizza. And he decided that this year he's going to keep track of and review every single slice of pizza he eats in the year 2020, a very normal year. So if this sounds like the kind of internet content you want, I, Watto, am recommending you go to Pete's Pizza Diary.tumblr.com. Something had to replace all the Tumblr porn that has been removed. And that thing is Pete's Pizza Diary.tumblr.com, and read about the guy eating a slice of pizza.
I love a pizza diary.
I do too. Now, where's that stretch goal, Davey?
I'm sorry. I was transfixed by this showdown between Caleb and Kiki.
Hey, Watto, I do believe you have one more Watto.
Is it the previous one that I had from Andrew?
Yeah, did you end up finding anything?
Hold on, I'm still digging. I feel like he brought up a very specific thing that needs to look through his internet archives to be able to perform.
So, David, what else is happening in this episode?
Well, so we've got a little situation here with Ryan. I don't even know what's going on right now. Here's the marina, and there's Summer. She's listening to some sweet tunes on her cool 2005 headphones. Look at these baggy pants they all have. What a baggy time it was. Right. So here's the thing. It's the prom. The OC is the prom. It's been branded that for some reason. I guess it's ocean themed.
Oh, that's where the title of the episode comes from. Okay.
Correct. And so they both want to take her to the prom, and they're saying that she has to choose. Like they're sick of fighting. It's just like up to her.
This is a Luke Leia Han. Which one's the Han? Which one's the Luke? I know who's the Leia. It's the woman.
I would say.
Oh no, I know. Blondie is the Luke.
Yes, I would say Blondie's more of a Luke, and Seth is more of a Han.
Guys, we're at 26, 96, 69.
We need a goal for 2750.
Why do I have to think? I can barely think of anything.
Because every time we suggest something to you, you're suddenly afraid of breaking journalistic.
Your goals seem to mostly be.
What do you have on your shelves? David, what do you have on your shelves?
What are on those shelves?
What do you have on your shelves?
That's all my DVDs and my Blu-rays and stuff.
Okay, here I go. I got it. David, at 2750, will you show our viewers your Steelbook collection? Will you run through the Steelbooks you own?
It's not a big collection, as you probably don't know, but my friend Griffin Newman knows, because I only recently got started.
This guy.
You got to stop bringing him up.
Yeah, how come you're never hanging around him? You talk about him so much.
I mean, it's a quarantine.
Yeah.
But that's
Let
why
me ask
I'm
you this.
saying,
All right, sure. I'll show off the steals.
Asking you to show off every Blu-ray, we don't have the time for that. Steelbook you can show.
David, do you own any of the original the first Star Wars trilogy, the sequel trilogy?
I do. I
4,
own
5,
it
and
all.
6. 4, 5, and 6.
I own 1 to 6.
Okay.
You don't own 7,
You
8,
don't
or
have to do anything. You don't have to do anything to 1 to 3. But will you destroy your copies of 4, 5, and 6, since those are unapproved, unauthorized work prints?
The versions I have are your versions. They're all updated.
Unless you made pirated copies of the Disney Plus edits. No, they're not.
I see, because McClunky is not involved.
Yes. And I know there's no other changes in the other 2 movies, but McClunky affects the way you watch the other 2 movies. Will you just destroy those discs on camera? I'm not even saying it as a stretch goal. Will you do it? I'm just telling you to do it.
No. There's no way.
Do you
What
know?
if
I love
George,
my nice Star Wars thing.
what if George buys you a new set?
Well, that would be weird because then I'd have to destroy it again.
Yes, yeah, of course. But I will buy you a new set and you destroy it again. So you're already conceding that you will destroy. You're basically.
Oh, that's old. That's like
No,
two
it's
versions.
old.
That's like two
Exactly.
versions ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. How about this? How about this? Do you have a wastebasket?
Sure.
Okay.
A waste paper basket.
Sure.
All right. Will you
For my
hold it
waste
up on
paper.
camera? Will you hold it up on camera and just drop it into the basket and say, "I'm done with this trash"?
I'll do that as a stretch goal if you don't want the steals, but I'm not gonna do it
No,
just
as
for
a
your
stretch
own
goal. As a
entertainment.
stretch goal, I want you to. Can you take the camera into wherever you have a water faucet?
What?
I can't. By the way, I cannot.
Just
I
hold it.
actually-
Just hold it. Just turn the faucet on, and then all I want you to do is hold the box under the faucet and let the water pour on it for about a minute. Okay, how about this? Okay, I understand you don't want to do that. I understand you don't want to do that. Do you have a gun?
Don't have any handguns. No.
Second
any
Amendment.
Do you have a
firearms.
hammer? Do you have a hammer?
I probably.
Okay. Can you take the hammer and just hit that box as hard as you can with the hammer until it's destroyed?
Why? But George,
Yeah.
look.
You can keep it. I just want it to be unplayable.
That one though. Come on.
Perfect.
You want me to destroy these?
Perfect.
No, not the prequels. Not the prequels.
Perfect.
Look at those.
Perfect. Perfect.
And then okay.
Oh, unfinished. Rough
I'm
draft.
sorry.
Raw unfinished. Work
Ugh.
print.
Mostly finished.
This appears to be a bonus disc, and I
Yeah,
guess,
keep the bonus.
Yes.
Keep the
Look
bonus.
at those Ewoks there. That's a pretty nice
They're
Ewok.
great.
They're great. Oh, do you have the Ewok movies on DVD?
No, I do not.
Oh wow, big fan.
Those are
Big fan doesn't want to throw away his rough cuts, but he won't even bother to order the MGM DVD release of the two Ewok movies, which are canon, which are finished. They are locked.
Why does MGM own the rights to
I
that?
believe only overseas.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's an import.
How about
David.
this? I will order them.
Whoa! Right
You
now
will?
on the camera.
Let's make it a stretch goal. Let's make it. I don't know that they're available to order anymore.
Yeah,
I think you
really?
missed your chance.
You can get them places.
Yeah.
What are we at
They're
right now?
expensive now.
Patrick?
Let's see what we were at.
Wait, she's bloody. Is that from the what
Oh,
she said
hey.
shooting?
No,
You sure?
I am sure.
We were at
She-
27.56.
Okay, so David, go get those Blu-rays, the steel books.
Oh, you want the steals?
We hit the stretch goal. Now, can I point out something I am astonished we have not brought up until this point?
Yeah.
What?
Everyone was so astounded by the fact that Bill Hader, who's in the what you said, oh my God, steels are falling. This is like a Faulty Towers sketch. How weird to see someone who has lived in New York City his entire life doing John Cleese-esque physical humor.
Wait.
By the way,
Hang on.
by the
hang
way,
on.
a DVD of the Ewoks is $350.
Hang on, David.
You
don't
promised. It's
Wait.
for a good cause. You promised.
David, wait. You don't have to do it yet
No.
because
No.
we're at 27.27. I'm sorry. There's a weird math thing.
Oh my God. Well, at least they're ready. At least they're ready.
Someone said you
and
can get the Ewok
it's
movies
very-
for $25 with
Yep.
free shipping.
Can
Not
I-
only can you have the DVD, they will deliver it to your house, your home, for no dollars extra. Free shipping.
Can I
Wow.
say this thing I have been trying to say for 20 minutes now?
What?
Yeah.
Everyone was freaking out, flipping the fuck out over the fact
That's
that
true.
Bill Hader in the Dear Sister parody is now dating Rachel Bilson from the OC. And oh my God, can you believe that connection? Rachel Bilson was married to Hayden Christensen.
That's right. She was.
I think had kids, right?
Yeah,
They had multiple kids, and then
they
they
were
recently
married
got
for like
divorced.
a decade, and we weren't.
Yeah, they were
talking
married for a
about
long time. No, it's the strangest thing. She dates Adam Brody while they're making the OC.
Right.
Eventually, they break up. She
Yeah.
marries Hayden Christensen, who she meets on the set of Jumper.
Mhm.
And then Adam Brody marries Leighton Meester, who was on a different Josh Schwartz show.
And do you
the
know who
Gossip Girl.
do you know who she's in Jumper with?
Samuel
Hayden
L. Jackson.
Christensen and Samuel Jackson.
Mace Windu. And
Well,
wait a second,
I have to say,
Bill Hader, who she is now with, little bit of BB-8.
That's
that's
true.
a big. I'm sorry, that's a big step down from Anakin Skywalker, the hero and the villain of 3 Star Wars movies, down to a guy who helped make the bleeps and bloops for BB-8.
George, would you say that Hayden's actually in 4 Star Wars movies? Because he is in Return of the Jedi.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's in Rise of Skywalker.
And you hear him in Rise of Skywalker. Robert.
Yeah, that was it.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. But you didn't. That's not. That's.
Yeah. You know, I think the only I guess like 3PO and R2 are ahead of they're in that club. It's the 5 Timers Club. It's like Lauren's thing on SNL, the 5 Timers Club.
George, have you ever been on SNL?
I went to the party.
Yeah.
We're at the party.
By the way, what's happening in the OC right now is Julie Cooper, the sort of conniving divorcee of the show, currently married to villainous Caleb Nickel, is pondering poisoning him because he's trying to divorce her. She's sort of having second thoughts. Look at this great bar set, by the way. This is a great bad bar.
Caleb is Charles Whitmore. David, you have to show us your steelbooks. We hit the point.
All right, so we got the Fifth Element. Look at this one. Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, very nice art. I really like that.
George, keep singing Cantina while Dave shows us his steelbook.
Here we got Fargo. This one's pretty regular.
Shout Factory. Yes.
Yeah, very nice though.
That's a 1080p. That's not a 4K.
Whatever. Here's Escape from New York. There's a bunch of these sort of horror ones.
Yes. Shout Factory.
Watto, you might be into this one. Dr. Sleep. Look at that.
No, I think that's Patrick.
I know that's Patrick likes that one.
Patrick would love that because he sleeps all the fucking time. Yes.
Oh, here I got this casino where they're all playing cards.
Show the front cover. Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Here we've got. I really like this one. The Bridge on the River Kwai. See, the bridge is
starring.
And then, Guinness, Oscar-winning performance, and here the bridge is now built. See.
Wow.
And then it gets.
Wait, and who's in Dr. Sleep?
Oh, and
Ewan McGregor.
Yeah, and look at that Bridge on the River Kwai poster again. Let me see that design. It looks kind of like the Rolling Stones logo with the big tongue. And I was a cameraman on Gimme Shelter, where a man died.
Fair enough. Yep, at Altamont. Here's Boys in the Hood. This is a pretty new one. This one just came out. It's got a little map of Compton. Here, this one I like a lot. This is Alita. Look at Alita.
Battle Angel.
That one's cool. It's black on the back. It's just her hand.
Gary,
there feels like there should be a George connected person in Alita.
Fuck. Who's in Alita? You got Mahershala.
Christoph, Ed Norton.
Oh, Jennifer Connelly. Labyrinth. Yes, Jennifer Connelly. Labyrinth. Alita.
Yeah, there it is.
Stargate, which we recently covered on my podcast, Blank Check. Stargate, pretty cool.
Yeah, I like the first half of that title.
Look at that.
Oh boy.
That's where we all go a little mad.
Yes.
And here, in a comparison with Dr. Sleep, we got The Shining.
Ooh, it is the prequel to Dr. Sleep.
Yes.
And another horror one here. We got the Texas Chainsaw Massacre with a quote from Rex Reed on the steelbook. Do you think Rex Reed, who I once ate dinner opposite,
and who directed Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Toby Hooper.
Yeah, who then helped out my buddy Steve on Poltergeist.
Hey, George, what does Darth Vader say?
I am your father.
No, how does he breathe?
Where are we going with this?
I don't get it either.
All right. Anyway, here's Knives Out from Star Wars director Rian Johnson.
Yes, we had Noah Segan on the live stream 6 hours ago.
Oh, that's nice.
And we watched, and one of the episodes of Arliss is a shot-for-shot ringer for Knives Out. I'm convinced that Knives Out is just a Gus Van Sant remake of that episode of Arliss.
I forgot that I own this. I might throw this on tonight. Here is The Hunt for Red October, submarine movie. Dang classic.
Yeah.
Dr. Henry Jones Sr.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
We named the dog Red
this is
October.
Ghost in the Shell. Look at Ghost in the Shell. Very
She talks in the sub.
big fan of that. Oh, and here, of course, also covered on my podcast, the great Gemini Man.
High frame rate.
High frame rate. We've got both
Great high frame rate.
Willies.
Looks great.
2 Willies.
And then another Carpenter, The Fog.
Ah, too foggy. I can't even see.
May the fog be with you.
Starring Jamie Lee Curtis, star of Knives
That
Out.
is all. That's true. That is
Wow.
all the steals.
That's the steel books.
Good
No.
collection, and don't you
David
feel like-
Sim, Man of
Very.
Steel. The original Man of Steel, David Sims.
That was
I
great.
do love
Thank
my
you.
steals.
Thank you, David. Do you know what my favorite thing is about, especially like we're going longer than usual this week because we added on the OC episode. My favorite thing about these late night streams is when the light goes down, the sunlight in George's terrace in Marin County, and suddenly his framing becomes like that of a Hammer horror film. Right?
He really does.
Incredibly close to the screen at like a canted angle, lit only by candle.
It's also
He looks
so
like
wild
he's like
because
subbing in for Elvira.
Yes,
it's
absolutely.
7 p.m. It's 7 p.m. in Marin County. Why is it that dark,
Yep, in
George?
Marin County.
Climate change, and also the
climate
curfew.
changes the sun.
Yes.
The curfew. The curfew changed. This is not just how it looks; it's how it feels.
Curfew's done,
No.
George. We're moved
I feel
on.
like we're getting close to George's appearance.
We are.
on the show. Not quite yet. All right, because here's Summer. Here, the limo's pulling up, and Summer's waiting to see who's taking her to prom. It's that,
Going to be
the big sort of water polo boy.
Does it do what you say?
Says, I'm
Oh,
glad
he's
it was
turning lights
you.
on. Now he's getting self-conscious, and he didn't like me making fun of him looking like he was in a horror movie.
And so here we've got.
Now I look like I'm at.
Here's the prom. This
Sounds
is
really
the
cool.
OC.
Yes.
Guys, we are at $27.97.69, which means we are almost $200 away
Yes.
from having to watch the next episode of the OC. You have 12 minutes to get us $200, or else this stream is done.
Yeah, and then what will you do? Think about it. Then what will you do?
Then what will you do?
And then for 35, you do the foot.
Yeah.
How about this? First, let's to get us halfway. To get us a few there for $5 more. David will write on a piece of paper something that, if he were to say it out loud, it would be a violation of his journalistic ethics.
Oh, George, it's you.
Do it.
George!
Hold on, everybody.
George!
Seltzer.
In full bullfrog mode, by the way.
Yeah.
See, now his
I
beard.
tell you what, I'm glad Patrick Cotnar wasn't there on set that day.
Why?
Because I'm a snack.
Isn't it weird that George Lucas, Marguerite Moreau, and Adam Brody
Yes.
shot a scene? And so he brings up this prom thing he's
Right.
dealing with.
Right.
Prom?
And George Lucas
Just,
is immediately like, oh,
prom?
prom.
Guys, should
Go
I
to
try
my
to reach
prom.
out to Marguerite Moreau?
Yes.
Prom?
All right, this week I will reach out.
He mentions that he spent his
I mentioned
his
Jar Jar. I
teenage
mentioned the
years
Ewoks.
drawing Ewoks and Jar Jar Binks.
Yes.
That is true. When I was in high school,
Like-
I drew the Ewoks and Jar Jar Binks.
But he,
George Lucas was like, I'll be on George. You were like, I'll be on the OC if I get to mention that Jar Jar Binks has been in the sketchbook since high school.
Since pre Altamont.
yes.
Pre Altamont Jar Jar Binks.
Yes.
Yeah, you dropped American Graffiti there.
Yeah.
And you felt inadequate making a movie about.
They cut a lot. I filmed a lot more than they used. I mentioned everything.
28:57, guys. 28:57.
Now, does this not feel like George is functioning as the Wolfman Jack?
Yes.
To Adam Brody's
Yeah,
Richard Dreyfuss?
100%.
Like, here's this scene in the
100%.
middle of the night. It's like a reference on top of a reference in which he goes to this man for advice, and the advice he gets is not what he expects. George Lucas
Exactly,
said,
and it's like,
not
you
going
know,
to prom was the biggest mistake I ever made.
and you've got Zach here who's having the opposite. I mean, the grass is always greener, guys. Like Zach thinks he should be palling around with old Bullfrog George.
Yes.
And Adam thinks he should be smooching. I mean, Seth thinks he should be smooching Summer.
Yes.
on the dance floor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a coincidence that Rachel Bilson kind of looks like Natalie Portman?
I think that Rachel Bilson, I think a lot of the, this is
No,
that
I think
era,
it's deliberate. I think it's
No, but
deliberate.
I'm asking about from a Hayden standpoint.
From a Hayden standpoint.
Wow.
Hayden's gonna hate.
Hayden's gonna hate.
I would have loved Nat if Rachel Bilson had been in Star Wars. That would have been great.
Hayden's gonna hate her. Hayden's gonna hate her.
Oh my gosh.
I would switch him. I'd full switch.
Hater's gonna Hayden.
29-17, guys. 29-17.
Oh, you guys are
How
doomed.
far?
You're gonna have to watch another one of these.
How
fucking
far?
things.
How many minutes to get to the Ooh What You Said episode?
It's $83. It's amazing that David said you guys are going to watch another one of these things. Like, he's not going to have
Yeah.
to stick
Where
around.
are you gonna go, David? You're gonna turn it off and sit there quietly in the room and pick
George,
your
you're back.
steel.
George, you're back.
You're gonna watch your steelbook of Fargo.
George is back. We have 10 minutes to make up. What is it? $40.
Yeah.
We're not gonna make it.
Hang on.
We're not
just
gonna
made
make
another-
it.
We made another 25.
No one cares enough.
42.
No one cares enough about the protesters to make it to this goal.
No.
Yeah, you guys, I don't think you guys care at all.
I don't think they care enough about helping people not get the disease.
I think the people watching this live stream are a bunch of
Cowards.
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 And paupers.
You knew exactly
Cowards
what I
and
was going to
paupers.
say, George. Cowards. The lot of
And
them.
paupers.
They won't let us get to 3,000.
Now
We
you
don't-
got him swapping here.
Oh,
and
we
then-
don't want to get to 3,000. We don't want to watch another one. Don't make us.
Don't make
Oh, look, he's got his steelbooks out. He what's his name?
He's gonna watch Shaun
Cody.
of-
Is this Cody? Cody?
Cody.
Well, what's his name?
That is Sandy, played by Peter.
Sandy
Gallagher.
has his steelbooks out. Is that where you got the idea, David?
Yes. When I saw Sandy holding a DVD, I thought I got to get into these movies.
Fun fact: his collection. If you look on close, it's your exact stack of things. You based your steelbook collection off of Sandy's.
Stephen King was watching this episode and was
Oh.
like, I should write a prequel to The Shining, or a sequel.
Exactly. Sandy had an extreme early.
This
cut.
scene feels like it's on Nab. Are they on Naboo?
Here's another thing I want to say that's absolutely dates this show so tremendously. This scene is the first time Coldplay's song "Fix You" was ever played to the public. It debuted on this episode of the OC.
Yeah.
It was exclusive.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It was exclusive. Even though now I feel like the newsroom has a more famous, embarrassing use of that song.
Well, because they re-edited it so it was longer than the episode of the newsroom.
Guys,
They re-edited the song "Fix You" so it is actually longer than the episode that it was featured in. I don't know how they did it.
$29.60 and 69 cents. $40.
$40 away.
I bet there are not 40 people who are willing to donate $1 to help people.
Oh, wait, hang on. $10 away.
What?
No way. We'll never make it.
$29.90.
How many minutes are left in the episode? That means we'd have to make almost $1 a minute in order to carry through this.
George, let's keep negging them. You're a bunch of cowards.
We're at prom.
Cowardly
Wait,
people
guys, we're over
who
it.
don't like
We're
helping.
over it.
All right. Well, thank you for being generous, everyone. Sorry we had to be mean about it. Sorry we had to neg you into getting here, but so we're gonna watch the What You Said episode after this.
We're gonna watch the what she said.
Thanks
my-
for sticking around, David.
They're just talking about DVDs too on this. They show DVDs. They talk about DVDs.
Yeah.
Good God, David! No wonder you love this show.
This is the most brightly lit prom I have ever seen in my entire life.
What? I'm gonna start calling you Davey D.
Fair enough.
Now, David, you might know the answer to this question. Was this show shown in widescreen?
Yes.
Or are we cropped out? Are we cropped out?
2005.
Oh, I believe this is an HD widescreen show.
Yes.
Yeah. At this point.
Now, are we losing? Are we losing information or are we gaining it?
I think gaining.
I think gaining too.
All
I think this show was tip of the
Um,
spear in terms of actually.
We are
broadcasting.
watching a special edition. Throw out your old square ones.
Those
David, throw out your
early-
square VHSs of this.
The first season, I'm pretty sure, was shot on 16 millimeter, like a lot of old TV shows, which is sort of a weird thing to think about now. But I think by this time they might have upgraded to HD.
Is it just me, or does
Upgrade.
it feel like George is hitting a state that previously took over 10 hours to reach.
What?
Yeah, how long have you guys been going?
What you
7
say?
hours?
We've been
it's
going
a
7
while.
hours and 8 minutes
Yeah.
right now.
That's like a drop in the bucket. We did 30 like it was nothing.
Yeah, all of us did 30 straight hours. Every single one of us.
Nope, someone napped for 29 of those hours.
Yeah.
Stop putting that up.
They really rag on you.
Yeah, it's not fun. David, you know this. I was not a part of this show.
I wouldn't.
And I got
I
bullied
wouldn't.
into being a part.
Patrick, I wouldn't expect you to like this because it is neither a snack nor a nap.
No. You only like two types of things.
I'm sorry that I'm sorry that you don't like talking about this, but in fairness, there's no way that we could talk about this in the form of either a snack or a nap.
Well, now just to update everyone on the show, Seth is making a romantic overture to Summer at the prom.
He finally
and
showed up to
she's-
the prom because of George.
Right.
So
And
George
she's
is in the
accepting
finale
him.
too? George is in the finale too?
Does he
No,
recur?
this is George's
No.
only.
He's not recurring?
He's not. They didn't keep him on. He was.
They're not like setting him up to come back in season 3 as a regular?
It might have been fun.
That would be
Bullfrog
fun.
George.
You want
When
to know
you
what
try your best, but you don't succeed.
my main takeaway from watching George
When you get what you want, but not what you
in
need.
this episode 15 years ago
When you feel so tired, but you can't sleep.
versus George
Stuck in rhythm.
I think it's very good that George grew his beard out.
When the tears come streaming down your face.
Because in this episode, when he tried to shave a strong
Cause you
jaw,
lose something you can't replace.
Right. The line is a problem.
it made him look like a goddamn
When
bull.
you love
It makes him look like a
someone,
big
but
old
it's
bullfrog,
gone
and there's just
to
nothing you can say except for that.
waste.
Right, he looks so much better.
What could be worse?
A full hearty beard.
Lights will guide you home and knock your bones.
It's so funny
And
because
I will try to fix you. You know, I'll finish that song. I'll finish that song maybe at the end of the episode when I feel like it. But I feel like that song
right now,
you know what? That song speaks to me right because you know what they wrote that about?
What?
I don't know this for a fact. I'm just assuming because it seems obvious from the lyrics. That song is about the mid 1990s when I was looking at those rough cuts, those 3 sweet films that I'd never been able to get right.
Yes.
And I made a promise that over the course of the next 2.5 decades, I will try to fix you.
Now, David, can you explain? Because part of this episode was the woman trying to murder her husband.
Then
And
she
now
decides not to.
But then he falls into the pool and almost dies anyway.
He does die. This is his death
What?
scene. This is the dramatic death of Caleb Nichol. He has a heart attack anyway.
Oh.
It's sort of a weird have your cake and eat it soap opera thing, right?
But also, Sandy
Ooh.
has found that his wife is hiding
She
vodka.
likes the vodka. She
So
likes to drink.
Was her car crash a result of driving while intoxicated?
Yes, she unfortunately has been hitting the Chardonnay a little too hard, and she's got to deal with that.
Wow.
So there's a lot of dramatic stuff going on. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's
Right.
weird that George Lucas was parachuted into this very dramatic episode.
No, it makes sense. This is all. Joseph Campbell explains every move that they made in this episode.
It's like A plot, Caleb Nichol dies. B plot, Kirsten's alcoholism revealed. C plot, love triangle. D plot, George Lucas talks about the prom.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh boy.
This
And yeah,
episode
there's
has
the whole
everything.
thing. Because Kirsten just got in a fight with her dad before he dies, and now he's dead, so she's sad. Because she parted with him on poor terms.
Oh no.
So it's traumatic for her. Everyone's just quietly now watching the OC.
Yes.
Oh, this is a good question. Someone's asking, does George appear in the next episode's previously on segment?
It's a good question.
That feels like
guess
a contract.
but
Yeah.
it's not impossible.
Lights will guide you home. Ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you. Goodbye.
Executive story editor JJ Philbin.
Oh.
Philbin, Doug Lyman, of course, who directed the pilot, did an incredible job. One of the best things he ever directed.
All right. Well, let me know when you guys get to the beginning and we can start it at the same time.
I don't think we need the credits for this. We can just skip on to the next one.
Yeah. Let's wrap this up.
Okay. Next episode.
Okay. Let me know when you guys are ready.
Okay. So this is the season finale, Dearly Beloved.
The Dearly Beloved.
I have it queued up. Ready?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, yes. No. You famously hate watching the OC. I can't believe. Oh, no. Poor David Sims, lifelong New Yorker, watching the OC, a thing he hates to do.
I'm just waiting to see if George shows up here, but no, it looks like it's all, dramatic recaps. Okay.
No. One and done.
Wow.
Right, so
is what you said at the end of the episode or near the beginning?
Is what you say is the end of the episode? It is the thrilling
All right, so we're
climax?
building towards it.
And it's funny to think that Coldplay just debuted their song in the episode before, but Imogen Heap's "Ooh, What You Say," whatever that's actually called, hide and seek. That's what it's
What
called,
you
right?
say?
That's the iconic
Ooh,
OC.
you only went Mel.
Long tail on that.
Long
David,
tail. Wasn't it? It was just used in normal people. Pat, the timer.
The timer is paused.
Pat.
Great one, Patrick.
Great.
Well,
David, when DVD began to become an obsolete format. Now you love DVDs, right? When they were coming out,
I did. I owned a lot of DVDs. I did own a lot.
and your name is literally DVD with an AI in the middle of it, which is automatically suspicious. Like
if
that.
you knock those vowels out, my name is just DVD.
Right.
Yeah, but let's not knock those vowels out because first of all, that's the name of a movie that my buddy Steve made. So let's keep them there, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Do you own a DVD of the movie AI?
I own a DVD of the movie AI. Yes, and I believe.
Can we see it? Can we see it? Can we see it?
Go find it.
Stretch goal.
Stretch goal.
If I still have the disc, it's in a wallet somewhere.
What if it's a Blu-ray? You never upgraded?
Well, I can't believe I'm talking about this, but I think I own it online. I own it like on iTunes, and so I never bought a Blu-ray. But maybe I have. Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Oh, I guess
George,
so you're not I guess he's not a Kubrick fan.
George, do you want to sing?
Oh, California, here we come.
Special guest star Tate Donovan.
Tate Donovan.
Tate Donovan.
I just thought of something, David. You like it when David, can you hear me?
David, can you hear us?
I don't want to waste this joke because I'm very proud of it. David.
Yeah.
You like it when a movie is packaged within a steel book, no?
I do. I love it.
Well, for AI, it's more like the movie should be packaged in a steel boy.
that boy's a robot.
Oh wow! Wait a second.
That the boy's a robot.
Look at this.
Someone's pointing out something it's true that the robot boy in AI is called David.
The boy is named David, and you can't spell David without DVD. And David owned AI on DVD. It is a perfect.
But here's the thing, Watto.
What?
Here's the thing.
Yes.
My AI DVD was Region 2.
Well, what?
Attack of the Clones.
That disc had a little 12 certificate on it. It was rated 12.
Okay.
By
So the boy couldn't even watch it.
The boy
I
could.
lived in the United Kingdom.
What?
from 95 to 2008.
Hey guys, I want to show something. I know
All
this
right.
was a big deal, but I want to show something that someone in the chat pointed out.
What?
This is a producer from the OC.
Okay.
He's a
Okay, who we got?
producer. Let's scroll up.
Okay, he's worked on some sitcoms. It looks like some other shows.
Look at his name.
That's right, of course, Lucas George.
What? The fuck?
Look at him. And it's like if you took all of George's hair,
Yes.
you concentrated it right around the mouth.
Yes.
Right. He almost looks like someone tried to make a robot of me.
Yes.
Here's
Wow.
Tate Donovan, by the way. Tate Donovan, who plays Marissa's dad.
And Patrick must love him.
Because he's a
'Cause
snack.
he is the snackaroonie.
He's both a snack and a dream.
I mean,
Yeah.
look, take me out to the ball game because that
Yes.
guy, he's a crackerjack.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
you can buy me some peanuts and snack cracker jacks.
Yeah.
but
How
it'll be
far
Tate
do I need
Donovan.
to reach inside for the prize? You know?
Oh, he can.
No.
Oh, I'll let him do some damages.
Yes.
Yeah, he was on. Here's Amanda Raihetti, who came out of the first season of the OC and was on every Fox clone of the OC. She was on North Shore, and then she was on Reunion. Do you remember
I can't believe
Reunion?
we're watching
Yes.
the second episode of this.
And we're watching the second episode.
George Lucas is not in this episode at all.
But we are going to see the "Ooh, what you said." Ooh, what you said is this scene.
I'll also say
Do those women shoot each other? Ooh, what you said? Ooh, Klosterman. Look at.
we have not really lost viewers. We're still
Ooh,
going
what you
strong.
said? Ooh, when you only meant well. Said, call me what you said. Ooh,
George,
but it's all
George.
for the best. You know it is. Ooh, what you said. Ooh, when you only meant
You gotta just
well.
let him go sometimes.
Tell me
David.
what you said,
I
what you
know.
said. Ooh, but it's all for the best.
George,
Are they
did
gonna
you
shoot each
ever
other?
audition, Logan Marshall Green? I feel like he would have auditioned for Anakin or whatever. I don't know.
I don't know those two guys, but I'm familiar with the color green because we used to use that to make all the scenes in Star Wars.
I think you actually used blue.
I think I did see him, and I was under the impression that he was part man, part green screen. And when I realized he was just a guy with the word green as a name, I felt like I'd been the audition had been booked under false pretenses.
I'm
I thought, well, you could
seeing
stand
here
behind the other actors, and we could put the effects on you.
I looked up Logan Marshall Green, and it says he was once considered for the role of Star-Lord in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Wow.
But that
Wow.
seems to be his closest brush with anything involving
Yeah.
stars.
Yeah. Well, it rhymes, which is just like all the Star Wars movies rhyme.
It's poetry.
Oh, but wait, if you go to his OC Wikipedia page.
Okay, he's got an OC Wikipedia page. All right.
Oh wait, now it's not coming up. When you Google it, it also has a link to how Star Wars: The Clone Wars expanded our knowledge of the Force.
Of course it did.
Interesting.
We didn't know that much about the Force, and then we knew a little bit more.
Didn't do a Clone Wars.
It's a magical energy that goes everywhere.
May I have an
Here he is, though.
May I have an
It's funny. No one's ever pointed out that Anakin, and I wrote this, that he talks about sand and what he doesn't like about sand.
Yes.
Everything he says about sand could be said of the Force,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and that's what he doesn't like, is that the Force gets everywhere.
Oh no, there's a gun.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Ooh,
so-
what you
so-
said. Oh, and you only meant well. Colin, what you did, what you said. Ooh, but it's all for the best. You know it is what you said. Ooh, and you only meant well. So tell me, dippy do what you said. Ooh, what you said. Ooh, that's look at them, ooh, rum, pum,
George?
dum, dum, dum. What?
George,
Yeah.
did you say one of the lyrics was "Cummy Dippy Doo"?
Yes, he did.
No, call me dippy do. Call me.
Someone.
The lyrics to that song, this is a fun fact about that song.
Yeah.
The lyrics to it change every time anyone sings it or plays it or listens to it.
Yeah.
It's never the same.
It's like an ink blot.
Yes.
Yeah. everybody here's the song they want to hear when they listen into hide and seek, and that's why they called it that, because the song, you can't ever hear the real song. It's hiding from you and you're looking for it. You'll never find it.
This is the funeral.
This is the funeral of George Lucas, right? Who died off screen on the OC.
You're saying within the OC.
Within the world of the fictional OC, George Lucas was killed off. When I refused to, my rate for the previously on was so high that the makers of the OC were furious, and they said, "Fine, we're gonna play hardball. You're not gonna have an arc in season 3, season 4." If you look at that scene, they were really laying the groundwork for the fact that Lucas was obsessed with prom. Season 3, Lucas was going to attend prom without a date. Season 4, he'd be the prom king. And
right.
When I wanted to be paid my full rate for the previously on. I wanted that to be like an episode. And I said it's not about the money. I just want you to give me what Landis gave me for Beverly Hills Cop 3. I'm not doing this for less than a Landis.
I heard that you wanted the opening credit sequence to just be replaced with an opening credit sequence for Revenge of the Sith with the crawl.
Yeah, to help promote the movie.
And so instead they had someone say off screen, it's too bad that George Lucas got hit by a city bus a couple days ago. And he's dead now.
George, did you ask to be in the What You Say scene?
Yeah.
So that's why you want to watch that.
I wanted to be in the scene right before it, and I said, I've got the perfect line of dialogue.
Yeah.
We could just let me say it, and it'll set up the scene perfectly. And they were like, no. And I'm like, well, at least have one of these characters say it. They should say it. It's a perfect line of dialogue. It'll lighten the mood, but it'll also pay off immediately.
I'll say this. I'm going through the IMDb for the OC, every cast member, and I do not see any, except for George Lucas, immediately connected.
There's no one who never played in the Lucas pool?
I'm not seeing anybody, and I'm getting pretty far down.
Don't shit where you eat.
Right. You were like, I can't hire you guys now. I'm sorry, because I'm a cast member of the OC.
I'm a character on this show, so I'm not going to create some sort of J.J. Abrams, Christopher Nolan mind puzzle of I'm in the OC, but they're in a Star Wars, and how,
Right.
It would really take people. I didn't want anything in Star Wars that would take you out of it.
You have Chris Pratt was on the OC. Of course, he played Star-Lord. And then you have
it rhymes.
You have Jerry Ryan had an arc on the OC, and she was in Star Trek.
Robert Picardo also.
Robert Picardo did show up, but I'm not seeing. You're right, Rosalind Chow, another Star Trek.
That's a good question. Which OC cast member should have an arc on The Mandalorian?
Which OC cast member should have an arc on The Mandalorian?
What's his name? Cody.
Who?
Cody.
I don't know who he means.
Who's Cody?
Isn't he one of these boys on the show?
I feel like Alan Dale as an Imperial officer is pretty good.
I mean, that's just Money in the Bank.
I think Peter Gallagher would be good as DJ's dad.
Yes, Pussy Willows, the famous Gallagher Pussy Willows wiggle.
Gallagher, you need to do very little to make that guy look alien. You just need to extend the eyebrows out like one.
Don't you think if we brought back DJ that he could play his dad?
Yes.
DJ from The Last Jedi, the Benicio.
You mean Benicio del Toro?
Yeah.
You think Peter Gallagher and Benicio del Toro are probably around the same age?
Right, about the same age. He could make me a brother.
They're really both like members of that sort of early '90s indie cinema boom.
Yeah, but first of all, you don't know what species they are. They could reproduce in some weird way.
You know what?
Dads
Also,
look the
I'm
same age.
here. He's 11 years older than Benicio.
Well,
but
Mandalorian. That's 20 years earlier.
Right.
That's true. So I guess you build that in too.
Right.
You built it in. It's grandfathered in.
Gallagher's great. I would love to see Gallagher in The Mandalorian. He's such an exceptional actor. I love him.
Hey, when's the last time we saw Gallagher on the big screen? Let's look it up.
Yeah.
The last time Gallagher was not. So you're saying no small screen allowed?
Big screen.
I'm allowing
big screen.
All right. Okay. So we're not counting.
Big screen or big screen. If he's in a next Netflix original film, we'll count it.
Palm Springs. Oh no, that's small because that's coming on Hulu.
He was in a movie called After last year with Hero finds Ray
Before
finds
that,
my buddy Steve found him.
Bad Mom's Christmas.
Am I
Before that,
mistaken?
yeah.
I believe the film After is a film of what started out as slash fiction about One Direction, much like how 50 Shades of Grey originally was Twilight
fan fiction, right?
I believe After is based around fan fiction of a girl writing about if two different members of One Direction.
You are absolutely right.
At the same time. Thank you.
It was a girl writing fan fiction about Harry Styles' relationships.
Yes.
I genuinely, when I first heard about 50 Shades of Grey, I thought it was slash fiction about my neckbeard.
I want to say this. Insanely, since
Talk about Harry Styles.
Okay. You watch it.
Okay.
Cotner, what were you saying?
Not lost any viewers. We have in fact gained viewers.
What are we at?
Oh, good. They're here for the cream of it. They're here for the cream of the broadcast.
Right,
Give
so
money to the protesters so that they don't get sick.
We got.
They might anyway, but go ahead and give money to try to keep them from getting sick.
Yeah,
we got. It's all going down right now at the what's it called?
At the Ooh What You Said Cafe and Bar Club.
This is the Bait Shop, which is the fictional.
Ooh.
It's like in Beverly Hills.
It reminds me of the bronze on Buffy. Is this close to the bronze? This looks like the bronze.
Yes, it's like the bronze, and I can't remember what the one in 90210 was called, but it's like basically means that a band could drop in and do a show, like have a little guest spot on the OC.
Boy,
George, you've quibbled.
Send me the freak book or whatever the thing you're sending me.
Yeah, Watto. What's the update on George's smart
What's
book?
the tracking number? What's the tracking number on my Chrome head?
Let me check.
Did you buy George Lucas a computer?
Okay, here's a fun fact. George Lucas fundamentally doesn't believe in laptops. He thinks they're
no way,
and he calls the trackpad a fetish pad. It has made doing weekly live streams incredibly difficult. But
not at all. A few times, like 4 times in 8 hours, I've adjusted the angle. That is 1/10 of the naps that Patrick has had.
May I correct you? At multiple points, a light gust of wind has knocked over your phone.
Not anymore. I'm on a tripod now. Those are the old days.
Phone?
Yes, he is on a fucking.
Listen to me,
David.
David's like on a desktop or something.
David, George.
No.
George was on his phone for the entire 31 hour.
30 hours. So
Do you know what? Yeah, watching movies being filmed on a galaxy near to me.
You cannot communicate with him. If we need to plan something out about a guest who's going to appear, we can't communicate with him during the.
It makes me that I don't need back channels. If you have something to say it to me. I'm not hiding anything from the viewers of this stream.
Strange that you do not own a laptop.
George Lucas, of all people.
I don't believe in them. I think they're dumb.
So producer Patrick Cotner and I said, if we can find a laptop that costs under $200, will you accept it? If we send
a really cheap. My old roommate used to call them porn buddies.
Okay, well that's gross. Was this learned? I've heard about.
That's not. Yeah, that's not going to sell it for me.
Okay. The point is, we found there were Memorial Day sales in which a lower tier HP, essentially web browser laptop, was suddenly only $200. So we placed the order, but it was back ordered over 2 weeks.
Will I get one before the end of our list?
That's the question. So let me do a little order status check right here.
Well, you've done.
Oh, this is exciting. No, let's make that a stretch goal.
Guys, this is just like the Zam Wessel scene.
Yes, this is.
Ooh, what you said. Is this the scene? Ooh, when you only went well. Oh, come here, hear what you said. Oh, but it's all for the past. You know it is. What you said. They should have played. That would have been more fun. They should have played Ooh, what you said at double speed for this shootout, and then it would play as more serious later when they do a callback to it.
The whole shootout is like this is kind of like the Force Awakens when there's the Han Solo and the gangsters are after him, the deal goes wrong, and there's
Ganja.
Yeah, you lost me. And so what year was this that we had a shooting in a public place, and this was probably considered really dramatic then, but now it's just like slice of life.
2005.
So what's
yeah,
the tracking look like?
Well, what are we at right now in terms of funding?
We
should make it a stretch goal.
Yeah.
A stretch. What's the stretch goal?
The stretch goal.
The stretch goal is that people check the order status.
I will tell you when the Chromebook is going to arrive at Skywalker Ranch.
We're at 31/20/69.
31.
All right. At 3150.69, he'll check the order status. All you have to do is give a small donation to help the protesters have access to COVID-19 testing
Great cause, and I will
treatment.
I will tell George when his Chromebook will arrive. This was the double-edged sword. Is like, oh, we were able to get the Chromebook, a good one for a low price because of Memorial Day sales, but also it was apparently more back ordered than any item I've ever purchased online.
It's the most purchased item in the history of items.
Yes, I mean, I feel like my baby Yoda came faster than this fucking thing.
Can we tell David about our the big change in our life that started today?
Yes.
I don't even remember, but please tell me.
The new website that thrown up.
David,
how about this? Since you won't violate your ethics, will you at least get the Atlantic to do a feature about the website arliss.me?
Arliss.me. It's a new website, and the kids love it. David, this is real.
I know.
Anyone can go to this website.
Yeah, this is a public service. Now, I know this isn't as grandiose as an oopsie daisy from one of Trump's generals.
So
but can the Atlantic publish this
my
article?
name, or I can turn it into like
watch. Let's move slowly so he can see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Slowly.
Yes.
So David, we've typed your name in, right?
That's my
and
name.
You see the gray box below, right?
Yeah.
Now from here we have many options. First,
We have a lot of options.
Let's click more Arliss. So this is taking the I's in your names.
Now, will it always do the same thing? If you click less Arliss than more Arliss, will it be the same way, or will it?
No, because look, this is right. Because sysims, but then the Darliss vid, it's different. It runs off
Darliss vid systems. Darliss vid systems.
Right.
Do it again. Do it again.
Go back. Okay.
Darliss
Ready?
vid systems. Okay, so that's the same.
So now, David, we have two different toggles here. One for business, one for sports.
Oh, I
These are
see.
the South poles of Arliss's life.
Right.
And we have to say, David, on a scale from 1 to 4, how sports are you and how business are you? Now, I've heard you are a big money monster and you also love basketball. These are things
I was going to say, I like them both. So give me a 2 on each.
Okay, ready? One at a time. One at a
reasonable.
time so we can see.
One at a time.
Okay, so now one. Copyright symbol, $sign, $signs. Okay, now let's add one sports.
Oh, a little goal.
And now let's add a second sport. There we
go. Oh, wow. All right, so my name is now Beer Goal,
Yes.
registered trademark.
Yes.
I guess that's just an L.
That's an L.
Well, I think
it's got to be reasonable.
But if we
if you want that L, if you want to be more business or more sports, then you get rid of that L.
But the only thing it would make it into is a pound sign.
No, it might make it into a sports thing.
Yes.
Well, the pound sign holds some meaning to me because I grew up in Britain.
What?
Ooh. Ooh, what you said.
Who made this thing? Do you guys make it?
We did not.
No, it was made in honor of the work we've been doing.
There you go. There you go.
And that is your Arliss Extreme name.
Completely maxed out. That's just the most Arliss the name could possibly be.
You cannot get any more Arliss than that. Agreed.
There's multiple golfing things in there, but there's also a hockey stick.
Yeah, the hockey stick is the L, I believe.
Right.
Remember the L that you were talking about before? Well, it's gone. It's a hockey stick now.
Patrick, can you refresh the donations?
Yes. Hang on.
And then I'm going to suggest something very crazy.
No more episodes of the OC tonight.
No, we're done with season 2. What more could we cover?
Oh,
there's 2 more seasons. We can watch seasons 3 and 4 tonight.
Not watching them tonight.
31, 20, 69.
31, 20. We're at the same number. We need to hit 31, 50. Okay.
For what?
For me to reveal when George Lucas's Chromebook will be arriving.
And here's the thing. I want to say this.
Yeah.
Right now, we're living in the present moment, right?
Yes.
And last week is making this week look like a bunch of chumps.
It is. And it's a shame because the world is only getting worse by the week. Now, can I throw something out? Here's an activity I want us to do. And maybe this act of bravery will encourage some to donate. Patrick, I want you to pull back up arlist.me. And I know this feels like the kind of thing we should save for the 7th and final week of our Artlist Watchathon, but fuck it. We're doing it right now. Patrick,
gonna do it live?
I want you to type in the name Arliss Michaels.
Whoa.
Oh no, this is going to be like the end of the movie War Games.
Yes. Now, does it allow you to make the name Arliss Michaels any more Arliss? There we go. And now we're going to take it all the way, but we have to alternate one at a time.
Yes.
One toggle
Alternate.
to $sign. Okay.
One toggle.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's process this for a moment. Okay, looks good. Looks pretty good. Got the euro in there. Okay. Now, Patrick,
here's my suggestion for this site. I'm gonna reach out to the guy tonight.
What?
I think first toggle on the $sign should automatically make any S's dollars.
I agree.
Because that's
the least Arliss you can get and still be Arliss-y.
Yeah, I also think when we make something more Arliss, we have to make sure it makes it $signs.
I think here's my pitch. I think when you hit the more Arliss button, the S's turn into $signs.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's your automatic. That's your ground floor.
Yeah.
Is there a way when you make something more Arliss, then when you click less Arliss, it turns the $signs into cents signs? So you can't get back to it. Once you make yourself more Arliss, you don't go back to your name.
Right.
You go back to cents instead of $signs.
Yeah. Pitch, but let's toggle it up to one more for sports.
David, this is in beta right now. We're testing.
Wow, and look at what a difference that makes. We have a golfer, a golf flag, and a goal.
Wow.
It's still some of those L's in there. Those L's, they sure do give you trouble, don't they?
Yes.
How much time in this 7+ hour live stream has been devoted to you tweaking around with this website?
This is what's crazy.
Very little, because it takes care of it for itself. Oh, is Peter Gallagher about to shoot his son? Ooh, what you said. Is that what happened?
The last 3 weeks in a row, we had to do this manually. Someone would submit a name and we'd go, how do we do it? We would
How do we do it?
Like Sully, we would eyeball it and go, I don't know.
Like
Maybe you put a pound in there. Maybe.
Yeah.
You know, this.
We'd go back and forth.
Right.
All right, you ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, that's a big update.
Wow. Now we added some real $signs. Now, there's still too many S's for comfort here, but okay, let's add a little more sport.
Wow.
See, I'm more pro. The sports gets rid of some of the fun business stuff.
Well, no, don't.
That's what the toggle is for.
Right. Okay, and now let's add a little more sports. Okay, and now let's add a little more business.
Wait, I just want to point out what the H is for David in case.
Oh, it's a filing cabinet in the world of Arliss, because he works in an office. The H is a filing cabinet.
Or
someone put in so much work into this.
Or it's a half-full glass of whiskey, because with Arliss, it's sometimes work and sometimes play.
I just want to point out that sometimes the business thing turns A's into an A with 2 lines through it, which is the symbol of the Argentinian currency or something. Yeah. It's incredibly obscure. Like, is Arliss frequently dealing with Argentinian currency?
What can I say, David? It's a very advanced website.
Ever hear of a little thing called the Olympics?
Yes.
Drop the. It's cleaner.
Yes. Okay. Let's hit those final toggles.
Drop the. It's cleaner is a funny line. Now,
So now we're at
because it has 2 thes. The sentence itself has too many thes. It
Yeah.
feels like.
And yet it's a very clean sentence.
Wow.
It's pretty
Wow.
clean.
So this is just gobbledygook. This is nonsense.
That's
Segan,
Arliss.
Stop it.
That's like Arliss to the max.
Yes. Now let's copy paste that.
So Arliss to the max is essentially just golfing and money.
This is like Arliss on HBO Max. Yes, that's what most of this show is about. Now wait, Patrick, go back to the window.
Okay.
I want you to take.
That's the opposite of a Melissa Etheridge song.
I want you to take David's suggestion.
No, it's not. It's kind of the same.
It's a sequel.
It's a sequel.
I want you to.
Someone please, this week record a new version of "Come to My Window," called "Go Back to the Window." Don't change any other lyrics.
Yes.
And post it on your YouTube channel as one of those YouTube songs where people sing songs.
No, I want to because he is our guest and he so graciously decided to stay here for 2 full episodes of the OC.
Yeah.
I want you to take David's suggestion and toggle back the sports one by one until we're left with just business. Toggle it again, baby. Toggle it again.
Oh, no change.
One more time.
All right, so that's just
Now,
a bit
hang on.
Arliss.
No,
Yeah.
don't make it less Arliss. That's sacrilege.
Could.
I just wanted to see what it would look like.
Yeah, I want to see it too. Come on.
Do it very briefly.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good. What's that M with a strike through it?
That is a. Hang on 1 second.
Look it up.
That is a mill.
It's a
Called
meal.
the MILL.
It's a meal.
Okay. So does that suggest? That just suggests a
It's a
million.
It's for a milli. No, it's a currency. Now,
No, I know what it is. It's 1/1000th of a dollar.
Oh,
That's
but
what
it
a
says
million.
it's from the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
how would you know that?
That's where we filmed
Why
some
would
of the
you-
Star Wars.
Thanks, George.
You filmed most of the Star Wars, I would say.
Some.
The majority.
Some.
What are you drinking there, Watto?
Here's
I didn't film the Ewok. I filmed the Ewok movies just right over there. David. I don't know if you can see because it's dark. I filmed the Ewok movies right there.
And a reminder,
I
it's
filmed
7:46 p.m.
Yes.
Yeah, but during a curfew.
In 30
And
Watto, you never told me to drink.
I'll tell you what I'm drinking. We all know that George has a buddy, Steve, who is a great filmmaker, right?
Sure. Oscar winning.
Well,
I have an Oscar too. Don't think that makes me feel bad.
Wahlberg.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just clarifying.
but here's the
Yeah.
thing that Watto has gotten really.
That's for every movie I ever did. That means every movie I did got an Oscar.
Fair enough.
Here's the thing that Watto has gotten really into in the last 2 weeks of quarantine. Okay.
Between.
Here's what Watto's gotten into. It is a spirit developed and sold by a different Oscar-winning filmmaker named Steve.
Okay. A spirit developed and sold by a different Oscar winner. So Steve McQueen, Steve
One of the other. Yes. Steven Soderbergh sells a spirit that he discovered when he was filming the Che movies and became so obsessed with it. He was like, I need to figure out how to import this back to the United States. And when that proved difficult, he started a company and for the last 10 years has produced this and sold it, distributed it across the world.
It's a Bolivian cocktail.
Hey, Watto, what was your laptop goal?
My it was 50, whatever it was. 30.
Okay, we're at 32:20, so let's do it now before George comes back.
Okay, yes. It will arrive June 16th. Not until not even there will be 3 live streams that pass before.
No, that's not right.
June 16th is just a little more than a week away.
No, I'm saying in the time between when the order was
I see.
Okay, stop talking about it.
Yes. But I'm telling you, this Steven Soderbergh, Singani 63.
Yeah, you like it?
Oh,
Is it like a rum or is it like a
I guess
tequila?
it's
Or
technically classified as a brandy.
Oh,
But
interesting.
That's kind of being reductive. And I'm doing it right now as a mixer. It's why I went off camera twice, because I poured a little heavy the first time, so I added some lime juice the second time. But it worked as just a sort of sipping spirit over ice. It works as a mixer, and I will say this: no hangover, goes down easily. Very helpful in a time where it is very difficult to fall asleep. Where it is.
And let me say this:
to turn
no
your
hangover. No hangover, then no hangover part 2 or 3, and that means probably no Joker.
That's true.
Why so serious?
Why so serious?
Wait, David.
In all seriousness, David, I haven't tried the spirit that Watto's drinking, but any careful viewer of the OC knows that George Lucas drinks seltzer.
He does love a seltzer. It's true. There's a whole line of dialogue about it.
It's a whole line of dialogue. I did a solid 20 minutes on that, and they just reduced it into one line because they had to, it's a network show.
Yeah,
if this had been a streaming show,
that would have
they
been
could
its
have
own
included
show.
all of my dialogue.
Yeah,
and I suggested to them maybe we have a movie here.
Drinking seltzer that you would have had a whole spin-off.
Yes.
Not a spin-off. I was hoping that they would release it theatrically as a feature.
Right.
Because I agree with you. I said, we have an A plot, a B plot, a C plot. Why not just have this scene be a standalone film?
Yes.
Kind of like a Louis Malle kind of, like we're really going for My Dinner with Andre kind of feeling.
Seltzer with George.
Right? Don't you think? Don't you think that scene is basically like, let's show them how it's done, boys?
Yes.
Sorry, Wally Shawn. Sorry, Andre Gregory. Let old George show you how it's done.
I'm trying to see what's going on in the OC, but I guess Kirsten's going to rehab. What were you going to say, Pat?
Now, David, I forgot to ask Jonathan Braylock this earlier, but I feel like I could probably ask you.
You missed Braylock, who had a very handsome goatee.
That's true.
He's a good
David,
good
this
looking
is a
guy.
really important question. We ask a lot of our guests.
Yeah.
Were you ever on Herald Night?
Okay.
Yeah, we're ever on Herald Night.
You were on the UCB podcast network, but where
I was.
Did that put you on Herald Night?
You ever on
Herald Night?
I was never on Herald Night. No.
Yippee.
I've attended a Herald Night or two in my time.
Yippee.
George, it's amazing. You're Benjamin Buttoning as the day goes on.
Yes.
Because the show takes me back to my glory days when I was doing my best work.
No, what were you going to say?
I worked at worked at the UCB for how long was it, Watto? A couple years at least.
Podcast network.
Why would Watto know?
George was a guest. Ask George.
Yeah, George was on the show multiple times, and they were always nudging me. They were like, "Set up your UCB profile because you can have a profile,
very
be a
helpful.
little picture and your, little bio." And I always forgot to do it. I missed my
Me
chance.
too. I don't think Watto and I ever did it either, and we did the George Lucas talk show there for 7 years.
I did it.
Well, good on you.
No, there's no George Lucas profile, right?
No, there's a Patrick profile.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He did it for himself.
Oh, okay. Well,
Can
you
I
should have done it for it's us on the show. You should have done it for us.
Can I go back like 5 topics in conversation?
Oh, like a prequel? Yes, of course.
Can I do a little prequel to something we talked about that I now just thought of a joke for?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I like my streaming TV series like I like my steaks.
Yeah.
Don't cut the fat.
What?
You were talking about how if the
Like a fatty.
episode of the OC was on a streaming series, they would have kept in 15 minutes of him riffing about seltzer.
Are you saying that George Bullfrog Lucas was looking a little fat on the
No,
OC?
I'm saying that streaming TV series are much like a low-quality steak, where they leave as much fat on as possible.
There's no question.
Wow. You know what? That was worth it.
I don't
All right,
know.
so here I believe.
Oh, of course, you didn't like it.
Go on.
What, George?
I don't get it.
I said, of course you didn't like it because I I can't say it. I can't say it.
He can't say it.
Okay.
David, what were you going to say?
right.
What were you going to say, David?
I'll say the alt, which is you don't like it because it wasn't a nap or dinner time.
Oh, that's Patrick.
But that's the alt. I'll tell you the regular version if we get to 4,000.
I don't get it either. I think we're at the point where logic has gone out the window. David, what are you going to say?
I don't want to get him. I don't want to come close to the phone, so it's a secret. Oh, no. I don't want to get you in trouble at work when we're talking about streaming series having too much fat.
Okay, yeah.
They have too many episodes.
Yeah, let's not do
too
that.
many episodes.
Yeah, let's avoid that.
Too many episodes. Everyone knows that.
Let's
what do they
avoid
care?
that topic,
What do they care?
And let's say also that when George Lucas says get close to the phone, it makes that seem like an old man being punch drunk, except in this case, he only has a fucking phone because he refuses to own a laptop, and apparently it takes 27 days for a Chromebook to get delivered to Skywalker Ranch.
Did we reach the stretch goal?
Yeah, but you can't hear the date.
You don't know when it's arriving.
What's the date?
We're not telling you.
You were away from.
I want to point out there are now about 4 minutes left in this episode, and we are about to get to.
Oh, what you said.
Hey, hold
it. I see that gun.
Don't do it until it happens. Don't
Okay, so
blow
we got.
It's happening. He saw. He picked up the gun.
Ryan is on his way to confront Trey because he learned that Trey assaulted Marissa in a drunken stupor. He attacked her on the beach.
Got Ray, like in Star Wars.
Yes.
Yes, and so Ryan is now angry.
Ryan is in Star Wars.
Punch his brother. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just describing.
You said Ray and Ryan. You said Ray and Ryan.
Ryan,
the main character.
Ryan.
This is the Last Jedi. So the main character from the Last Jedi and the writer director of the Last Jedi are having a fight.
Oh no!
And here's Upgrade throwing out some trash.
Yeah.
Ryan pulling up.
What you said.
They're gonna wail on each other, but then there's the gun. You see, there's Chekhov's gun, which was introduced at some point.
That's a Star Trek reference. Please don't talk about Star Trek on this stream.
Yes, of course. Pavel Chekhov of Star Trek was the one who coined that dramatic trope.
Yeah, if he in whatever they do in their spaceships.
All right, so he's pointing the gun at Ryan. Ryan's like, "Okay, all right, you got a gun. I give up."
Now they're fighting.
He's
like, "I hate you! I hate you!" They should keep saying it to each other. "I hate you!
You were my brother, Ray.
I hate you, Ray." They could get Alec Guinness. They should have gotten Alec Guinness.
Guys, oh my God!
They could have got the audio of Alec Guinness. Ray, I hate you. I hate you.
Oh no!
I hate you.
Ray.
Oh.
Oh no!
What could she do? She, her lover Ryan.
Oh, slow-mo. Oh no! Oh, he's gonna Louis C.K. him.
What? Patrick, please.
Hit him with a phone.
Patrick, you're an employee of.
Oh, when you only met well. They call me Dippy Doo. What you say? Ooh, when it's all for the best, you know it is. What you say? Ooh, when you only meant well, you said you call me Dippy Doo. What you say? Ooh, what did you say? Ooh, what the cup up, bobby dabby up, up from dabby up, bobby dabby dum. Ooh, what you said? Ooh, when you only meant well, yeah, call me Dippy Doo. What you said? Ooh, what did you say? You know it is. Ooh, what you said? Ooh, when you only meant well, then call me Dippy Doo. What you said? I thought that was what you said. And then it's done. We don't get any more OC for another season.
You're gonna have to wait like 3 whole months.
Not on HBO Max. Not on HBO Max. You can watch it right away.
Logan Marshall Green survives.
I should have let them bring me back as a Force ghost. I could still go to prom as a Force Ghost on
It
this.
only settled up accounts.
Can you?
If they were only willing to pay me to be in the previously, promotional consideration by the Ford Motor Company. You know, they once aired my buddy Steve's movie Schindler's List without commercial interruption on NBC. And they said, Schindler's List is brought to you by Ford Motor Company. And ain't it the truth?
Imagine
in
trying
more ways than one.
what we're doing right now to anybody. The
Well,
chain of
that's what I was
logic
gonna
you
bring
have
up.
to follow of like, okay, so it's George Lucas,
George Lucas and Watto.
and the film critic from the Atlantic.
Go for the Atlantic and you know, a venerable TV comedy producer and Marvel employee.
No, you are here as a journalist from the Atlantic.
No, I was talking about that.
No, but just the chain of they were watching the finale of season 2 of VOC because that was a stretch goal from watching the penultimate episode of season 2 because George Lucas is in that, and they were already live streaming watching season 4 of Arliss because previously they had done a 30-hour live stream to watch.
And
all
then
the
George,
movies.
and then when George, having said all that set up, saw a promotional consideration from the Ford Motor Company and tied it in to the anti-Semitism of Henry Ford.
Henry Ford, yes.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you about the Atlantic. It's a monthly website. How does that work?
It's a monthly.
When does it come out? First of the month, last of the month?
It's actually good. I mean, I don't know if there's. It's always just dated to the month.
But it is still a monthly website.
But it's also a website with a lot of online writing as well. That's not in the print edition.
Can
But
I ask,
every month, every month though.
There's a monthly print edition, although I believe we do like 10 or 11 issues. I think there's a couple. We double
There's
up.
a month missing. There's a month or two missing there, David.
Right.
can I ask
Which month? Which month?
Usually, I think the double is January, February.
Oh, so you do a double, so
George,
it counts for the 2 months.
George,
Yeah?
let Watto ask a question.
Okay.
David?
Yes. What is it?
Do you remember the first time a piece of yours got published in the print edition of the Atlantic? Not online.
George, stop
A
bullying.
hard copy. No, it wasn't a moment of significance for you?
No, I don't write for the print edition of the Atlantic.
Never?
Never have. Maybe will someday. I don't know. A whole other thing.
You're telling me your review of Detective Pikachu did not make the print edition?
No, it's a sad to say.
So
David.
are you still waiting for the moment that they run one of your reviews within the print edition?
I would be very surprised if they did such a thing. But I would love to write.
Why?
What if you review Detective Pikachu?
I live and dream of there being a Detective Pikachu.
David, can I
Yeah.
pitch you an idea?
Yeah, sure.
Will
I
you
have-
bring this Will you promise me before I pitch you this idea? Will you promise me that you'll bring this to your editors in good faith?
Please.
Sure.
Okay, you just promised that on a charity live stream, so it means something.
The word is bond.
Will you pitch them for the and say it's for the print edition because they owe you at this point?
They owe you.
They've kept you on the digital for so long, and the digital's better anyway. The digital is better anyway. That's where you want to be. You want to be digital.
George hates practical.
I hate practical. You don't want to be in the practical edition you call it the print edition. I call it the practical edition. Pitch them that you want to do a feature, a small feature on the arliss.me website, which is genuine news. No one else has this story. And say this will be good for the print edition. Because the digital people already have the hyperlinks. They already know how to go to it. But the print edition readers, they don't know about the website. So you genuinely would be doing them a service.
I'm gonna Slack a senior editor of the Atlantic, the Arliss website tomorrow.
It's a trend piece. This is the new hot website that all the kids are using.
Yeah.
And here's a headline, and you don't have to take this. This could just be a temp. But first Mattis, now this?
But
because let me tell you something. That is, I know clickbait. That is a good headline. If the Atlantic
Yes.
put a headline that said first Mattis, now this. I would click it.
And Mattis is spelled.
Try not to stoop to that level.
Yeah, but Mattis, hang on. Wait, let's figure out how Mattis is
Mattis
spelled.
is spelled with $2 signs.
Hang on, let's figure it out.
I think it would just be $1 sign, wouldn't it? If you
Yeah,
like
do Mad Dog Mattis.
Hang on.
Oh, no, hang on.
Oh, you want to do? Hang on, James. Mad Dog.
General, please. General James.
General.
Mattis. And now let's make it more Arliss.
General Arliss. Jarlis was Dogless.
What is Dogless?
Do you know, David? Do you know that 2 hours ago, Robert Wool was having a very earnest conversation with us?
About like this moment in America, and
No, about so much, about Hollywood Nights, about Tom Hanks, about season 4 of Arliss. It was so many different things.
He was talking about actors and the process. Have you ever wondered why De Niro has the best monologues of any screen actor?
And now we are defacing the name of retired general.
We're Arliss. We're Arlissizing. We're Arlissizing our rights.
Yes.
Okay, I gotta go, guys. You gotta let me out of this.
Good night, David.
All right, wait a second, David. All of this was off the record.
All of it was off the record. This was on
off the record.
This was on
All of this was
background.
off the record. On deep background.
Arliss.
Sorry.
All of
record. All of this. All of this was off the record.
This is off the record.
Arliss, this is off the record.
Arliss, this is off the record.
All of this is off the record.
He's gone.
Wow, and what
He's gone.
night it's been.
All right,
What
let's
an
wrap this up.
afternoon, what a day, what an early evening,
Yeah.
what a late evening.
Yeah.
This
Well,
is 8 hours. This is the longest we've streamed since the first stream.
What if we're gentlemen, what if we're slowly working our way back up to doing 30 hours just naturally? Like our bit by bit, by the time we get to season 7, what if season 7 lasts for 30 hours?
I want to say something that you said off the record. Because Watto's been sipping
off the record.
some
Dave,
Soderbergh and lime juice. There was a conversation this week that was, we have to stop doing watch-alongs for TV shows. We cannot get stuck in a cycle of agreeing to do more and more. We can keep doing live streams, but we cannot commit ourselves to continually watching one show after another in perpetuity.
We can't do it.
We can't do it.
Yeah. That's it.
How much should we raise, Patrick? How much should we raise?
We raised. Wait, I want to say while I'm looking this up, all of these streams are on YouTube. We're going to post this tomorrow, hopefully, barring any crazy things.
Yes.
Tell your friends, post about it, retweet the tweets. Like, it really helps. We want people to see all this stuff, and we like raising a bunch of money. Arliss stuff. So we are at, I believe, what our final total probably will be is $3,220.69.
We fell short this week. It's still a good amount, though.
Can I say this?
Thank you to everybody.
Wait, I want to say one final thing. Is Paolo still the highest single contribution?
Yes.
Paolo
lies.
Yep. Paolo to the people.
Let me just say this. If some fat cat viewer
I see you out there.
of the George Lucas talk show
I see you out there.
Meow
meow, you fat cat.
Meow meow, fat cat.
you make a contribution of $300, and not only will
$301.
$301, and not only will you single-handedly
301
guarantee that we outgrossed last week and got the single donation for an Arliss live stream, the single largest final fund total for an Arliss live stream. You will also get Patrick to draw a new character on his foot, and you will get a signed Arliss poster. And
we'll get you a Watto cameo, and we'll get you a Colin Cowherd walk-up thing.
You get 3 Watto cameos. You get
also, if you'll donate $10,000 right now, Patrick will get both of those droids permanently tattooed on the soles of his feet.
$10,000.
$10,000.
But
$10,000.
But in the immediate, $300, you get 3 Watto videos of your choice. You get a poster signed by Robert Wool, Jim Turner, and Michael Boatman, maybe Sandra Oh.
And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, can't I just go to the HBO store and order one of those signed posters?
No.
No. You may not.
Nope.
And you have roughly 2 minutes to do this before we end the live stream. Patrick will
2
keep
minutes.
refreshing for the next 2 minutes. If you're making the donation, tell us in the comments. But $300, you get the poster signed by the 3 gentlemen of Arliss, 3 Watto videos.
We did just get $25 more.
Hey,
it's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
It's not
We
nothing.
appreciate
It
it.
helps someone.
Thank
it
you,
helps
Sydney.
someone. Thank you, Sydney.
Thank you, Sydney.
Thank you, Sydney.
Guys, 2 more minutes. We're off at 11:09.
11. I have 11:09 right now. What
No,
time?
we're off at 11:11. Sorry.
11:11. 11:11. Perfect synchronicity.
1-1.
Unless we got a $300 one, and then we'll go until my foot's done.
Correct. So $300. We're asking for $300. And right now it's actually even less because someone donated 25.
Yeah, but then you won't get the poster.
No,
Yeah.
because what was the previous amount? 200?
300.
Paolo donated 300. So $301.
You know what? If you want to give $300.01, it's yours.
$300 and
I don't think that'll be the sticking point, though.
$300 and a hey penny, and you get
God bless you.
Watto videos. You get Patrick drawing another droid on his foot, and you get a poster signed by Boatman, Turner, and Woe, the 3 amigos.
Otherwise, 11:11, I end the stream and we don't say anything else. It just cuts off.
Abruptly, and there's 1 minute left now. And if you're in the process of making the donation, tell us in the live comments.
Tell us.
So we don't cut
Tell
it
us.
off. Sometimes the transaction takes a little while to load. If
It's
you're
11:11.
Yeah.
donate,
Yeah.
Gotta go.
Yeah.
well,